Hello and welcome back to V8 TechWorks. Today we are going to start building this shape-taking application here. We are going to use MERN stack here, as you can see in this diagram, and also we are going to use these technologies like MongoDB, React, Node.js, and also we'll be having these parts here like a front end where the staff will be able to interact with our application. We'll also have backend here, and also we'll have admin here. Also, we'll have to use Redux for things like maybe authentication, and also you can see other functionality that we'll do in this shift, like bidding the shift, clock in and clock out, add case notes, and these are some functionality that I'll be showing you in a few. I'm going to show you how this application is working. So right now I want us to see how this application will work, so that we'll be able to understand how this application works, or how the functionality, or this to show you all these functionalities. So the first thing that we have is this this admin side here. So the admin should log in here, and also you can see here we have this front end here, and this is the part that staff will be able to log in. Staff will be able to click on this top right button here, like that, and you can see already have had already signed in, and you can see already we have a shift that we can bid here. But on my shift I don't have any shift because there's no shift that I have been assigned by admin. So I'll just log out first of all, so that we can see this page here for login. So let's start looking at how this application will work. So first thing first, because I had already created admin here, you can see here in my application this email that I sent when I registered, because when you register any staff or maybe any person in this application, they will be sent like a staff ID that they should use to log into this application, and also the password will be generated automatically for them. So you can see this password here is a little bit complicated, but that should not worry you because you can change this password. So I'll just take this staff ID here, and this is because this is for admin. So we go in the side of admin here, because I had already created the admin. And here, and also in my application here, you can see we have this password, but this password I change it later on. And you can see here on this the following email here, you can see I sent this email, you have changed the password, because when you change the password, you will be able also to receive another email telling you that you have changed your password, and also you can see your password is here. So I'll just take this password here also, and then I'll copy this password, and this password must be complex enough. I'll be showing you that. So I'll just paste this here, and now I can log in just like that. Let me see where the problem is. Maybe I have a problem. Let me type it just like that. I remember, I think I changed the password. So let me see if this password is the one that I'm thinking about. So I'll just say let me see if I have any other password, any other email that I have changed the password. So I think I changed also again the password. So this is announcement. Let me see if I changed the password again. So let me see also if the application is still running. So this is VS Code. Let me see here. Yeah, it is still running here. So let me go back and try this password again. So let me see. So here I can be able to log in just like that. So let me try this. So I think there's something wrong, and I don't know why it is not logging in. So let me check also again here for this email. So when I check on this, I can be able to see here we have this AP5672 as a staff ID. So let me come back here and then paste this. The other thing is that I'll just copy the password here. So let me first of all be able to take this password, or let me type that password. So just like that, like that. Yeah, so let me try to log in. Yeah, you can see we had some maybe issue. I don't know if it is the password or something, but we have already logged in. You know, when sometimes you are doing this demonstration, that's when you get this problem. But that is not like a problem. You can just come here on top right here, and then we can log out and then try to log in again. So here we have the staff ID. So this is the email that I sent here. So I can copy this. I can copy this staff ID here, and let me paste it there, and then I can put in here now the password that we changed. So I'll just put in like that, and now you can see we are able to log in. So the password that I have used is the one that is in this email, because after I change this password, you know, we received this email, that is, and you can see now the new password here. The email is saying you have changed your password, blah blah blah, these things here. So now let's go back here, and right now you in our admin dashboard here, the first thing that you can see here is shifts. You can see also the clients, and also you can see the staff. Right now you can see we have like 3 shifts, we have 1 client, and also we have 3 staffs here. So the first thing that I'll do, I'll come here in my staffs, and because I have very limited emails, I'll just first of all delete 1 staff, and also I'll be able to register them. So I'll just click delete here, and you can see we have this pop-up here, and it is asking if you are sure you want to delete. So I just say confirm, and when you delete, you can see there is a reload, and then we don't have that stuff again. So right now I want to use this email so that we can be able to see the email that this person will receive if we register them as a staff in our application. So to add this to add a new stuff, you can click here new stuff, or maybe you can click here view, and you can see the details, and also you can click here delete, create, that is, not delete. So let me do that, and then here I want to register myself. So I just say this name here, and then also I'll just copy this and then paste it here. So I'll use this email here, so you can see here. So I'll just click here and also be able to copy this. I'll copy all of it, and then here I'll just be able to paste it here, just like that. And also here I'll just use any email here, so like phone number, and then here I want to use the address. So let me use maybe I just add anything here for my address. And also here, because I already used ChatGPT here, I was able to like tell it to generate a just general address, because I'm assuming maybe this application will be used in Australia. So I asked ChatGPT also to generate an address for Australia, and you can already see the prompt that I gave it, generate an example of an address of Australia. And here you can see this address here. So I'll copy this, and let me paste it here, just like that. And here is a mail agenda, and you can see here another thing that you can be able to do is to add the documents, maybe things like contract or maybe agreement, and things for things like that for the staff. So I'll just choose here. You can see choose files, and here I think I have some PDFs file here. You can be able to upload also other files like image or maybe other file extensions, and I'll show you how also you can limit to be able also to just maybe select the documents that you want, maybe PDFs only or images only, things like that. So here I can click these two here, and I will assume this is the document for this stuff. I'll just click open. Here you can see 2 files here have been selected, and also here you can leave it as active, because we want this stuff here to be active in our database. So now I can click here to create. So when I click create here, you can be able to see we have added, and also our input have been cleared, so that we are able to just add that once. So if I come here into my stuff, I have already registered this person, and you can see here on the inbox, I'm able to receive like an email. So because this is the email that I have used to register this stuff. So we can open this email here, and you can see here we have the staff ID that have been generated automatically by our system, and also we have the password here. But you can see this password is very complicated. So first thing first that we do is that we'll be able to add or to log in now using this staff ID and our password. So I'll go back here, and then in this staff ID staff side here, I'll be able to just add that staff ID, and also I'll be able to come back here and use this password. You can see this password is complicated, and it is not easier for you to remember. So I show you how to use a password to change the password. So I'll just paste that here, and you can see here we have a functionality whereby you can be able to click on this button here for padlock, and can be able to see your password. So I'll try to log in. So you can see I'm able to log in, and when you log in as a staff, you can be able to see here we have the shift that you can bid, and also you have my shift. So right now, because this staff here doesn't have any shift that they have been added to them by or have assigned to them by admin, that's why you can see on the part here for the my shift, there is no shift that have been added to is here in my shift here. So because this staff doesn't have any shift, so I'll just be adding another shift and then assign this stuff here. I'll show you all about that. So here, the first thing I want to do is to change my password. So I click here on my top right, my name, and then go into my account, and here I'll be able to change my password. You can see here we have change password, and other details here you can see them. So here I'll just add maybe let's say something like EM shifter, because that's how we have called this application at 2024, something of the sort. So, and when I try to change this password, you can be able to see we have this error here because it is not meeting our criteria for password must be at least 8 characters long, contain an uppercase letter, and have a special character. So let's add maybe here something like A is capital, something of the sort. And when we try now to submit, you can see now we have a password has been updated successfully. Check your email for the new password. So if we go back here and see if we have this password, we have this email, you can see we have received this email. So this is the email that I'm using, this Loc Mondala. This is the email that I'm using to send the email, automated emails in our system. I'll show you all about this, and I'll show also to see how to send this template with our email. So you can see here you have changed your password, and now I'm able to use now this new password to sign in or to log in into our system. So now, because we have done that, I want to go back into our admin side here, and I want us to go to the side to see the clients here. So the same thing will happen with our client if we want to add a new client. And before I forget, I want to show you something. So here, if I want to see the details of this client that we have, or this stuff that we have added, I can click here on view. You can be able to see all the details here, and also I can be able to update on this information. Like here, I can say username can be just James, and then I can update here. And when I update, also you can see now this username has been updated. So the other thing is that I can be able to see this document and also download them. So when I click on this icon here, it will just it should be able to just open another page and see it here. So right now I think there is a problem, but I will be looking it in our application when we will be building it. So I don't want to just dwell on this error. We'll be fixing it when we are coding this system. So I'll just go back also to here on our clients, and the same thing that you can do for the staff, there's the same thing that you can do for the as the client here. You can add them. When you click here on create, you can see almost the same details here, and we'll be adding that in a few. So here also you can click and see like the PDF or the documents. So the other thing that I want to do right now is, first of all, let me go here into my shift, and you can see now we have these shifts here. So here you can see I have had already added these 3 shifts here, and you can see already these 2 shifts here have been assigned to this stuff here. So let me add another shift. So I can click here new shift, or maybe I can just click on view, and then I can be able to create a new shift here. So first thing, I can be able to select location or the address, and this is because this one I'll be fetching the address from the database, since these addresses are for our clients who will be attending the shift to them. So I'll just, because right now we have only one client, that's why you can see we have only one address here. And also you can be able to type. If you type here, you can see you can be able to see, you can search using like this input also. So I'll just click here, select, and then here I'll be able to select the date for this shift. I'll just say that's the 14th here, March, and here also I can be able to add like a time. So here I'll just say 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. also, something of the sort. And here I can add the type is AM, so something of the sort. You can see here I want to select the client that will be this shift is for. So I can just click here, select, and then because we have only one client, you can be able to see their name here, and also you can search. So right now you can see that, and then I will just select them. Here I'll be able to add like 2 hours. The duration is 2 hours, because from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. that is 2 hours. Here I can be able to add notes. So I just say no breaks, something like that. It's just a note, so something of the sort. And then this one, now I'll be able to select the staff that will be attending this shift. So right now, because I think it is this the first staff here, this one, I'll be able to select them to add the or to assign them this shift. And also if I don't want to assign them to assign anybody this shift, I'll just leave it at that, like there's no stuff that will be been selected, so that they can be able to bid the shift. So here I'll just click on create, and when I create here, let me create like that, and should receive an email in my email here. So you can see now I've received this new email here, and it is telling me you have a new shift. So this is like like a subject, and also you can see the details. So the staff, when the shift has been assigned to them, they can be able to see all the details here. So that is it. And also when you come back into the staff side here, you'll be able to see now the shift that have been added to them. So here you can see my shift, and then here you can see the shift that this staff can be able to bid. So the other thing is that also we can just add another shift, but this shift will not be assigned to anybody, so that they can be able it can be able, or we can be able to, or the staff can be able to bid them. So here I'll just say this one is 15 Friday here. I'll add the time here. Here I'll add the time as from maybe 8 a.m. to, let's say, from 8 a.m. to something like 10 or 11 a.m., something of the sort. Let me add that, and here I'll just say this one is AM. If it will occur in PM, also you can add PM. So I'll just say the client is a lock, because there is no shift that will not have a client. So here I'll just say this is 3 hours, something of the sort. Here I can say clean. You make sure to clean the room. Make sure to clean the room, something of the sort. And then here I won't select any stuff here. I'll just leave it like that, and then I will just add that shift. So if I go back here into my stuff side, I can be able to reload, and now you can see we have two shifts to be bidded for. So here, so the first thing that I want to also show you in this side here on my shift, on my admin side here, is that we can be able now to, first of all, you can see we have updated our shift. Now we have 5 shifts, and here also I want to show you something. So here you can be able to filter this shift using this filter options here. You can be able to filter according to name. You can see you can be able to also to filter using the date range from start date to end date, something of the sort. You can use all these options above here. So I can say I want a shift from this date here, 2024, to maybe let's say something of like date 3 here, and then 2024, something of the sort. So because right now we don't have a shift that rise between these dates, so that's why you can be able to see we don't get that the shift here. So I just delete them, so you can use that, and then also you can be able to generate the PDF here. So when I click here, you can see here we have downloaded like a PDF of this shift here. So you can see now we have this shift here, and this beautiful PDF here. So now the other thing is also you can be able to print your stuff here into a PDF format, and then if you need to do the filing of your clients, you can do that. So this is really cool. So the other thing that I can be able to do is that I can be able to send the announcement. So right here you can see the announcement that I had sent. So if I click here and let me add something like meeting, something of the sort. I'll just say meeting, and here I'll just add something that we will have a meeting on today evening at 6 p.m. that is it, or 6 p.m. and then click here submit. So you'll be able to see also we'll get these emails from the admin. You can see it has been added, and also here it has you can see also we are getting the emails here. So this is the email here, meeting, that is sent to staff, and you can see the subject here and also the description. So the other thing is that also you can see here we should receive the email for announcement. And also now I want us to go for the side of the stuff here. So I want you to notice something when you click on this view here, on this, to notice something. When I click on this my shift here, you can be able to see we have this part here where we have like a description of the shift, and be able to update the distance covered while attending this shift. Can be able also to see that you can add case notes, and also you can be able to clock in and clock out. These are the functionality that I'll be showing you in a few. So when I go back here, if also you click on view on these shifts here that we don't have, that we don't have, or that is forbid, you cannot be able to see this functionality for clocking in and clock out, so unless you bid. So first of all, I'll be attending one of the shift here, so I'll just click here, and also I'll be able to double click here so that I can clock in into this. I'll be able to clock in into this shift. So let me clock in just like that. You can be able to see when you clock in, the only thing that is left is to clock out, because you cannot clock in and clock out of this system like that at the same, or you cannot be clocking into shift and then clock in again. So here also you'll be able to see like status have changed on ongoing, and you can see here we have this text here that is blinking saying it is ongoing, so that you can be able to see what the shift that you are attending. So also you can be able to come here and also says to add case notes. So you can say something like violence. So you can see something like maybe the client was maybe violent at some time, at some point, something of the sort. And then I can be able to add here, you can be able to add that as a case note, and you can see this is the case note that we have added here. And also you can add also other notes, and you can see here it is taking the dates automatically, and also it is taking the time that we have added these case notes. So the other thing also we can be able to do is that we can add another thing, can say another case note, so that you see how case notes look like. So I can say crock out, and can say I crocked out, and my shift ended here. So this is just like a sample text. So here I can be able to double click here and also be able to see now we have added 2 case notes here. So the other thing is that I can update on the kilometers that I have covered, maybe let's say 10 kilometers. And when I click here update, you can be able to see we have updated to get 10 kilometers. And also I can be able to update this also again. So here I'll click on clock out, and now if you complete this shift, you can see thank you for completing this shift. So I can go back, and here now you can see because I have already attended that shift, we don't have any shift that is assigned to us because I have already completed that shift. But you might be wondering, where does the shift that you have completed go, so that you can be able to see them. So if you come here and go to my shifts here, you can be able to see now we have this part here where you can be able to see the shift that you have completed, and you can see here thank you for completing this shift. So let's go back, and here now I want to show you how you bid on shift. So here we have shift that you can bid. So click on view, and now I can bid it by clicking that, and when you bid, now you can be able to see other information like the distance. You can clock in and clock out, the same thing that we did to the other shift. And when I go back, you can be able to see now this shift has been moved from bidding to my shifts here, so that I can be able to view it, clock in, clock out, add case notes and things like that. So after that, I want to go back here into my admin, and in my shift here, I want to show you something. So why this application is relevant also. So when I click on that, you'll be able, that one I have not clock in or clock out. So let me show you, or this one that we have clock in and clock out. So the most important thing also here, you can be able to see the case notes, and also you can be able to see the stuff that this shift has been assigned to. And also the things that you can be able to see is clocking the time that this stuff clock in. And also we are using Google Maps, so you can see the accuracy of our location here. So when you click on show on map, you can be able to see like the exact location that this user also clocked in, and you can be able to zoom in or zoom out the way you want, and also you can use this as a full screen, the same as for our clock out here, so that there is no way that your staff can cheat you on where they are, or if they attended the shift or not. So this is for integrity purposes. So I just close this, and also I want to show you, if you bid on the shift, also you can be able to see like the email here. You can be able to see this email here, hello, and this shift that you have been assigned, something of the sort. So now that's the functionality, some of the functionality that I wanted to show you. And because we have a lot of functionality also, like also you can see here reporting, you can be able to report this I won't be going through all of them because it's a lot of functionality, and also I can be able to see, or I can see all this information, or this video will be a very long video, so I'll cut it at this point. And this project will be very big project, so I'll cut it into days, and we'll be coding every day and seeing how we'll be able to come to this application, or build this application to this level, so that you'll be able to understand how Manstack application work. And also this application can be a very good one if you want to understand things like Manstack. And if you're maybe a student, you can be able to build this for your project, and also maybe add other functionality on it. But I think this application will help you to understand, like you'll have a knowledge of a Manstack. So I've added all this functionality. So the good thing, or the best thing, or maybe the way you can appreciate me is by liking this video, and also subscribing to this YouTube channel. I'll also be adding like a link to source code into the description. So I'll be uploading all this code, and also adding this. I'll be adding all this code into my GitHub, and also you can leave a star into my YouTube channel, my GitHub. So I want to end this video here. Have a good time. Let's see you when we start coding this application. Hello and welcome back. Today is day one of building this shift taking application, and I'm feeling so happy because we are going to start this series of videos building this beautiful shift taking application. This application will give you the knowledge of working with full stack applications and how to work on Manstack, the stack which we called Manstack. So we are going to use Node.js here, we are going to use React.js, and also we are going to use MongoDB here. And along we are going to also use things like EJS to be able to send the template to emails when we are sending the email. So let's start. And by starting, one thing that I want to do is to make sure that we are starting from scratch. So I'll come here, and in my documents, let me go into my documents. Here you can see now here we have documents. So the same way you can come here in this folder, and then in this folder that we call, or this part that is called documents, and here you can also come here and create this new folder here. But I want to use my command prompt here because I'm on Windows, and the command that I will use is mkdir, and then I'll call this or maybe let me use this folder. Let me navigate to this folder that is called YouTube 2024, because this is where I'll be building this application in. So here I'm going to say cd and then YouTube 2024, because this is how you navigate to folders. Cd, which means change directory, and then I'll get into this folder here. So now I want to create a directory or a folder, and then I can use this command here. I really like to use the command prompt and terminals. So here I'll say mkdir or make directory, and here I can call it, let's call it shift application or something like this one here, shift application. I'll be using caps. So after that, now if I do dir or list, you can be able to see now we have this shift taking application. So first of all, I will clear and then cd into this shift taking application here. And one thing that I want to address is that to follow this video, it will be easier for you to have installed the VS Code. So first of all, this is an IDE that you should have installed. This VS Code here, you can see this application. So if you haven't installed, you can pause this video and go back and install VS Code. And to install VS Code is easier, you can come and here in Google and type VS Code, download this, and then you'll be able to see this application. You can see this is VS Code Studio, or VS download Visual Studio Code for Mac, Linux, and Windows. So depending on the platform that you are in, you can do that. So I won't be showing you to do this because this is a simple task. So now if you have already installed now our VS Code, what you can do is that you can do code and then dot here, just like that, to be able to open now this VS Code in that directory or in that folder. So you can see we have opened this you can see we have installed here the we have already opened, now we have opened this VS Code here, and you can see now we are in this folder that is called shift application. Now inside here, if we look at our project here, you can be able to see we are having the front end here, we are having backend, and also we are having admin here. So one thing that I will do is that I will create these folders. So to create folder, you can come here at the top, you can see this directory icon, and also that is saying new folder. So create this, I'll say front end, just like that. And again, you can also add other folders. So the other folder is backend here, just like that. Let me add backend, and also we can add another one that is admin, just like that. So this is the structure of our application, and that's why I was telling you that this application will be big, because we'll be having 3 parts here. So, and I want us to start from scratch. So right now, you can, when you are building such a big application, you should be able to just plan on how you will start your application, the part that you will start with. For me, I really like to start with a backend. So right now we are going to start with the backend, and then we'll move to front end, and then the other part we are going to also finish with admin here, and also now integrating all these parts here. So first thing first, if you have installed VS Code also, and you see that your VS Code is looking a little bit different from mine, that is because I've also installed other things like the extensions here. So one of the extensions that I have installed, so to my VS Code, that's why you see that we have these yellow colors, and it is a little bit different from yours. So one of the extensions that I have installed here is called Firefly here. So Firefly, so you can look for this extension if you want your VS Code to look like this. So this one, you can come here and install this Firefly Pro here. This is one that I have installed. So install this, and you'll have this appearance if you want your VS Code to look like that. So after that, now let's navigate into our backend, because that's where we are going to start. So navigate to our backend here, just like that. And here I want us to start by initializing Node application, because remember, in our backend we are going to use Node. So I'll just say npm, and then I'll just say init, and then -y, just like that. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that it will generate a package file. So if I go back here, you can be able to see here we have a package.json here. So the other thing that I want also to create here is I want to create index.js here, and this one will help us to start where our web server, where we'll be starting our web server. So here will be the entrance file that we are calling index.js. I'm hoping that you know how to, also you have a basic knowledge about Node.js, so that we'll be on the same page. So now from here, now we can start installing some application, as not application, but packages that we are going to use in this application. So in here, what I can do is that I will open a terminal in this VS Code. So you can come here, and on top right here you can see 3 dots here, and now navigate to terminal here, open a new terminal here, and then I'll be pushing this terminal down, because so that we can have a good view of everything here. So in here you can choose to use this one that that is for Windows, the CMD, the normal CMD for Windows, or you can come here and also maybe use git bash if you have installed git bash. So right now, because I don't want to confuse you, I'm going to use command prompt here. So here also I'll navigate to a backend, just like that. And in our backend here, one of the things that now I'll do is to install. So to install these packages, I'm going to use npm and then install. We are going to start by installing Express, because that is the framework that we are going to use. Also, we are going to install Mongoose. We are going to install .env, and also we can be able to also install other packages like CORS. And I think these are the packages that we are going to use right now. Others we will be able to install them as we go. So here I'll just click install, and it will install all our packages. So right now I'll just pause this video here, and when it will finish installing all those packages, we will come back. So right now you can see that we have already installed these packages here. And now one thing that you can notice is that we have another folder that has been created in our backend here. So when you open our backend, you can see we have this folder that is called node modules, and this is where our packages have been installed. So I just you can ignore this because we don't need to know what is inside here. So now we can come here and start importing our packages. So I'll just start by getting Express. So we just import Express. So I'll just say const Express, and then here I'll just say require, and then here I'll add Express, just like that. And also the other thing that I do is now I can also use this Express. I can also just import .env here, and just say require here .env, just like that. Also, you need to come here and also install like Mongoose here, and we just say require here Mongoose, just like that. Let's say Mongoose, just like that. And then now we can start building our web server. Or let's say, let me first of all import also the course here, and here can say require here Express or no course, just like that. And now I can start by creating our server. So to start by creating our server, I can say const, just like that. So const, and I'll just say const app is equals to all Express here. So I'll call this as a function. And now what I can do to start our server, and I can say app dot reason, and you can see we have other options. So I just choose reason here. And first thing that you can do is to specify the port. So here I can say I want to start reasoning from port 8000, or I can say port 8800. And then now the second argument here should be the arrow or callback function here. So just like this one. So I'll just say console log, and then here I'll just say, okay, let me add this here. So here I'll just say, I'll just use backtick here. I'll show you why I'm using backtick here. So I'll say server have been started, or server running, on port, and then I say 8000 or 8800, just like that. So I'll just push this down, just like that. And the other thing is to come here and clear. So in here now I just say node, and then index, just like that, index.js. And now, so here I cannot be able to see like it is not running, and that's because I've not saved this. So I'll just use the command node and then index.js, and you can see now server running on port 8800. And to confirm this also, you can come into your browser and also do things like HTTP, and here, because you can see here already use this localhost 5173. So here I can come here and maybe look for 8,000, just like that, 8,800. And when I try to do that, you can see we have cannot get here. So this means that you are running the server on that port. So I just close that one. Let's go back into our application here. So now this is the way to start how you can start the server, but this is not the right way that you need to do to create your server. So first thing first, I'll come here and create a .env file. So I'll come here and add a .env file here, and this .env file here I'll put port here and then say 8,800. I want to put the port here because I want to, this .env here, we can be able to hide some of things that we don't want to push this code with in the GitHub. So I'll just go back, I'll just save on that and then come here. And the first thing that I'll do also is to make sure that to be able to use this .env, I need to use .env here and then config, call this function .config here. And now I can be able to use something like can come here and say process.env and then .port, the same way we have called it in the .env file. So you can see here we have this .env, just like that. And now if I come here also, what I can do is to just use this $sign here, and I'll say also I can copy this and use it there so that I can be able to access that .env file. So put it there, and now if I save this, I'll be able also, let me restart the server again, and now you can be able to see also it's the same thing. So it is accessing the port in our .env. So to be able to access our .env file, we do process.env and .port, because that's how we have called it here. So if we start using other variables in this .env, I will show you how also you can do that. So the other thing that we need to do is also to connect to our database. So right now, if we look into our application here, you can see our database will be MongoDB here. So to start using MongoDB, we are going to use to create our account first of all. So there's two ways of using MongoDB. One, that you can install the MongoDB locally into your computer, and the other one is to use it in their website, that is. So I'll just go to Mongoose here, or MongoDB, that is, and then we'll be also using this Mongoose package here to be able to connect into this our MongoDB, that is, if we create that in our website or even locally. So using it in their website also, and using it locally in your computer is just similar thing. So you not have a new thing to learn, it's just the same. So I just click sign in because I have already account. So if you don't have account, make sure that you are creating account with me here, or you have created your account and then now you sign in to your to this website using those credentials that you have created account with. So here you can see I'm using my email. You can use Google, you can use GitHub and other things. So here I'll just say I'll just use this my credentials here. So I'll say login. So after logging, now we can be able to create our database. So that is let's see the overview of our database, or no, our account, that is, because this is a MongoDB account. So here, because I have several projects, I want to start creating one from the scratch. So I just come here and create a project. So here you can see you can start another project. You can see I have also other many a project here. So I'll create this new project So make sure you come here on the top left and be able to create a new project. So after this, I can call it my project however I want. So this time I'll just say shift taking application, shift taking application, just like that. And I think that's okay. And then now I can click next here. So make sure you're following these steps. So here I'll just say create project, just like that, and then it will be able to create for me this project. So this is the way that you create database in MongoDB website. This is the way that you should do it. So here also you need to create a deployment after it have created for a project, because right now you can see project shift taking application is the one that have been selected. So create here, and after you have created this one, you'll be able to see. So let me see here, you can be able to now select like several options here, like this one, M10 serverless, and then MO, and then also be able to just select provider like AWS, Google CRUD, and also other things here. So right now what we do, because I want us to start using this free option, we just select this free, and then I don't we can use, you can just select any AWS, Google, or even Azure for Microsoft. So here I have selected this one free, because if you select this one, you can see it will be charging you. And so create now. After that, you can click on create here, and now you will be able to just select this, so, or to solve this captcha. So I think I'm not seeing very well, but I'm trying. So yeah, I have solved that captcha very well. So here I want also to select the way I want to connect into our database. So right now I want to use username and password. So here you can see we have this one, my username here, and automatically generated password. So because this one will be using them, so I can just add here. I can first of all save this username and the password, because I'll be showing you how what you need to, or how to use them. So here I'll just say I'll paste that here, and also I'll be copying this password here, just like that, and then also paste it there, just like that. Make sure that you have done this, because this will be crucial. And now the other thing is that I want to use this I want to come here and add this IP address here, dot 0.0.0.0.0/0. This is to make sure that it is connecting from anywhere, because if you don't add this IP address here, you won't be able to connect from everywhere. So there will be a restriction. So add entry, just like that, and you can see now it has been added here. So you can see here MO cluster provisioning. We are putting final touches on your cluster, just like that. So it's just creating. So we just now go back into our application here, and I want to show you how to connect to MongoDB. So first thing that we'll do here is to come and say start maybe here. Let me add it, do it here. So say mongoose. So I'm using mongoose here, and then we say connection or connect, that is. So here we need first of all to add something. So first thing that we need to add is something that we call shell or driver. So I just push this down here first of all, and then scroll back. So here we need to first of all add something that we call driver or shell, and then here after we have done that, we can say dot then, just that, and then here now this will serve as a callback. So just like that, and then here inside here, this is where I'll say console log to be able to see something when it is connected. So here it just say DB connection, can say DB connection is successful, just like that. So, and then also you can be able to catch error. So here we can say catch, and then here this one will be also a callback. So this, if there's an error, will be printed also. So here I'll just say console.log, and then here we just print the error here. You can see this is an error. So we'll just also console log everything, like this entire error here. So after that, now we need to, what we need to do here is to add the driver of the shell. I want to show you how to add that here. So because remember, we want also to hide this one, we just come here into our .env here, and this one we just call it db, just like that. And here we want to get that driver here. So you can see it has completed, and now what else we should do is to come here into our database. So come here in your database, and then you need to connect. So I'll just come here and say connect, and connecting here, I'll just choose one thing that I need to do is to maybe let me add, first of all, let me create a user. So here I'll just add this user here, just say James25 here. So James25, just like that, and then create database user, so like that, and then just like that, I just say okay, and then choose a method to connect with. So here I just choose driver. You can see here drivers, and when I choose this, you can see here you can choose even the language that you want to connect with. You can see we have Java, have Kotlin, we have others, because right now we are using the Node.js as our runtime. I just select it, and we have already installed Mongoose, so there is no need to install this MongoDB. So this one is the one that we need. So I just copy this here. So this one I just come and add it here. So just like that. So the other thing that we need to replace here is you can see already we have our username, but our password should come here. So I can choose to add this James25 here, but this also will be, or maybe I can also use these ones here. Can use this as our username, and here I can use this also as our password. So you can do, or I can replace these ones, so this username and password here. So I just go back, and here first thing that I need to do now is to add here process.env, but now I need to use the variable db here, just like that. And then let's see. So if I connect that, let me see if we'll have let me restart our server, and I'll show you how we'll just avoid restarting the server every time. So you can see here we have our db connection is successful here. So even if we go back, so let me go back into this one here, and then replace it with the ones that we had here, like this one here. So copy this and then add it here, and then also paste it, or use this one here, just like that, and then add it here in our password here. Let me add it there. So even if I do that, and then let's start, let me stop this server first of all, and then restart it again. So like that. Or you can see we are having an error. So this error is coming from here. you can see this error here. So I think let's just use the one that we had here, just this one username here, the previous username. So this James25 that we created. Or rather, if you are experiencing any error here, what you can do is that you can come back here and say in my user, add user, or add user here on top here. Oh, this is inviting. No, I want to add user. So if you want to add user, or you can look at where you can add the user, is somewhere here. So edit config. Not really, I cannot be able to see where you can add the user again. So let me see, connect, or let me see here. I cannot see where I can be able to add user. So okay, still okay. There's somewhere that you need to add the user, but we won't be concentrating on that right now. So let's go back into application, and then when we restart our application again, here we'll be able to see that our database will be connected. So just like that, and then you can see here we have our server is running on port 8800, and also you can see here we have our DB connection is successful. So if I just stop it for a while, I can use something that we call node.mon here and say index, just like that. Let me look. Oh, we cannot be able to run this node.mon. I'll be fixing this error, but if you don't have this package, also you can install on the node.mon, because you need also to install on node.mon. So you can come here and see how to install node.mon. Install node.mon globally. You can see this one here. I want you to go and install this. I don't think you'll have an error on your side to run it, so that you, instead of using node and then index, you can see here we have node and then and then node.mon. So instead of, and you can see now you can also install it globally. I advise you to install it globally by using npm install and then -g and then node.mon here. So instead of using node and then index.js, you need to use node.mon, so that when we save our file, it will be restarting our server automatically, or when we do any change, it will be able, or do any change and then save it, will be able to restart our server. So here you just run node.mon. If you when you install, you just say node.mon and then index.js. So now I just want to clear. Let's see index.js here. Now it is running correctly, but when I try to use node.mon here, it will throw an error. So I'll be fixing this, and we'll be able, you can see here we have this node.mon and loaded, because running script is disabled on this and this system. So this is one of the errors that mostly sometimes you will be able to encounter. So make sure that you have installed node.mon and then try to run it node.mon and then index.js, and then we see you in the next video on day 2 of building this application, because I don't want this video to be very long. Hello and welcome to day 2 of building this Shift application, full stack Shift application. And today now we are going to continue building this. And remember, from the last video we started creating it from backend. And if you have not watched the previous videos, kindly go back to watch the previous videos so that we'll be able to be on the same page. So in the last video there is an error that I was encountering, and this error was restricting me from running this node.mon and then index.js here. And right now, if you can be able to see it here, node.mon, we can be able now to run node.mon and then index.js, and this was something that we were not able to do from the previous video. So I went and looked for solution. So if you come here and in this page here for Stack Overflow, you can see here this how to fix an error node mon.ps1 cannot be loaded because running script is disabled on this system. And now what you need to do is to come here. You can see the solution here. I would recommend you using remote signed as opposed to unrestricted, and limiting the policy to the current user if possible. So run PowerShell as admin. So I ran this PowerShell as an admin and then executed this command, and you can see here I ran this command here, and after that it will ask you if you need to allow a yes or yes to all, and all no. That is by default it will be no, so I selected yes, and also all, yes to all, that is A, and Y is yes. So you can come here and look for this solution, and because you can see here also, if I go back, this is I just copy paste the error that I was getting here. So this is the error that I was getting, and the very first link here you can see is this one from Stack Overflow, and now we are okay. Now I'm feeling happy. So now I can close this, and I'm hoping now you have installed the NodeMon, and I advise you to install NodeMon globally. And to do that, you can use this command here, npm install and then -g NodeMon. And now here we can be able now to see we are using this NodeMon rather than Node, and this is to make sure that whenever we are making any change, we'll be able to also be able to see the server restarting itself. So for example, what I mean is that we can do something like let me remove this line here, and then when I save this, you can be able to see down here this server is restarting automatically, and I can go back, and then when I save this file, you can also be able to see that it will be restarting our server, and this is to make your work easier rather than maybe stopping the server after you have done change and then restart it again. So right now the other thing that we need to do is to start creating schemas, and these schemas is how this MongoDB work. So I'll just show you how to use schemas. So here in our backend, we create another file, and this file we call it models, just like that. And these models here we'll be able to create our schema. So right now we need to have like I think 3 schemas, I think so. So 3 schemas, one for the users, one for the shift, one for the client, and one for announcement, and also we'll have one for incidents. So here I'll just come and add here, let's add a user or users. You can just say users with capital U.js, just like that. We need also to add another one here. We'll add for the client, just like that, .js, just like that. We need to have for announcement here, so announcement.js. I think I'm spelling them right. And also we need to have for incidents. Yeah, so we need to have for incidents.js, just like that. So in here now we start by using this one for the user. So the user here is the how you need our structure for our information, or structure for our data to be on the MongoDB. Remember, MongoDB is using something that we call documents, and it need to know how you want to save your data. Like maybe the name is a string, the type, or generally the structure of your information or your data. So here I want first of all to import mongoose. So I'll just import this mongoose. I'll say require here, and then I'll import mongoose, just like that. I think I don't know why I'm not able to see mongoose. You can see that is the mongoose. And now here I want to show you how you can create now the schema. So I just say const user schema just like that. And in here also now we can do mongoose, the one that we have just imported, and then I'll say schema. You can see this schema here, and now we can open these brackets here and these curly brackets here. So and now I can come here to, because we are going to use this schema in another project, what we can do is to make sure that we use module. So module.exports just like that, and then here I'll just use mongoose, and then this mongoose.model just like that, and then here I'll just say user, because you need to do this how it will be saved in our MongoDB, and in here I'll just use user schema just like that, because this is the schema that we'll be exporting. So right now this is the convention when you are exporting or using mongoose.model. Here what you need to do is to make sure this user here, you using it in a singular form, so that in our database it will be used as in plural. So you'll see like we'll be having users document in our MongoDB. I'll just show you how it will appear, so don't worry about that. So now the user or the staff, you can also name your user as a staff. Mine, I will just save it as user. So my user here will be this one here. User will have a username, that is, and username will have a type of string, because just that will be just a string, and also we'll have other like full name here. So this one will be full name. Here we'll just say type also will be a string just like that. And also we need to have, and here I can also add other things like required. You can say required, and here it should be true, and the other one should be like an email, and this email also here we can say this email should be type of string. So these are type of string here, and also we have to have require. So require here, and then this will be true, and then here we'll have another one like phone. So this is a phone number, that is, and here it will have a type of, let's say, string just like that, and then this is a string with capital here S. So I'll just be copying this because I don't want us to use much of time. So here after phone we are going to have address here, address, and here we are going to use or to have gender. Also need to have a gender. We are going to have something like staff ID. So staff ID here, or let me copy this and paste. So staff ID here, staff ID just like that. We are going to have let's say password also. We are going to have a password, and need to copy and paste that password also here, and here also we need to use require, because we need to a user to have a password. So required here should be having, or required should be true. So this one here should be true here, and also here the other thing here we need to do is to have required also, because we cannot have a staff who doesn't have a staff ID, or the user who doesn't have a staff ID. So this one will be true, and also we'll have unique. This is a new one, so unique here also should be true just like that. Now the other thing is to we paste here, and this one will be role. So the role here we'll have as a string, but we'll have another option here that we called it default. So by default here we'll be having a user, just like that. And this is to make sure that when you're adding this data here into our database, if you have not specified the role of this stuff, they will be added just like a user. And also we need to have these documents, because we need to have documents here, and these documents here will have a type of array, because remember we need to upload like a document into our in our application or in our server, to be able to add like things like contract and also agreement for our stuff. And also the other thing is active here, also we need to add them. So is active is of type yes, is of type string, yeah. And also we need to have a default of true, or default of or yes, or something of the sort. And then now we can add another I think image. We can just add image here, because in future you might find that you need to have an image for your stuff. So here we need to add it. Oh, this one is a string, and this one will not add required. So this one is a string here, just like that. So this one is complete, this one is now okay. So I'll just right click here and then format this document here. So if you have not installed Prettier is the one that is helping me to just make sure that my document are formatted, yeah, like that. And when I save, you can also be able to see here we had starting our server automatically, and this is the work of NodeMon. That's why I was telling you need to install NodeMon. So now the other part that we need to go is into our client here, and because this is the same as our user, I'll just copy this here, part of the user, and then here I'm going to copy and then paste this one here. So we need to have other different information for our clients. So here we need to have the username. Username will be there, but here we need also to change this one to be client schema, just like that, client schema. And then here we need also to use client schema. This one here is client schema, and here also we need to add as client, just like that. And now let's see the information that will be required, that will be similar with our stuff for the user. So here we need to let's remove this username here. We won't have like a username, have full number, this full name here, this is okay, and this one will not be, this one will be required, so that's okay. The other thing is that we not need to have like an email, or even if we need to have it must not be like a required thing. So here also we need to have a phone number, we need to have an address, and then we need to get the gender also, because it is important. Need to have they don't have to have staff ID and a password here. So also the role, it should not be in here. They need to have documents, and is active is something that we can just leave it at that. So the other thing that also we need to add here, we need to add several stuff. So for example, we need to have something like DOB also. Here I'll add it here, DOB or date of birth, and then this one will be type of string, just like that, type of string. And also I'll just copy this one Oh, I remember I had copied. Okay, I had copied here. Okay, let me copy this dob and then paste it here several times, just like that. So here, after dob, the date of birth, we need to have a NDIS number here, and this is the NDIS number for our client. I'll just be explaining NDIS in full in a short. So here, this is NDIS number. Also, we need to have like a start date here, start date, and start date here is the date that you are starting your contract with this client. And also we need to have end date, also end date here. So we need to have this start date and end date, and also we need to have a description. So here we need to add like a disk here. This is a description. We need also to have what we need to also add up. Maybe we can add another thing like a role. We need like a role here. I think we have okay, I don't think it's important or is important. We can just add this load here and say default. You can just say this is a client. And okay, let me add the password. Maybe in future you might find you need to create a part for your client. So here you can just say type, and then here is a string, just like that, a string. Let me add it like just like that. That is a string. So yeah, so this is all that we need here. So I can see that all the information that we need to be having here is okay. We are okay. I don't think there's something that we have left out. So yeah. So now let's go back here into announcement here, and also we need to create announcement model for announcement here. So I guess for right now you have understood what this entails, how this is just a structure of our information in our DB. So here I'll just also come here and import mongoose. So let me import mongoose here. So when I import mongoose, it be using this mongoose. So this mongoose, just like that. And in here also we need to export it. So I just say module dot export or dot exports, and then here we need to use mongoose here, and then dot model, and in here we need to add announcement because we'll be sending announcements, just like that. And then in here we need to add announcements or no, announcement schema, that is announcements or announcements schema, just like that. So now we need to also create announcement schema here. So I just say const announcements or announcement schema, just like that. We need to have a mongoose here, mongoose dot schema, and what else? We need to have a mongoose schema here, and I think that's okay. We need to have like a title. First of all, this is the title that will be subject of our email. So this is the type here, and then here it will be string. So that one. So we need to have a description. So I'll just say description here, just like that. No, should be small letters. So description here, and then this is a type, like that. So this is a string, and do we need to have any other thing? Yes, time. So this is time also, the time that this announcement has been made. So this will be type, and then here it will be a string, just like that. I think that's okay. And then I don't think we have to have any other thing. Here we need to have something that we say timestamp, because this will be recorded into our database. So this one will be timestamps, and then here we'll add it as true here, just like that. And let me also check if let me copy this and check if we have added them into our user schema and also in our client schema. So copy this, and then in here in our client I have not added like this timestamps, so add it, save. Then here into our user also we need to have these timestamps added here, just like that, because they are important. So now after this, now we can save that. Let's go into our incidents. So these incidents are where you'll find that staff can report an incident that have occurred, and this is also very crucial. So here I create one now the schema for our incidents and the details that our incidents should have. So here this is mongoose, and we have a require here as an importing. So here we'll have mongoose also, just like that. And again, now we can start const incidents here, incidents, and then here we'll have to have incident schema. This one will be incident schema, and then mongoose, and then dot schema, just like that. And then here we need to export it. So here we need to export this one. We need to say module dot exports, and then in here we need also to add mongoose here dot model, and then in here we need to have incident, all incidents, and the other thing is to have incident schema, just like that. So after this, now I can come here and also add timestamps, just like that. And in here also I need to do to add now the schema itself, or how our data will look like. So we'll have a location, and location here it will have a type of string, and because this is the location of our where the incidents happened. So this one here, okay, can I add it? So just like that. So this one is capital S. So here this is capital S, and then here I just copy, and then I'll be pasting it here. So we have location, we need to have date. So I'll be pasting it several times, just like that, like that. So in here, just add these commas here. And then now we can start looking at the information that we may need from our incident. So the other thing is date. We need to have also the time here, time. We need to have let's add it as a type of incidents, just like that. Type of incidents, we need to have what else? We need to have also something like address of location, address of location, like that. Also, what else do we need to have? I think we can have maybe something after incidents, something like after incidents, incident, or after incident, something of the sort. Here we need to have another, can paste them here. After incidents, what else we can have? We can have actual incidents also, actual incidents here. So therefore we need also to have actual incident. Is it incidents of incident? Actual incident. Yeah. so actual incident, and also we can have other things like date of report. So here this information I'm collecting it from other shift taking applications. So date of report here. Also we need to have something like person 1. Okay, we can have person 1 here, and also because here is a comma, so I'll just paste it here several times. So this is here. So here person 1, we have here person 2, I think. So person 2, we need to have person 2 here, or person 2 or person 1 and phone 1. So this is person 1, phone 1, and then person 2 here, person 2 with phone 2 here, phone 2 here, and also don't forget the commas here, just like that. We have phone 2. We have also to have person 3 and phone 3. So this is person 3 here, person 3, and then here we need also to have a comma, phone 3, person 3, and then we have phone 3 here, phone 3. So what else do we need to have here? We need to have person infected or person affected. I think that's the right one. So person affected, just like that, person affected. And then here we can also have like a person completing form. So person, so I can say person completing form. So we can have also something like let's add person injured, if there is any person who has been injured. So person injured, like that. Also we can have something like report by, let me paste it here, and then we can say report by. So report by here, or is this okay, or maybe we can say report by here, just like that. So the other thing is we need to have role of the person. So let me paste here, and then we can have role of the person. So role of the person, just like that. We need also to have let's add a role of person. So I think we have like person affected. I don't think we need to have that. And then what happened in the last one here? So what happened, just something of the sort. So you can customize this data the way you want or how you want it. So here I'll just format. So make sure if you don't have PT extension, make sure that you have installed it to be able to to just format your code. So I think now we have the models. So now we have announcement, we have client, we have incidents here, have the user, and now this is okay. I think now we can end our video here. This is day 2, so that we can continue now building now the functionality tomorrow. We need to add other things that like routes, and also we have to add things like controllers to be able to start creating like a functionality in our backend. So let's end the video here. Have a good day. Remember to subscribe, like, and turn on the notification bell to be able to be receiving this notification when I add a new video on this series. Hello and welcome back to day 3 of this full stack shift taking application. So today we are going to start looking at, also we are going to look at how we can send the emails. So by now we have seen how our structure of the data will be in this model schema as we did in the previous video. So if you haven't watched the previous video, you can go back, watch the previous video so that we be on the same page. So here I want to add some folders here. So I'll add this folder called helpers here. So we have helpers folder here. Also, this folder will be having like a function that we'll be reusing in our application, because remember, you need to know how to restructure or to structure your backend to be able to have a good coding structure. So the other thing is that here we can also have another folder here, and this folder here we are going to call it email service, just like that. I think this is the way that we should code it. And inside this email service also we'll have attachment, and this attachment here, attachments, we can add any documents here. I will show you why we are adding attachments here, because this where we adding some attachments. So this is, I have misspelled, I think so, I have misspelled here. So this is attachments, and now after this, now these are attachment inside here. Now inside this email service here, we are going to create functions that will send different emails in our system, and those function will be using them in different parts of this application. So here also I'm going to add another folder that we call routes here, just like that. And now I think these are okay. By now we are going to add others as we are going along. So here now the first thing that I need to do here is to create a file, and this file here we call it send email. So this file will, because it is something that we use, we'll make sure that we have created here in helpers, because helpers is where you create functions that you, or the files that you'll be reusing in your application. So let me delete it first of all. So here I need to create this file that is called send email. Okay, we call it send email .js, just like that. So inside here now, this is where we are going to start a function for sending the emails. So here now the first thing that we need to do is to install some packages, and to do this I'll be adding another terminal here. So inside here you can see I have added another terminal, and then let me navigate to the backend, just like that. So here I want to install some here some dependency or some packages. So the first package that I'm going to use is Node Mailer for sending the emails, and also we are going to use EJS for templating our emails. That's why you can see our emails have a certain structure, that is. So I'll be installing them. So the other thing that I will be also be able to install later on is JWT, or JSON Web Token. So after we have installed these packages, we can continue now here by, first of all, we'll just be importing Node Mailer and see how we can send email. So first thing that I'll do is I'll say const and then Node Mailer, just like that, and in here I'll just require, just like that, and then Node Mailer, just like that also. And the other thing is that I will also I will just also import .env, and this one is from .env also here, .env. And the first thing that I will do also is to make sure that I do .env here to be able to use .env file. So right now I know you know how to use .env and why we have .env file. So here we have added .env config. And now the other thing that I want us to do before we continue is to create the password and choose the email that we'll be using to send our emails. So here I'll just open one of my emails. I'll be using one of my emails here, and I'll show you how to get the password to send the emails, because it's not the same as the password that you use to log in into your inbox email your email inbox. So just come here, I'll choose this one, I'll just choose this email here. So let me choose this email, so this email here. So let me select it. So it is just loading. So yeah, you can see I've opened now this email here. And then first thing first, make sure that your email has a two-factor authentication, because it won't let you do this to create an app password, because that's what we are going to do. So here, make sure that when you come here into your security here, you can see two-factor authentication is turned on. So you have this two-factor authentication. Now after this, now what you can do is that you come here into the app password here. Here you come here and type app password, and after that now you will be able to sign in again also. So sign in here also. So we are signing in here. So I'm just typing, and then I think my laptop had freezed. So let me log in again. And now I'm showing you how to create a password. So you can see already I have created one password here, and now I can create another password here if I want to. So here I'll just add a name. Here I'll just say shift taking application, shift taking application, or maybe let's add it shift up, shift taking app. So here I can click on create here, and here I can see the password that I have created. So I have created that password. That password is the one that we want, and I'll be deleting this password later on, because I don't want to impose some risk on my email. So here I'll just go into my backend here, and in a .env where we are storing some very crucial details, or the things that we don't want to push to GitHub. Here we are going to add a pass, just like that. I just add it as pass here, and then I'll paste this password, and then this password I'll be able to remove these spaces in between, just like that. And then also I'll be removing that. So also we need email. Yeah, we need to have an email, and this email is the one that we created app password for. So I'll be copying all of this password, or this email that is, and I'll be adding it here, just like that. Also I'll be adding admin email, admin email, just like that. And then it will be the same email here. So I'll just save that, and now we can continue with our creating. We'll be continuing to create our how to create how to send the email. So first thing first that we need to do is to first of all create a function. So I'll just call this const, and then, or let me just create as a function, the normal function. So I'll just say function, and then I'll say create transport or transporter, and here I think is transporter. I think I'm pronouncing it correct, just like that. So this is a transporter, and then in here I'm adding, or I'm accepting config as argument, and just like that. So the other thing is that I want to send or to export this function. So what I'll do, I'll say module. So module dot exports here, and this one I'll be send email, or send or I just say send email first of all, just like that. So here I want first of all to create a transporter, and then I'll create this function that we are calling send email. So because this is how to send email, so you need to first of all create transporter. So to create transporter, you need to create this as a function, and then the other thing that we need to do is now to structure our transporter. So our transporter here will have a variable, and this variable is, we are calling it transporter, just like that. And then in here we need to do node mailer and dot create transporter. So create transporter, so create transport, not transporter. So transport, and then here we'll be accepting this config, just like that. So the other thing that we are going to do is to return now the transporter. So return transporter, just like that. And now this is where now we are going to create this function that is called send mail. So send mail, just like that. And I'm going to show you how to use that function that we have created here, create transporter. So this is send email, and then here I'll just say async. And in here, because we are going to do some asynchronous task, so here I'm going to first of all get message options. Here we are going to accept email options or message options, and in here now we are going to start creating. Now we are going to create transporter again, just like that. And this transporter, we are getting it from create transporter because it is returning now the transporter after we have given it now configurations. So here we need to give it configurations, just like let me write it configurations, just like that. And then inside here also we are going to say await, and then transporter, and then dot verify, just like that. And then after this now we are going to await again, and this time we are going to say transporter. After we have verified transporter, I'm going to send mail now, just like that. And the first argument here is message options, and the second option here is callback function that will give us information or an error. So here we need to get an error or info, just like that. So now inside here, this is where we are going to say if we are getting error, just like that. Here we can console log that error. So console log error, that means that our email have not been sent, and we want to see this error. So after this now we can just say console log. So console log here, and I'll just say info, and we want to get response. So you can see here we have response, just like that. So as simple as that, we can be able to we are able to send the email. So this is the function that we'll be using in this application. So this one here. So now the other thing that I want you to do is I have a folder that contains our templates, and templates are just HTML code. So what we'll do here, I'll just come here because it is in my desktop here, and you can see this folder called templates. I'll just drag it and then get it inside this here, inside this backend folder here. And now you can see this templates here. So here, these templates here, you can see we have announcement.ejs, and if you look at them, you can see these are just HTML. I'm not going to create this from scratch because these are simple files that you can understand very easily. So here, what I want to show you is that this is just a HTML, and inside here, the other thing that you need to see is something like this one here. So this is announcement email, and you can see here we have description. So we are going to receive this description in our template, and you can see this is how we get our variables. This is how you pass in the variable in EJS or our template. So our email body will go with this description here, and this will be passed from our application and from our database or something of the sort. Now here also you can see we have another template or HTML, and in here you can see this one is for reset password. And if I scroll down here, you can see what will be passing here is just let me see. So here, what are we going to pass? I don't think here we are going to pass anything. So here I don't think we are passing anything at this time. So here also I'm going to see this one here, shift assignment. So assigning a shift. So here you can see we are going to pass in location, dates, time, type, duration. So this is how you pass in these variables or the data in our template, and this is something that I'll be going to show you. So here also update password. Here you'll be able to see here we have this password, and you can see the variable that we are passing here is a password. These others are not something that we'll keep keen on because this is HTML and CSS, and you can see our CSS is up here, just like a normal HTML and CSS. We are styling it here inside this tag called style, and now we have this welcome EJS here. So this welcome EJS, this is the email that we are sending when we register our staff. And here you can see the things that we are going to send. We are going to send full name, we are going to send staff ID, we are going to send password here. So, and then that's all. And actually to show you what I mean, like this one, welcome EJS here, let me look if I have that up, if I have that one of those emails. Yeah, and you can see now this is the email. So this is what we are calling template, and you can see the data that we are passing in. This is the full name, this is staff ID, and here this is the password. And that's what you can see here, the full name, the staff ID, and the password. But the template is this one here, all of this you can see here. So this is very crucial. I know you have seen so many applications having this. So what I'll do, because I don't want also you to start from scratch, coding from scratch, so I'll be attaching this folder here. I'll zip this folder and then upload to Google Drive, and then I'll add that link into the description of this video so that you not have a hard time just creating this from scratch, and to save some time. So you'll go through this and you'll be able to understand what I mean. So now I want to create the functions to send the emails. So here we need to to create the functions, several functions that we'll be using to send the email. So first thing that we want to have is welcome email. So here I'll just create another file. I'll just say welcome. You can say this is welcome.js, just like that. So, and then here we can now try to create now the email for the function to send the email for welcoming our staff, or the first initial email that staff get when we register them. So first of all, I will be navigating back to our terminal here to be able to see the server, the server is running or run DB, so that if we encounter the error we can see it sooner. So here we have this welcome.ejs. So here I want to import ejs first of all. This one we are getting it from require, and then ejs, just like that. Also we need to have we import const, and then here we need to import .env, and then this one we are also importing it from .env, and now the other thing is we need to have we are going to get path. So I'm just say path, and here we require path, and I'll be showing you how to use this path. So path is a very crucial thing also, and I will be showing you why. So here path, and then here I'm going to add let's add path, because right now I don't think we have path. So what I do, I'll navigate back here and I say npm and then install path, just like that. And as it continues to install, I'll go back here, and first the other thing that I'll just import, I think I have everything, so I'll just say .env and then config, just like that. So now let me create now the function. So the function here, I just say const, just like that, and then we just call this send welcome email, just like that. So here also this one will have a sync, and in here there are now the data that we are going to get now. So here, first thing, what we need to send with this email, first of all, let me first of all export it. So module.exports, just like that, and then here we are going to, actually this is wrong, so module.exports here, and in here I'm going to send welcome email, just like that, because we are going to use it in another file. So here also we need to receive some data. So first thing is full name, and also we need to get staff ID, and also we need to get password, and now the other thing is email, just like that. So these are the things that we are going to send or to use in our email. So here I'll just now start by templating our email. So here we just say EJS, and to template we are going to use a function called render file here. So this function, just like that. So in here the first thing that we need to get, or the first argument, is our templates. So our templates, we are getting it from this folder that is called templates here, this one here. And now we need also to get the file or the template itself. So we are calling it, we call it welcome.ejs, and you can see here we have this welcome.ejs, just like that. Now the other argument that you are getting here is a data that we are going to send. So we are going to send full name, we are going to send staff ID, just like that, and also we are going to send data or password, that is, we are going to send the password. So this is the data in terms of this object here. So the first argument here is the path to our template, which is welcome.ejs. You can see here welcome.ejs, and make sure this template is inside this, it is in the root directory of this backend folder. So now the third argument here that we need is another callback function. So this callback function here, just like that. So this is coding just like that. And here, because we are going to send the email here, we are going to use async, just like that. And then the other thing that we need to do here is this is async, yeah, just like that. And then here now, this is where we are going to have several stuff. So because this is a call function, we are going to get either the error or data. So the other thing here, inside here, we are going to get to get this now, the message options. So here I'll just say let, and then here I can say message options, just like that. And now this message options is just an object of stuff. So this, you might be wondering, what is this image options? So when you come here, you can see we are somewhere, we are accepting these message options here. That's why you can be able to see here we need to have these image options here. So what we'll do, so let me go back here into our EJS, and the first thing that we need to have is from. So this from here is from which email that we are sending the email. So here I just say process.env and .email, just like that. And there, now the other thing is we need to get also to which where we are going to send this email, and we are getting this from this email. You can see here we have this email here, so we are going to send to that email. And also we are going to get subject, we are going to send the subject of this email. So this subject will be saying welcome to, let me say welcome to AM shifter, just like that. And now the other thing is here we have the subject, and also we have to have HTML. So this HTML here will send the data. So this data that we are getting here, so if it is successful, then it means that we are going to send the data here. So this data is a combination of templates and some other stuff. So here we need to also to have attachments. So attachments here. So if we need to send any attachments, we can send them here. So attachment is just an array, and this array you can send. Now inside here we can have an object, and here we can send like a path, and then if we have any attachment that we want, we can send it here. So right now I don't have attachment that I want to send, so I'll just leave it like that. What else do I need? Or I can just even remove it entirely. We don't need to send any attachment, just like the normal email. So now the other thing is that now we have this welcome here, and after now we have done this, created this let message option, or these message options. So the other thing that we need to do is now try catch. So this try catch here. So inside here, what we need to do, we calling now the send mail here. So this one here. So this send mail here, we are going to now input message options, or we are going to get message options from this one here, you can see. And here also we are going to await, because remember this one is just a synchronous function. And in here, if we are not sending we can just console log the error. So console log error, and in future I'm going to create a course that will be showing you how also you can be sending the error. And also, yeah, I want to format this code. So here you can see we have this error that we are going to send. So you can see here we have this error that here we have this error, and this is now if we get now or if it is successful, we are going to send this data here. So, and this data is containing this template here. So that is it. So that is welcome email. So we are going to create another function here. So let me see if I have exported it. So yeah, we are going also to send announcement. So here I'm going to say announcement dot e or dot js, just like that. And in here, first of all, I'm going to copy everything that is up here, because we are going to need them. So ejs, just like that, everything here, and putting it up here also. And also here I'm going to add a function that we are going to call it announcement email. So this is announcement email here, and this one also, because it's an arrow function, it is a sync. And here we are going to create this function here, or not like that. Let me remove this. It's not square brackets here. And also we are going to export it. So module dot exports, and in here we are going to add announcement email. So just like that. So now we are going also to create now we are going first of all to get email users, because remember this one will go to any user that is in our database. So to do that, first of all, we need to import the user model, and here I'll just add is equals await, and then here I'll just export user from our models. You can see it up there, and you can see we have imported it, and we can say find just like that. So we can find all the users that are in the database, and these users are the same as staff. You can use staffs, or you can use users the way you want. So here the first thing that we get is users. So now, to make sure that we have sent the announcement email to every staff that is in our database, we need to loop through all these staffs or the users. So I'll just first of all check if we have the users. So to do that, because this one will be array, I'll just say users.length if users.length is greater than 0, so meaning that we have users in our database. So here now, after this one, we'll be able to loop. So I'll just say for, just like that, just say let, I'll just say user of users, just like that. So now this is how we are going to loop, and inside now here, this is where we are going now to send the email. So and our template, so we are going to say ejs.render file. So here ejs, okay, this is render file, just like the other one. And here this is where you are going to see the why we created the helper folder, and also the email to send the email called send mail. So here is render file, and on here now you see, like what we expect. We expect the templates, and then our template, and our template here is announcement ejs, announcement.ejs. And you can, because you can see here, let me check here, in our template you can see announcement.ejs. So the second argument here is just the data that we want to send. So in this one, we are only need to just send description here. So this is description, just like that. So, and now we have callback function here. So this is callback function, and in here, because this announcement, this is where we are going to get we are going to send the title, and we are going to receive the title and the description right here. So just like that. So now the other thing is, now we are going, this will be async, and in here we are going to get either an error or data, just like that. So here we need also to create the message options, and to do that, I'm going to copy this because they are the same thing. So here I'm going to copy this, and also to send this, so just like that. And in here I'm going to, first of all, here I'm going to send different I'm going to send different subject. So in this case, I'm going to use temporal literal here. So here I'm going to send the title as a subject. And also the other thing that we are going to send here, we are going to use user.email, because remember, this is, we are going to be looping. So that's why you can see we are going to use because we are looping up here. You can see here user, so we are going to use user.email. So the other thing is that we are going to, from here, the same email that we are going to send our email. So we are going to use one email for announcement, for our everything. And you can use this if you want to, or you can use different emails, but in our case we are going to use only one email. So this is which we are saved as this process.env.email. So here you can see this email here. So now what else do we need to do? So here also we are going to now say try catch. So inside this here, after this we are going to say, actually I'm not going to use try catch, or let me just try catch here, just like that. And here I'll just say await, and then here I'll just say send mail. So send mail, the function that we are using it, and here I'm going to say message options, or I'm going to send message options. So you can see we are using this function, and that's why we put it in our helper folder, and also we created that function, that send mail, that we are going to reuse it. So actually now I don't think let me see, I want to confirm something. So here I want to confirm there's something that I forgot, and because you can see here we need to accept configurations here, but there's nowhere that we have added configurations. So configuration is just an object of some options in our email. So here I just add configurations, and in here I'm going to add as an object here. So this is red configurations, and in here I'm adding service. So service here we are going to use Gmail. If it's another email like Outlook, you'll be adding that as an Outlook. So here also I'm going to add host, and host here is just smtp.gmail, and then here .com, just like that. And also we are going to have a port, and port is the port for SMTP. It will be 587, and also we are going to need to require TLS. So here we need to require TLS. So require, just like that, TLS. This here we are going to add as true, and also we are going to require also, or to have an auth here. So this auth here we are going to, it's just another object inside an object. So here we need to have a user, and this user here we are going to add as our email. So .env, and then here we are going to add email, something of the sort. And also we are going to have a pass here as our password. So here I'm going to add process.env, and then let's look at how we saved our password. So yes, it's pass. So this is .pass here, .pass. And is there anything that I'm forgotten? Not. So now that's okay. So now we can be able to use this function without errors, because you can see we have these configurations that we are passing, and you can see this is the configuration. You can see create transporter here, which we are going to use here, and after we have put this, or after we have accepted the configuration, and it is returning transporter, which we are assigning here. And also you can see first thing that we do is to verify the transporter here, and then after that we send the mail. We say transporter.send mail, and then the options, and you can see these options are these ones here that we are creating inside here, and then we accept it in the send mail here. So that's how this is working, or this system is working. And if you are not getting, just take your time. I'm adding the source code for this system in description of this video, so that you can go through and understand what I mean. So here we are going to add another function, because we are sending different emails. So the other email that we are going to send is for a shift assignment email. So here I'm going to add another file, and here I'm going to call it shift assignment here, shift assignment.js, just like that. And I'm going also to copy this here, all this, because we are going to reuse them. So here I'm going to add them here, and after that now I'm going to create a function, so a const, and then here this is send here shift assignment, just like that. And then here I'm going also to create this function here, and also I'm going to export it. So module.exports, and then in here I'm going to send this or to export this send shift assignment, just like that. So the other thing is that inside here now I'm going to do the same thing that I'm doing, but first of all I need to here to add async, because here we are going to send the email, and that is a synchronous function. So the first data that we are going to get here is location, and then in here also we need to get the date, the time. We are going to accept also the type, and then we are going to accept duration, and also we are going to accept client, and what else, we are going to create email and also the notes here, just like that. So after that, now we can come here and say EJS, so render file, just like that. And right here you know what the first argument is. This is the templates, and then after templates, the template, we are coding this template for this shift assignment. So here is shift, this is shift assignment. Let me see if there is a caps. So yeah, shift assignment dot EJS. And what else? The second one here is our data. So this data, all of it. So I'm going to take all the data here except the email. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it inside here, because this is the data that we are going to send. And in here I want to remove this email here. And one thing that I want to show you is that also you need to match this, how you are getting this data and how you are going to pass it, because you can see here we have the location, and this is how we are going to call it when we are passing it in our template. For example, in this EJS here, you can see we are calling it location, so it should be matching how we are calling this variable. So come here, you can see the date is here, you can see it is date. Make sure they are matching time, type, duration, all that. And now we need to have the second here, the second or the third argument. So the third argument here, of course, is our callback function. So our callback function here should have, or should give error or data. So inside here also we are going to now have the options. So these options, let me look for these options. Yeah, so this option, yeah, it's the same. So I'm going to copy this, and inside here I'm going to paste it here. So here you can see we are going to use to send from process.env.email, and also the to email. Then you can see this email is this one here, and also we are going to change the subject, and this one, the subject of our email now will be you have a new shift, just like that. And now I can add here try catch. So try catch here, just like that. And already you know what we need to do here in our try catch. So we need to send, or to call this send mail function here, and what we are going to pass is message option or options, just like that. And also now we can console log the data here. So console log dot the data, or the error, that is. Yes, so console log the error. So that's why you can see we are using this function send mail, and that's why we needed to create this function, so that we can be able to resend it. So I'm going to format this code, and now we need to also have another function, and this one is for updating the password. So when you have updated the password, you'll be sent the email. And just like let me see if I have that email here. So here you can see you've changed your password, so this one, like this one here. So let me go back into my application, and in here now I'm going to create another file. This file we are calling it update. So update password.js, just like that. So the same thing that we are doing, you just come here up and copy everything here, just like that. And then in here I can paste this, and right now I know what I know you know what we are going to do. We are going to say const, and in here I can say send update password email, just like that. And then this one will be a sync function here, just like that. Here it is a sync function, and also here I'm going to export it, so module.exports, just like that. And I'm going to export this send update email. Okay, note that. So send update password. And now inside here I'm also going to do to render the file, but first of all we need to get here email and the password, email and password. So this password here. So here we need also to do ejs dot render file, so just like that. And then here the first option of course is about templates. So templates, this one we are calling it update password, this is caps, update password dot ejs. And then the second one here we are going to send is the password, the data that we are going to send, because if we check here in our email you can see we are only going to send this updated email. So and here also we are going to also do one, the other thing is we need to have this function here. So this function is a sync, just like that also. And this one will be our callback function. So you can see a similar thing. So here is the error and then data, and inside here we need to declare message options. So here I'm going to take this message options and everything inside here, because this is the same thing, we are not going to change anything. So here I'm going to copy this, and inside this update password here I'm going to paste it here. But we need to change several things. Like here we need to first of all here change this subject. So here we are going to say you have, or you've changed or you have changed your password, just like that. And then the other thing is that also we are going to send the data, and then you can see the other ones are the same, send mail, and also here we can console log the error. So now the other thing is that we need also to have the reset password here. So I'm going to do reset password, so reset password .js here. So inside also you know what we are going to do. We are going to copy all of this, and let me copy it just like that. Come here, copy it, and then update password here, or not reset password, sorry. So here reset password, and also here in reset password I'm going to do the similar thing that we did with others. So here to see the reset password, so we are going to create the function const and then send reset password, just like that. And email, this is email, reset password email. So here I'm going to add a sync function here, and this is an arrow function, and in here also I'm going to say module.exports, and in here I'm going to export this send email password here. So now the similar thing, so here I'm going actually to copy, so here I'm going to copy everything inside here, so because it's similar thing. So here I'm going to copy all of this just like that, and actually because this one, yeah, I'm going to copy all of this, and here I'm going to paste it here. So we need to change several stuff. So here first of all we need to change, like let me see. So actually I've not copied everything, so I'll just first of all remove it. So let me remove it like that. We need to copy from where? From here, EJS, up to, let's see here. So copy this one and then paste it here, because you can see it's similar thing. So here first thing first is this one is reset password. So reset password, we are going to change that. So reset password of EJS. So here I'm going to also, I'm not going to just, I'm not going to send any email, so, or any data, that is. So you can see here I can leave it like that. So I'm having only two options, this for template and this for callback. So here I'm going to add a subject. So this subject is your reset password link. And actually I don't think we are going to use this template, and or this function here. So what else do I need? Actually that's all. So here we have created now the functions here for sending the emails. So I'm hoping that you have understood what we are doing, and if you have not understood, you can go into the GitHub source code and see what is happening. Also you can ask in comment section if you have not understood what we are doing here, so that I can be able to also be able to discuss in the comment section about what is happening here, because I think this is one of the critical things that you should understand. So now, because we have created these functions, it will be easier for us to send the emails, because what we need to do first of all is that if I need to register this user, after the user have been registered in our database, what I'll do is that I will call this function like this one here. So, and I will be passing full name, staff ID, password, and then email. And by calling this function, it will just send the email with this subject, welcome to AM Shifter, and also it will just send with this template here. So that I think you can understand. If we want to shift our assignment to assign a shift, so it will be, we are going to call this function that is called send shift assignment, and also we are going to pass this information: location, date, time, type, duration, client, email, and notes. And you can see now how easy things are becoming, because we have structured our application the way it should be. So that's all that I wanted to discuss in this topic, so, or in this video. So I want to stop here because I don't want this video to be long. So if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video. Hello and welcome to day 4 of this full stack shift taking application. So today we are going to start looking at authentication, how the user will be able to log in, and also how admin should register the staffs or the users. So if I come here, the first thing that I want to do first of all is to also add another package or packages. I'll just install packages like JSON Web Token. So I'll just say JSON Web Token here. And also the other package that I installed is Malta, because this Malta will help us to be able to upload files. So let me install this two packages. And also at this level here, at the root level here, we need also to add a file or something that we call files, because we need also to upload the files. So these files will be uploaded into this application, and this file will be uploaded here. So this would be on the root folder here, and then I'll create another folder that is called files, just like that. So now the other thing is that in here, in our routes here, I want to create another file that we'll call auth.js, something of the sort here. And here is where we are going to start creating the functionality for logging in and logging out. So here, first thing first, let me just draw this back or this down, and then in here I'll just say const, and then here express, just like that. And then here what I do is that I will import express. So let me import this express here, just like that. And here I want to also get the router. So here, to get the router, you need to say router, and then you say express function express dot router, just like that. And then here now you need to export this router. We just export this router, just say export, and then out export actually is module.exports module.exports something with the sort module.exports, and then here this is router, just like that. So here everything that will be done here, I want to import it in our index.js. So here actually the first thing, also the other thing that I need to do is to accept some other things like middleware. So here I'll just say app.use, and the first thing that I want to do is to accept express.json here as a function, and this is to help us to send and receive JSON data, because if we don't add this middleware here, we won't be able to transmit or send and receive JSON data. So that's why we're adding this here. And also the other thing that I need to add is this dot use or another middleware, and here we are going to call this course as a function, and this is to make sure that we don't have restriction of maybe the URL or maybe the origin that should access our server, that is. So this is what I wanted to add here. And also now here actually I can just come here and comment routes that we are going to use. So the first thing here, I'll just also say middlewares, just like that. And also here in the roots, I'll just say app.use, and in here I'll just start by API, and then I'll say version 1, and here also I'll just add let's say auth, something of the sort. And then here I'll just let me first of all import the router. So I'll just say const user router or auth router. Let me call it auth router, and here, or let me call it auth route, and here I'll require or import here. What I import is I'm going to import from this router here, and I'm going to import this auth here, just like that. And here now I'll just add auth router, just like that. So that is it. And here I want to format this first of all. So I'm going to format. So when we are going to actually be visiting this router here, or this route here, auth api.version /version1/auth, I'm going to now be able to go into this router, in this auth route, and here this is where we are going to have functionality for registering the user or the staff and also logging in. So I'm going back here, and before that also I can create here a test here, a test route, and this test route here will help us to be able to know if our backend is running or our backend is active. So I'll just say app.get, and in here I'll just say test, just like that. And then here I'll just have this arrow, this request and response, and in here I'll just say test.status, and here I'll just say 200, and then JSON. Here I'll just add something like test is okay, something of the sort. And this will be a route that we'll be using to test if our server is working. So for example, if I come here and say and add here maybe something like, you can see we have this route that is 3000. I want to just remove all of this here because this is a localhost 8800, and then /test here. I'm going to test, so you can see here I can be able to test if my server is running or through this route here, test. So because here you can see test is okay, so this one that we are sending here. So now this is one thing, and now the other thing that we need to do here is now to be able to start working on functionality for registering the user. So I'll just go back here in my route here for auth, and then here the other thing that I need to do is to start by registering. So I'll just say let me first of all also here move this up here, and I think this is okay. So yes, so let me start here. So first of all, let me start by adding this comment here, and I'll say registering just like that. Otherwise, how can I experience? So register, why this spelling is confusing me. So router, and then because it will be a post, and in here I want to add register or register something of this sort, and then here I want request and then response, and in here now we can start looking at the functionality. So here also I'll add another comment here, just say login, just like that. This one also will be a post request, so I'll just say router and dot post, and this one here will be login, just like that. And in here we need also request and response, just like that, and this like that. So here now we can start building now the registering functionality. So I'll just start by first of all accepting the data from the user or from admin, because admin is the one who will be registering our user. So I'll just be creating another variable here, and I'll call this const, and then here I'll say new user here, and then this new user we are going to create like a user here, and you can see this user will be coming from our models. So this is user, you can see here we have imported now our user, and in here now what we can do is that we can create this another like this one here, which is an object, and we start by username. So username here will be coming from request.body.username, just like that. And then we need to have email, and email also will be coming from request.body.email. Also we are going to have full name here, so this is full name, and then here we need to have this one as request.body, and then dot full name, just like that. Also we need to have let's say phone, and then this will be request dot body dot phone. So another one is address, and this one will be request dot body dot address. And then the other one is we need to have staff ID. So this is staff ID here, and here we need to have request dot body dot staff ID, something of the sort. Here also we need to have gender, and in this one we're going to be request dot body dot gender. And then we need also to have documents, and here first of all I'll add documents as just an array, just like that. I won't be adding anything for now, so I'll be doing that in when we are going to integrate with our admin area. So here is documents, and also we need to have a password here. So our password here, first of all I want to encrypt our password, and to do this we can use a package that will help us to encrypt our password before we store it in our database, because remember it's very unsecure to just save the password in a plain text. So here I'll just add or I'll just be able to install a package. So I'm going to install this package, install, and this package is crypto -js. So there are so many other packages that you can use in. So this is crypto and then .js, like that. So there are so many packages also that you can use. So there's like packages like cryptic, and also there are other packages that also you can use. So here I'll just come here and then let me import it. So const and then crypto js is equals require, and then here we need to get crypto.js, this package here. And then now we can go back here, and now we can be able to encrypt our password. So here I'll just say crypto.js, and then we can say .eas. You can see there's several algorithm that you can use to encrypt. So I'm going to use AES and then .encrypt, and then in here I'm going to be able to get my password, request .body .password, just like that. And then the other argument that I'm going to use here is process.env, and then here I've just encrypt it using my pass and all my password. Let me just call it secret. So let me call it secret. I'll be using caps, so secret, like that. And also I'm going to use let me do it like toString, just like that. So here you can see this package here requires you to add requires you to give it the password and also the secret that you want it to be used to encrypt, because also this secret is the one that we are going to use when we be comparing the password from the user and the password that we have in our database. So when we are logging in, so in our .env we are going to create this variable, so secret. So I'm going to copy this secret here, and also I'm going to paste it here like that. And now here in our secret I'm going to just add random characters, just like that. So this one will be used to be able to encrypt and decrypt. So because remember, this one now it is making our application secure. So that is it. And now if we have created this variable, now what we can do is that we can come here and say try catch. So here we just say try catch, and now the very first thing that what we need to do is in our try catch here, I'm going to save first of all. So here actually I want to do something like async, because we are going to use asynchronous methods. So here I want to try catch, and now here I can say const user, and here I will say await, and this one will be user. Actually not here I'm going to just say I'm going to say user and then await, and then I'll just say new user and then dot save, something of the sort. Okay, this is a small letters, so save like that. And now after we have saved this user into our database, then now we can be able to send the email. So now remember we have created the function to send the email for welcoming our staff into our system or in our company. So I'm going to call that send to call this function here, send welcome here, welcome, or what do we call it, send. Let me see if I can get that function. This function is inside this service, and I think I called it welcome, send welcome email. So this is send welcome email. So I'm going back here because I have already exported it. So I'm going to come here and say await and then send welcome. You can see it already. So I can import it, and then in here, if I call this function, you can see we need to give it full name, staff ID, password, and then email. So I'm going to start with the full name. So the full name will be from request.body full name, just like that. And also I'm going to also give it request.body and then staff ID, and also I'm going to give it now the saved. So first of all, I can maybe make sure here, because remember I don't want to send it. Oh, I can just send here I can send request.body password, like that. And also I want to now send the email, so request.body email, just like that. So after I have done this, now I can send maybe I can send now the message and say rest or response status here. And because this is creating, I'm going to use status code of 201 and then .json, and in here I can say user saved successfully here, successfully. And also now the functionality is okay. So here I can just say rest.status, and then I'll just add 500 and then .json, and then I'll say something went wrong, No, in the coming tutorial I'll be showing you how also you can be able to send the emails, send the errors, that is, sorry for that. So now we are able to register using such a functionality. So I'm not going to test right now. I want to first of all finish register and login, so that when the testing comes, we'll just be testing, registering and logging in at the same time, because I think that would be more effective. So now let's go and create functionality for logging in. So logging in will be a little bit long, so, or complicated. So I'll just say try and then catch. So the first thing that we need to do here is const and get. Now we'll be able to get our user using the staff ID. So here I'm going to say user, and then I'll say await, and in here I can say user from here, from our model user. And actually, because you can see here we have error here because we have not added here async. So here also I can say user and dot find and dot find one here, and this one I'm going to be getting staff ID from this field called staff ID, and I'm going to look for staff ID sent from our admin, from our staff, that is. So from staff ID, just like that. So here now, after now we have tried to look staff ID into our database, what will happen is that we can find this user, or we cannot, maybe we'll not be able to find this user. So if we don't get this user, so let's negate. So if we don't get this user, we should send an error. So I'll just return, and I'll say res.status, just like that. And also here I'll just say 401 for an authorization, and then JSON, and then here I'll say you have not registered. You have not registered, something of the sort. Now if the user exists, now there are other things that we should do. First of all, we need to also make sure that we get our password. So we just say const and then say hashed, or here password, hashed password. And here I'll just say crypto.js dot eas, and then here I'm going to say decrypt, because I'm going to decrypt the password. So here I'm going also to get user password here, and then I'm going to use process.env, and then now the secret. Remember, we use the secret up here to hash this password. So I'm going to use the same secret to be able to decrypt it. So here you can see hashed password, and then I'm going to decrypt it. So now the time for comparing the password is here. So I'll just go and say, I'm going to say const original password, something of the sort. I'm going to say hashed password, and then I'll say .toString, something of the sort, and then I'll just say crypto.js, and then .enc, something of the sort, and then .utf8, something of the sort. So this is just comparing. So after now this, I'm going to say original password. So now I'm going to compare to be able to know if the password are not equal or are equal. So if original password, something of the sort, is not equal, so is not equal here. Okay, is not equal to request dot body dot our password here. What we'll do is that we'll send an error also. I'll just send an error saying return, and here I'm going to say res.status, and here I'm going to use 500. Actually I can add maybe 401 or I can omit this and say res.json, and then in here I can add wrong credentials. So wrong credentials, something of the sort. So, and then after this, now what we are going to do, if now the password also are okay, so if those two passwords are, you can compare them, and they are the same. So I'm going to do const, and in here I'll just say password. So, and then I'll destructure the other information here using these 3 dots, and then in here I'm getting this from user and then underscore doc, so something of the sort. So this is this user dash underscore doc, this is just the user from our database, so there's no other thing that is different from that. So here you can see I've destructured the password and the other information, because remember this information will be sending them to the front end, and we don't want to send also the password to the front end, so because that would be unsecure. So here, now after this, now I want us to sign now. So I'm going to say const access token. So because we know we need also to have a token to be able to to make sure that our system is secure. So I'm going to up here, and I'm going to say const JWT, and this one I say require here. I don't think I installed JSON Web Token, or I installed it. Okay, that is JSON Web Token. So I installed it, and here I'm going to say JWT and then dot sign. So here I'm going to sign here. So here I'm going to first of all add here ID. I'm going to store here in our token ID. So I'm going to say user dot underscore ID, something of the sort. I'm going also to add is let's say is admin, something of the sort, or even I can say is admin, and then here I'm going to say user and dash is admin, and also okay admin, and also I'm going also to add or to store all this. So or even I can just store the ID, and let me store the role. So and I'll say user dot role. So let me first of all go and check if I'm having the role. Yeah, I think I'm having the role. So here the user, let me go to the user. Here I have the role. Yes, so something of the sort. And then what else I can do is that I can be able to now use our process.env here, and I want to sign also using something we call it JWT sec for secret, and I'm going to add that on our .env. So here I'm also going to also do expire. So when do we want our access token to expire? I'll just add to be 10 days, so something like that. So this 10, and then this is 10 days. If I want like 5 minutes, I can add like 5 minutes, so something of the sort. So now you can see I have access token, and now I want to save this or to add this JWT sec here in our .env file. So something of the sort. Here I'll just say shift taking. So I'll just say shift taking application. So this token is the one that we'll be using to access some of the routes, and also and then protect some of our routes, because remember, some routes we must access them when we have logged in, and other routes we can just leave them like that. So since we have now access token, what we can do is that we can send this to 200, can send the information. So let me send the info. So the information, the rest of the information, and also we can also send the access token, just like that. So after this, now also I can just say res dot status, and then here I can add 500 and then dot json, and then send the error, something of the sort. So that is it. So this is the functionality for logging in and logging and registering. So here I want to just scroll or to push this down, and also I can change the route here to see if already our server is running. So here you can see this is the functionality for logging in. Let me first of all format this. So now this is logging in, and you can see here we are starting by finding the user in our database using staff ID. And if we don't have the user, we are going to send this error, you have not registered. Also, I'm going to first of all decrypt the password, hashed password, and then I give it the password from our database, and then this secret from our .env. And also here I'm going to compare these two passwords here, and if these passwords are not the same, I'm going to send this error, wrong credentials. After that, now I'm going, if we have the same password, or if the two passwords are the same, I'm going to destructure the password and info, so that I can be able to send the info and the access token. So here also I'm going to create access token. So access token here, we create it by signing in using our data, like our ID, user ID from the database, and also the role of the user here. And this we can be able to determine if the user is admin or is just a regular staff. And also here you can see we are signing it using this process.env .jwt secret here. And also we can see our access token will be expiring in 5 minutes. So I think this is very will be expiring too soon, so I'll just say 10 days. And yeah, I think that's okay. And then now you can see we have sent this info and also the access token into our front end. So this info is something like full name, and then other things like email, and then username, all those the information. So this information, the other information other than now the password, because you can see now we have destructured this, and then we leave the password, and then we send the other information. So here in our registering, it's very simple. You can see we are start by creating this new user, and this new user we are creating this user from the user model here, and we can give this user model username, email, full name, phone number, address, staff ID, gender, documents, and password. And here also we are able to now be able to send, first of all, save this user to our database, because we are not supposed to send the email before we save this user to our database. So now after that, you can see we are calling the function for sending the email, and now we can pass this other information like full name, staff ID, password, and then email. So that is it. I think this makes sense. And if you are getting lost, you can go into source code. I'm attaching that source code in on the description of every video to a source code, so that you can be able to see this functionality. You can copy and paste, but make sure you are understanding. So that is it. I want us now to be able to test this application, but I'm feeling like this. Now let us test our registering and also logging in so that we can be able to see how this application is working. So I'm going to use the Postman software here. So this is what you use to test a backend. So if you don't have like a front end, or is the best way to test your backend, but you can use the other method. If you have any other method that you can use to test your backend, you can go ahead and test your backend using those methods. So I'm proficient with using this Postman. So let me use this Postman here, and also it's the most common way of just testing your backend. So it is just loading here, so let's give it time, and after that we can be able to test our backend, the functionality for registering and also functionality for logging in. So it's taking a lot of time, and so when you open your Postman, you'll be able to see that it looks like this. This that you can see here. So there are something that we call collections, and here you can see like the other application that I have built here. So like this collection here for attuned pathways, we have LMS here, and also other services, other collections here. So collection is just where you just keep the collection of request. So here I'm going to create maybe another blank collection here, and inside this collection I'm going to rename it. So I think I'm going to rename it here. So I'm going to call this shift taking application, something of the sort. And through these collections here, I'm able to go and create a request. So add a request. So the first request here will be a postman, or will be post, that is. So this will be post, and then let me paste the URL here. So right now, because this one will be 8,800, and the other thing is that we need also here to start by registering. So I'll just say register, and there's somewhere I want to add auth here. So this is auth, something of the sort, because remember I'm going to access this route. So let's see here. So in our index here, I'm going to try and access this route API slash version 1 slash auth, which is this one here. And then if I try this, I'll be sent to auth route, and this auth route here, I'm going now to specify now register. Here you can see register. So register, and then now I want to send the data, and then I'll send it using the body here. And here I'm going to use raw and then JSON here. So which information I'm going to send? So I'm going to send the username. So here I need to send the username. So let's say username, something of the sort. So username here will be James, something of the sort. And also let me see the other information that I'm going to send. I'm going to send the email. So this is email here. So I'm going to send this email here, James here, just something like that. And also I'm going to also send other information. So this information like full name. So full name, something of the sort, full name. So full name here will be James here. And then the other thing is that I'm going to also send phone. So this is phone, or not really here, the phone is small letters. So here the font will be anything, any characters here. And then here after the font, now I'm going to add what else? I'm going to add address. So address here, and then this one will be any address that I think of. I can say just Sydney 1234, and here also I'm going to add another information which is staff ID. I just say staff ID, and this staff ID here I'm going to add it as AP, okay, caps AP, and then maybe something like that. Also I'm going to add which other information, the gender. So here gender, and here gender I just say this is male, and also we're going to add password. So I'm going to add password as password 123234. I'm going to show you how we'll be sending like a strong password to a database. So here I don't think I have any other thing that that I need to send. I think that's all documents. We'll not be going to send them right now. So here that is it. I don't think there's any other thing that we need to do. So I'm going to send this information, and let's see. So yeah, you can see user saved successfully. So now I want to go to our backend here, and you can see there's this long text here that have been sent, and this is email ID that has been sent, and this here is coming from, let me show you. So this is coming from this one here. So you can see now welcome, not here, actually now helper here, this is coming from here, console log info.response. This is the one that is producing this one here, and this is crucial because we want to know if the email has been sent. So if we go back into our inbox in our this email that we have registered it, so let me go back, and yeah, not this one, I think it is the other email. So I'm going to open this email here that I have registered, and we are going to see that we have gotten an email. So yeah, you can see we have this email here saying welcome to AM Shifter. So if I open it, you can see it is coming with our information here. So you can see our information, and also you can see we are attaching our template. So that is it, and let me see on registering or logging in. So when we are logging in, we need to send, let me see what we're going to send. We're going to send staff ID and the password. So I'm going to create another request here. So inside here in our collection, I'm going to add a new request, and this also is a post request. So let me see. So this is one is a post request, and also I'm going to use this one, but here is logging or log in, and here I'm going to send the information in the body, and then it is raw, and then here is a JSON. So here I'm going to send staff ID, and it should be the same, this staff ID, like staff, and then ID is caps. So here I'm going to add AP, and then 1100, and I'm going to check in my email if that is my ID that have staff ID that have registered. Yes, and then here also in my postman I'm going to send the password. So password, and then here the password, let me see the password. So this is the password here. Oh, this is the password, sorry. So let me see the password here. I'm copying. Let me copy this password and then send it. So copy that and then I will be sending it. So let's see if you can see we are getting wrong credentials and I don't know why. So let me see if why we are getting these wrong credentials here. So I'm putting this down and let me see where the problem is in our router or the auth here. So we are getting here this user and then let's see in our logging in you have not registered and then here it's getting saying that wrong credentials here. So because if we check here you can see wrong credentials. So I think here we have the problem. This is where we have the problem. There's something that I forgot and this is crucial also. So I'm going to first of all get .env here and then let me import it. So require and then .env like that, and then here I'm going to say .env and then .config, something of the sort, because this is very crucial. So here I will be registering another user first of all. So let me go back here and in our register here I'm going to now register another user. So this time I'm going to use this email and again I think here also I'm going to use this here this staff ID. So I don't think there's any other thing that we need to change because this one should be unique. So I'm just going to register. So let's see, now we have registered. Let's see if it has sent the email. So here I should receive an email. So let me, yeah, you can see we have received this email. So I want to use now these credentials here to logging in. So let me log in. So I'm going to come here and log in using these credentials. So here, so this is the staff ID. Yeah, so let me paste the staff ID there, and also I want also to add the password. So this is the same password. So let me try and logging in. So it should, okay, it's giving me wrong credential. So I'm feeling like this video will be very long if I start trying to troubleshoot this error. So I'll be trying and troubleshooting this error before we get into our next video. So let's end here. So go grab a cup of coffee and then I'll see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to day 5 of this full stack shift application. So in our last video on day 4 we looked at how we can be able to log in. So here in our postman here we created these routes here, and if you haven't gone through day 4, then make sure that you have gone through day 4 or day 4, because this will give you foundation of what we are doing right now. And here you can see we are using this application that is called Postman. We have created this route here that we are testing how we can register our user, and also here we have another request here that is for logging our user. So right now here I was able to register this user here by giving it all these details. And here you can see I'm using this AP 1500, and the other thing is that if you go back into our DB, you can be able to see we have these two users that we have registered. So if you already had created this project in your MongoDB website, you'll be able to see that we created these two users here. But there's a problem because when we try to log in here, let me check. For example, you can see this user who has a staff ID of AP 1100, and then if you come here, this is the user. You can see the user here up here, And the other thing that I want you to notice is that we are encrypting our password before we save on our database. That's why you can see this gibberish text here. So what I will do when we come here and try to log in, so when I try to log in here, I'm getting these wrong credentials, even if the password is correct. So the problem is that here on our code, we forgot to, or we used here on crypto.js.encode, and here we forgot to use capital U, of which it should be capital U, just like that. And then when you save now, you'll be able to see that it will solve the problem. So that is restart the server. Then again, when I try to log in here, now you'll be able to see that we are getting all these password, the information here, and also down here you can see the access token. So this is what you should get. But if we, for example, misspell our or use the wrong password here, that's when you should see wrong credentials. So that's why you can see here wrong credentials. And that is it. So let's continue with our application today. So here, I think if I test now again, yeah, now you should see now there's this information here and also access token here. And this information is which we are sending here. Here down here, you can see we are sending the info after successful logging in. We are sending the info here and also access token. So that is it. So let's continue. So I will be creating here in our root user. So here I'll be creating user, and this here is where we'll be going to handle the logic for the user or the staffs, the way you want to call them. So here I'll just drag this down because I want to have a good space here for coding. And now the other thing is that I want to first of all do the same thing that I did with auth.js. So I'm going to import. So here I'm going to say const and then express, and here I'm going to import it from express here. So import from express. And the other thing is that here I'm going to say const and then router is equals here to express and express.router. So express.router here, just like that, this one here, and also is a function just like that. And here now what you also need to do is to export this, because remember we are going to use it somewhere else. So I'm going to say module dot exports, and then we need to export our router just like that. I think that's okay. So now after this, we are going also to go to our index.js, our entry file into our system, and here in our routes I'm going to add app.use, and then this one here will be let me add API version 1 here, and then this one will be users or staff, the way you want to call them, but I need to import it. So I'm going to just copy this and then paste down here, but I'll change here to be user route, just like that. And also in here I'm going to use now the user rather than now the out that we were using. So here this is the user, and now here I'm going to add now the user route, that is. So just like that, and then save it. So let's go back here, and I want to start in our user here, not here in our user. So in this user, let me cross this first of all so that we don't get confused. So here we need to have this user. Let me cross this and also this. So here we need now to start handling our logic. So the first logic that I'm going to handle is to update the user. So by handling the user, so to update user, so update here. So I'm just first of all update, just like that. So this is updating. So by updating, what we'll do is that now we are going to use the router and then dot put here, and then here the first thing is route. So here I'm going to use ID because I'm going to use ID to update the user, and then here I'm going to accept request and response, because this is something that you should know by now. We work by request and response because this is also REST API, and mostly you'll be finding yourself working with request and response. So the other thing is that in here I'm going now to start of all say REST, and I will say I'll say password or an encrypted password. I'll just say an encrypted. So how can I spell it? So an encrypted password, just like that, and this one will be coming from request dot password or request dot body dot password. That means that if the user has sent the password. So after that, now here I'm going also to check if there is a password. First of all, if there is request dot body dot password, just like that, and then here I need to do several things. So because if we want to update, first of all I need to know if the password that I'm updating, so that I encrypt it first before I save it on the database. So that's why updating password is a little bit different, and that's why we are looking if the user has sent the password. So here I need to say password. Here just say password, or I can just say const password, just like that, and I'll just say this is equals to request dot body dot password, just like that. And then the other thing is that I need also to do request. So just say request dot body dot password here, and I'm going to now be able to encrypt it. So I just say this one will be able to now import the crypto.js. So I just say const crypto.js, just like that, and here, so I'm going to import it. So require this crypto.js because this is the library that we are using to encrypt the password. So this is it. So after that, now remember we encrypted using it in when we were registering the user. So I'll just say crypto.js, and then the other thing is that I need to use this algorithm called AES. So EAS here, and here now I need to use a function to encrypt. So something of the sort. So the first requirement we need is request.body dot password, or the password that we are going to encrypt, or the text that we are going to encrypt. And then the other thing is we need to also to get the secret key that we are going to use. In our case we are using secret here, that is from process.env.secret, and this one if you check here you can be able to see it. You can use your own, or you can be able to use your own. So here the other thing that you need to do now is to first of all to be able to use variables that are inside this .env file. We need also first of all to import .env. So I'll say .env, and then here I'll just import it. So require, and then this time I'm going to say .env, and then after that now also I'll be able to say .env.config, and then after this now I'm okay now that I have encrypted now the password. So if there is a password, first of all make sure that you have encrypted, and also now here this is where we are going to try and catch. If we have error, then we'll catch it, but first of all let's try several functionality here. So I'll just say const, and then I'll say updated user, just like that, and then here I'll just say await here. That's why now we need also to add a sync here, just like that, await. And then the other, now we need to update. So to update, I'm going to use user here. I'm going to import it from models, so you can see this user here. And now I'll use this function called find by ID, find by ID and update, find by ID and update, something of the sort. So after this, now I'm going to pass in the ID, and this ID is the one that we are getting here now. So this is request dot params. This is how we get the ID when we are passing it like this. Yeah, so the request dot params dot ID. So, and then the other thing that we need now to require or to set now, we are going to do is now to update. So I'm going to update using this function that is called set. So set here, and also we need to now update request.body. So if there is a password, we already be able, we will have encrypted it. So here we have updated now our user. That's why we are sending this request.body. And now the other thing is that here we need also to say new, and also here we just say true. This is true. So after that, now we have updated user now. And also remember that when we are updating the user, also we need to send the email. So I'll just say if, also here, if request.body.email, and here, and we have an encrypted password. So here we just say an encrypted password. Then we need to send the email. So how do we send the email? Remember, we created the function to send updated email. So I'll just say await, and then I'll call the function to send the email for update password. So here I'll just say send update. So you can see I'm supposed to get it here. So send update password, and this one will be coming from our functions here in this file folder here. So this one here, we are going to get from this one here. So I'm going back, and let me see if I get auto completion, because that is what I want. So yeah, you can see this one, send update password email here. And then after you have imported it, now we give it email password here. So I'll just give it request dot body and then dot email, and then we should give it an encrypted password, because remember, we are not sending encrypted password in the email of the user. So we are sending just an encrypted password, because if we send the encrypted password, that won't be helpful, because when the user tries to log in using encrypted password, it won't accept. So just like that. Okay, now we are sending the email. After that, now, because since we have updated the user and then we have sent the email, and the other thing that I want to show you is the logic, because remember, here we cannot send the email and then update password, because if it will happen like we have an error when we are updating the user, then means that we are going to send the password to our user, but then maybe we have not updated it in our database. That's why you must first of all update in the database, so that if there is an error, then it means that this application won't run this other code. It will just jump to catch error here. So that is it. So now we need to send also the data. So to send the data here, because if you don't also send this data, it will just hang somewhere, or it will just be sending requests without ending. So I'll just say JSON, and then I'll say the update password here, because it 201 here for creation, and then send the update password. Here we can just console log our, or we can just also send the error. So I'll just say request dot status or response dot status, and here I can say 500, and also I can just say something went wrong, or let me just send the error, something of the sort. So here you can see we are getting, now we have finished the functionality for updating the user. So I'll just format this code, and if you're not getting what we are doing, you can go back into the source code and be able to compare your code with this. Also, if you're getting some error or confused, so this functionality is just that we are getting an encrypted password from request.body.password, and then we are checking here if we have request.body, we are sending, or we are getting the, or there is a password from the user, or the user have sent the password. First of all, we encrypt it, because we cannot save it in our database without encrypting. Actually, this code here doesn't have any function, so we just remove it. So after now encrypting it, now we have request.body.password encrypted. So, and here that's why you see when now we are going to update our user here, our password already is encrypted, and here we first of all use this unencrypted password and saved here first of all, so that we'll be able to send this unencrypted password to our user email. So here also you can see now it will be checking. It will be checking if you have request.body.email, and also if you have an encrypted password. And this is something that will avoid error, rather than just sending the email without checking if there is a request.body.email and also an encrypted password. So this one will help us also if let's say the user or the information that has been sent, it doesn't have email, and also maybe there's no password, then it means it won't send this, it won't send the email here, and it will just keep to and then send the rest of the data, because remember we can be updating only just a name from the user. So I think you are getting the logic. So let me continue here. So the next one here is just to delete. I'm going to handle the functionality to delete the user. So delete here, just like that. I'm going to say router, and then here is delete, because this is function to delete. And also here I'll just be here getting the ID, or using the ID, and then remember here is the request, and then the response here. So this function here. So after now this, I'm going to use try catch. So I'm going to say try catch here, and in here I'm going to say const user, and here I'll just use the function from this user here. I'm going to say find by ID, find by ID, and rather than now to update is find by ID, user by find by ID and delete, rather than now updating. So find by ID and update and delete. And in here now we only need to send the ID. So I'll just say dot params, because this one up here I'm going to get ID using params. That's how it works. And in here now, after that, if there is a this request.params.id, it will just search for this user in our database and delete this user. So the other thing that also I need to do is to send the user, so that has been or I can just send the message. So dot status here, and I'll say 01, and then JSON, and in here I'm going to say user deleted successfully, just like that. And in here also I'm going to say res dot status and then 500, and then .json, and in here I'm going to say something went wrong, something of the sort. Something went wrong, and after that, now this will be okay, and we would have completed this. So here actually I forgot to say await, because this is a synchronous function. So await here, and also here I'll just say async, something just like that, because this is a synchronous function. So after delete, now what else that we can handle is to get only one user. So get user, just like that. So when we are getting one user, what we'll say, what we'll do is to say get a router, and then get, and then here, because already here we need to find the user, I'm going to use this route find, and then here I'll just say ID, something of the sort, and here also I'm going to get request and board and response, and here I'm going to add, or to now handle this functionality. So getting user is also easy. So I'll just say try catch, yeah, try catch, and in here I'm going to first of all await, or let me first of all say const, and then I'll say user, and then I'll say await, and that means that here we need also to add async, and here await we're going to use user, and we say find by ID. This functions here comes from Mongoose. So yeah, so you need to also, you can read documentation to be able to know all these functions, or maybe when you when you follow this tutorial, you'll be able to know how to use them. So here also we need to get from requests and params, from request params at ID, just like that. And after that, now what we need also, we can say const from the user. Now I'm going to first of all destructure, because here we are going to get this from user and then doc. So this is the information, or we need to get all the information here, which will be user and dot underscore doc. This is to get all these users, all the data that is from our database for this user. And then here I want to destructure, because I don't want to send the password, because that is not good practice. So I'll just say password and then dot others, just like that, because I'll be sending other information now. So here I'll just say yes and status, and here I'll just say 200 for success, and then I'll say JSON, and then others. I'll just be sending others now, so like that. So you can see how simple it is. And here I'm going now to say res.status, and here I'm going to use 500 as usual, and then .json, and then error, just something of the sort. So that's, you can see it. So this is, we have created this functionality for getting only one user, and you can see now we have destructured information here, because we want to get the password and other information, and because we cannot send the information including the password, that's why we are destructuring, and then we leave behind password, we send the other data. So now the other functionality that we need is to get all users. So when we need to get all users, so something of the sort, I'm going to say router. So let me add here, or let me come here and say router, and then .get. So here I'm going to get, and then here also I'm going to say request, and then response. Here I'm also going now to handle this. So this is also very simple. So I'll just say try catch, and here first thing that I need to do is to get users. So I'll say const users, and then I'll say await, and this one will be user dot find, only that, just like that. And here Also, I want to say async because this is a synchronous function, but here when you do this, it will just get all users without any order. It will just get users with no any order, but we want to get this user in from the latest user to the user who was added, like the last, or maybe the from we want to get the user who has been added recently to the user who was added like earlier on, or the latest user to the earlier user who was added in our database. So to do that, I can use another function called sort, and in here in our sort I'm going to get this object and say created at, just something of the sort, and here I'll just say -1. So this should not worry you. This is just to make sure that we are getting users from the latest one to the who was added, like the first one in our database, so that we be able to display them very well in our application. So this created at, that's why we were adding here in our models, we were adding these timestamps, because these timestamps, when we are saving in our database, if you check here, we are going to add this created at and updated at. So because now we need to sort, we are using this created at here. So other thing is that, let's go back here. So after we get all these users, we need to say res.status and then 200 and then .json, and in here now we can send the users something of the sort. After that, now here also I'm going to say res.status and 500 and then .json and then error here. I'm going to send all the error, the full error. So now what else, what other functionality do we need? So we need to also let's handle another one. So in this case, I'm going to handle for resetting the password. So I'll just say reset when you are resetting the password, and here I'm going to add reset and then password, and here also I'm going to say reset or router, that is router, and then let's say post, and then this one will be reset, just like that. And also I'm going to say async, just like that. I'm going to say request.response, and also I'm going to add this. So this one will be for resetting password, because in our application we'll be having a functionality to reset password. So here I'm going to add try catch, something of the sort, and in here I'm going to say const user, first of all get user, and then here I'll say await, and here I'm going to actually say, now I'm going to say await, and okay, this is I've added await, and then user, and I'm going to find one. So I'm going to say find one, and in here I want to find from my email, or the email that will be sent by user. Then I'll say email body and then email. So I'm going to look for the user with the email that the user will have sent. So that is it, something of the sort. So here I'm going to first of all be getting user, and this user I'm going to get this user using now the email that he or she will send. And if we don't have the user, here I'll just say if no user found, I'll just say return status. So return res.status status, and then here I'll say 401 for unauthorized, so 401, and then here I'll say .json, and then it will say user is not registered, something of the sort. And now that that is it. Now we need also to send the email first of all. So I'll just say await, and then remember we have the email for sending the reset email, or how to reset the email. So I'll just say send reset. Okay, let me check. So send, let me check here that function. So you can see this here for reset password. So send reset password email. So I'm going to send this. So we send reset password, send reset password email, and in here you can see we don't need anything from that function, because we are just sending the link to just update or to just be reset the password. So here now after this I'm going to also send the user, so res.status, and then here I'm going to say 200, and then .json, and I'm going to say here check your password, check your email, just like that, check your email for reset password link, something of the sort. So after this now I'm going to come here and now say res.status, and then here is 500, and then .json, and then I'm going to send the error, just like that. So this is to send the email. So after now the user have sent the email, because they need to send when they want to reset the password, the first thing that they need to do is to make sure that they have provided the email, because they cannot forget the email. So they send the email. So this one, when they send the email, now we are going to find the user or to check up our database if we have the user with that email, and then it will send it will come here and send this email here. So this email will contain a link that will reset the password. I'll be showing you how that works, so when we'll be testing this backend. So here also I'm going to now get the function to update now, or to reset the password. So first thing that we need to do is we just say router, and then I'll just say post, and in here I need to now update password. So update password, and also this is just like let's say also reset. So I'll just say request, and then response. So I want to make this application secure. That's why you can see we have so many steps when we are resetting and updating the password. So here the first thing that I need to say, try catch here. So here I'm going to say const, and then I'll say user, and here I'll just say user dot find one, and here also I'm going to check staff ID. So I'll just say staff ID from request dot body dot staff ID, something of the sort. This is functionality that I didn't show you how it will work, or I didn't demonstrate how this functionality for resetting the password, but we'll be doing it when we are already testing our backend, and when we are completing this project. So user, and then you can see how I'm able to now also get the staff ID here. So the path to reset our password. So first of all, I'm going to first of all send this email. This email will be having a link to reset the password. So when the user click that link, he will be navigated to somewhere that he can also input staff ID. And after inputted staff ID, yeah, we are going to first of all check if this staff ID is in our database. And if we don't have this user, I'm going to also respond. I'm going to say user, and then if we have no user, I'm going to say return. So I'm going to copy this one here because it's a similar thing. So copy, and then here I'm going to paste this. So if we don't have the, okay, let me move this. So if we don't have the user, then it means that we are going to send this information, user is not registered. And also here, let me now continue. Now I'll just say const, and here I want to now encrypt our password. So I'll just say, let me say password, password, or maybe I'm going to add password here and say now crypto, the yes, and then I'm going to encrypt. So I'm going to say EES and then dot encrypt, and then in here, remember we need to now get the, or I'm going to first thing first, because we have the user, I'm going to get the password from the user. So now the new password, and also I'm going to now get to use the secret to encrypt our password, because remember we are going to save new password, but also it should be encrypted. So dot secret, so dot secret here, and after this now I'm going to actually now be able to I'm going now to say dot to string. Okay, here I must say dot to string, just like that. And this reminds me, I didn't do this dot to string up here. So let's go back into add here in our update password here, where we were encrypting also. So let's see, here we were encrypting, and here I say dot to string here, that function. So let's go back down here. So after now this, we have encrypted the password now. So now I'm going to update the password, the user, so, or the staff. So const update user, something of the sort, and then here I'm going to say await, and then I'll say user dot find by ID, find by ID and update. So this function, so remember this function here, it requires two things. I'm going to now get the ID. So the ID here will be from our user, so this ID. So first of all, because here you can see the error, I'm going to add here async, because it's a synchronous function. So here also we can get now from the user here, you can be able to get the user ID. And the other thing that we also need to do now is to update. So which information am I going to update? I'm going to update now the password. So I'm going to use this set here, and I'm going also to update password, only password. So I'm going to get this field, and then I'll just say now the password, I'm going to now give it the password, and this password is after it have been encrypted. So after this now I'm going also to now send the email. So send update password email. So after this now I'm going to be able to give it user dot email, and the other thing that I need to give it is request dot body and then dot password, something of the sort, just like that, as simple as that. So after this, now I'm going now to send that or to send the message dot status 200.json, and then here we can say check your email for a new password, and also we'll be able to redirect now the user to be able to log in. So after that, now here I can say s.status here, and then I'll say 500, and I'll say JSON, and also here I'm going to send the error, something of the sort, and then that is it. So that is it. I want to first of all format that. So I think this one, update user here, let me see, update user, I'm not using this variable, so I'm just going to remove this here because I'm not going to use it. So here I think this logic is clear for resetting. I know here some people may be confused, but what we are doing is that when our user want to reset the password, we are going to hit this route, so reset, and here we are going to send the email. So the user should send the email. So after the user have sent the email, we are going to check that email in our database. So if that email is in our database, so if that email is in our database, then we'll just be able to first of all check if the user is in our database. If he is not in our database, then you are going to send this message, user is not registered. And if we have gotten the user here, we are going to send this email, send reset password here, and this send reset password here is an email, and we are not requiring to send any data here. So after that, now we are going to tell our user to check their email for reset password link, and then when now they click on that link that they will find in the email, I'm going to redirect them to somewhere that they can be able also to now add or to reset the password. And by resetting the password, because I want our application also to be very secure, I'm going to ask them to provide staff ID, and after now in this we hit this route here for updating the password. They will be sending the staff ID, and this staff ID will be checking also again in our database, and if we don't have this user, they will be sent a message saying user is not registered. And after that, now if we find this user with that staff ID, we are going to say now the password, or we are going to encrypt our password here first of all, and after we have encrypted our password, now we are going to update that user using user, because now you can see we can get user ID from this user here. So we get the ID because we need to find by ID and update. So first of all we have ID, and then we can now update our password using this set password, and then we set using this password again. Or else, to make sure that you don't get confused, you can say encrypted password here. So encrypted password, and here also I'll say encrypted password, just like that. So remove this here. So we now update the user using encrypted password. So that is it. And then after that, now I'm going to now send the email, now this email for updated password here. So it's kind of look the similar with updating the user up there. So here you can see we are sending user email, and then request.body.password, the password that has not been encrypted, and then after that I'm going to send the email or the message, check your email for a new password, and then I'm going to redirect the user to go back into now the page for logging in using now the new email, the new password, that is, sorry. So that is it. So that is the functionality. So here I can just format our code like that, and I think now this video can be day 4. So I don't want to get it to be long than this. So remember to subscribe, like, and also make sure that you have turned on the notification bell. So have a great day. Let me see you in the next day or video. So hello and welcome to day 6 of this full stack shift up taking application. So today we are going to continue from where we left on day 5. So if you haven't gone through the other days, remember to go back and watch the previous videos so that we be on the same page. So right now I'm going to start by looking at announcement. So what we'll do with announcement, so here in our routes I'm going to add announcement, hopefully I'm spelling it right. So announcement.js, and in here I'm going to do the same thing that I was doing with the users here. So first thing you need to do is to import Express. So Express, here you require Express, something of the sort. And here also I need to add a route. So I'll just say router. Let me add router here. Router is equals to Express. So Express and then dot router, something of the sort. And now remember we need to also export it so that we'll be able to use it in our route file. So module dot export, so it should be module dot exports, and then here we send the router here, something of the sort. After this, now remember to come here in our index.js, and then here I need to add app.use, and then here this route will be API, and then version 1, and then it will be announcements, something of the sort. And here we have not added the route, so let me first of all import the route for announcement. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it because I don't want repetition. So here I'll just say announcement, something of the sort, announcement route, and here I'm going to now get route and then announcements. You can see the announcement there. So that's right. That's what I wanted. So now we have announcement route here. The other thing that I need to do is to add announcement here, announcement route, something of the sort now. So we can continue now working on the announcements. So here I need to first of all add announcement. So announcements here, something of the sort, add announcement or post announcement. You can add post announcement. So here we can say router dot post, and then here I can use that route, and then I can say request response, and then in here also I can add now the functionality here. So I'll just say try catch. First of all, need to do try catch here, try catch. So this one here. So here the first thing that I need to do is to first of all get the information from the user or from the admin. So I'll just say new announcement here, and I'm going to create, first of all, let me import the announcement from our model. So let me add announcements. I can't see the auto completion. I really need an auto completion. So here, actually, I don't know why I used this. so I don't want to import that. So let me go into announcement. I see if I have imported it. So I'll just say announcement, and you can see we are importing it from our model, and then here we can just add our information. So request.body, something of the sort now, because that is what we need. So now after this, I'm going to say await, and here because we have not added async, it will throw an error. So let's add async, and then here I can just say announcement. First of all, let me save. So I just say announcement here. So a new announcement, sorry. So I'll say new announcement dot save, something of the sort. And then when we save now, I'll be able now to send the email. So I'll just call my function for sending the email. So I'll say announcement here, announcement email. So I'll send, I think it's announcement email, or I can't see it. So let me check here in my functions. So here it is announcement. Yeah, you can see this is announcement email. So I'm going back here. So I'm going to say announcement email. You can see it. And then here we need several things. We need the title, and also we need description. So here we can get them from request.body.title. And then we need also we can get the description from request.body, and then description, something of the sort. And then that is it. The other thing is that we can handle the error here. You can say res.status or response.status, and then I can add 500 here. You can say .json, and here I can also add error, something of the sort. So that is it. So now let me save on this, and let me see now the other thing. So now the other error that I can do, or the other functionality that I can do, is to let's get the announcement. So get announcements, all of them. So here I'll just say router dot post, or dot get, that is, not post. And this one is route, default route. Here I'll say request response, and in here we are going to get now our announcements. So I'll start by try catch. So this is easy. So try catch here, I'll say const announcements here. So these announcements here, I'm going to say await, and then announcements, and then I'm going to say find here. And after I have found them, I can also sort them. So here you can see this await is giving me error, so I need to do async here. So here I can say find, and then I can say sort, and then here inside I can add created at, and then I can add -1 just to sort them from the latest one to the one that was added the first. So something of the sort. So here I can just send now the announcement. So rest.status 200, and then .json, and in here now I can send the announcements. You can see how easy it is. So something like that, I can come here and say rest.status 500, and then .json error, something of the sort. So that is it. And what else do we need to do? So we need also to delete. We can do deletion. So I can say router, and then delete here, and I can add here this ID, because we are going to use ID, and then request, and then response. Here also I'm going to say try catch, something of the sort. And inside here I can say await, now announcement, and then I can say find by ID and delete, something of the sort. So here this is, we are getting the ID from request.params.id, and let me add here async. So async here, and what else do we need to add here? So here now we need also to send like a message. So I can say res.status. Here you can add to 1, and then I can say JSON, and then here let me send the data star announcement deleted successfully, announcement deleted successfully, something of the sort. And the error here I can say res.status, and then 500 here to JSON, and then here I can send the error, something of the sort. So that is it. For announcement, that is it. We don't need to do any other thing. So we can proceed now to incidents. So for incidents, let's also create here the route for incidents. So here I'll say incidents. Is that the correct name? Incidents, like or incident. Okay, just that incident.js, and in here I'll just export or import Express. So I'll just say require, and then here it's Express, and again I'll say const router from Express here dot router, something of the sort. And again I need to export, so I'll say module dot exports. Here I'll just add router, something of the sort. So now after this, now here this is where now I can start handling some functionality, like add incidents. So add, I want add incident, and here I can add router dot post, and here is just this one here, and we have requests and then response, and here I'm going to also to first of all add the incidents here. So let me add the incidents. So I'll just say app.use, and then here need to add API, and then version 1, and then incident or incidents, and then here I need to add incidents route. So let me export it first. So here incidents, so here I add the incidents. So let me add it as incidents route, or I can just say incident route, and here I can be able now to import it. So if I check here, I can be able to see the incidents imported. So I can also add here incident route, so you can see it here. So that is it. So let's go back into our incidents here, and here I can be able also now to be able to just create that incident. When we get the information from our user, you can be able to save it. So I'll just say try catch. So the first thing that I need to here is I'll say const new incidents or new incident. I can call it however I want. So I can say incident. So here you can see I need to import it from the models. So I check here for this incidents. So let me come here and try to import it. So you can see we can use auto completion incidents here, and I will say request.body, something of the sort. And then here I can now be able to save it. So I'm going to save this as now await. Actually this one, yeah, you can say await, or actually let me first of all say const, and then I can add in like an incident, and then I'll say new incident. So in new incident, and then save this function here. So after that, now I think I can send the data. So I'll just say s.status. I can add as creation, and then I can say incident. So I can send that incident here. I can also add this is await, and also here I need to say async here. So also here I need to say rest.status 500, then .json, then error, something of the sort. I need also to just save this first of all. So after this, now I'm going to add other things, for example getting all the incidents. So I'm going to say add or get incident. So get incident like that, or incidences, because they are main. So here I'll just say router also dot get, and then here I'm going to add the route. Here I'm going to say request response, and then this is a function, so I'm going to try catch all of them. So try and then catch here, and this is also very simple because I'm going to just get all incidences from our database. So I'll just say incidences here. I don't know if I'm spelling them the right way, so I'll say await, and then I'll say incidents here dot find, something of the sort, and then I can say sort. And here when I'm sorting, I can also say created at, and then -1 here, and here I need to add the async keyword, something of the sort. What else? So from here now I can be able to say res.status 200, and then .json, and then I can be able to send the incidences, something of the sort. That's easy. And then here I can say res.status and 500, and then send the error, that is, so error. Yeah, and that is the functionality there. So actually here don't know, I'm not using the request, so let me go back. Let me add another functionality here, and to find one incidence, I'll just say router, and then okay, here is get an incidence or an incident, something of the sort. I'll say router dot get, and here I can add this find, and then ID, or I can add this or this one ID, and then requests dot response, and or the response, and then in here I can say try catch. Okay, so try catch, something of the sort. Here I can be able to say const incidence here, and then I can say await, and then here I can be able to use incidence, and I'm going to say find by ID, and then here I can say request dot body, and then dot params. That's how we get the id dot id, something of the sort. Here I need to add async. What else do I want? I want to go back here, and I can say now rest dot status, this is 200, then dot JSON, and I can send that incident or incidents, whatever. And then here I can say res dot status, and then here I can also add as 500 and then send that error. So error, send that error, something like that. And what else do I want? I want to also have a functionality for deletion. So I can say delete incident like that, incident. And then here I can say router dot delete, and then here I can just give it an ID, and I will add request and then response. Here also I'm going to add now to do the functionality. So I'll just say try catch, and then here I can be able to say await, and then incident, and then I'll say find by ID, and delete, and then here I'll just say request dot params dot id, something of the sort. So here also I can say async, and here also I'm going to send like a message. So say rest dot status 200, not let me use 201, then dot JSON, and here I can say incident as deleted successfully, something of the sort. So now the other thing here is I say res dot status, and then 500 dot JSON, and what else do I need here? Need to send the error, something of the sort. Yeah, like that. So now I have completed this functionality, and then here I'm seeing like I have an error. So let me see if I have solved it. So there's no problem now. So here I have this delete incidents here. So I have this get an incident. Here I can get all incidences here, like this one here. So this doesn't have any, we are getting all the incidences here. So, and then here I need to add incident. So yeah, so that's all. So I'm going to now add the route for clients. So I just say here, I just add client. So I cannot be able to see where I'm adding. So I just say add client .js, something of the sort. So right now you know the flow. So I just say express. So import express here, express, something of the sort. We need to create the router. So create the router here. So this one is from express, call the express dot router that way. And then here we need to say module dot exports, and then we are going to send to export the router, something of the sort. So because I'm going to do that, also I'm going to add this router. So I'm going to also be able to add this client into, or use this client route in our index file here. So I'm going to, first of all, let me copy this, and then I'll paste it here, and then I'm going to add here client route, and then import it here. So client route, so I just say client, just client here, yes, and then here I can be able now to copy and then paste it here and say client or clients, something of the sort, and then here I can also add now the client route. So after that, now let's go back and handle the logic. So here I'm going to this route here for the routers, for the client. So now I'm going to add the client. So here I'm going to say post client. Let me add here post or add the same thing, post client. Let me add as add client. So I'll just say router dot post. Yeah, so this one here. So request response, and here we need also to say try catch. So try catch. So here I'm going to say await, and this time I'm going to use client from our models. So let's check in our client here, and let's try to import this client from our models, and then I'll say I'll just add as here request dot body, something of the sort, and here I need to say const new client here, and then here I will say async, and what else do I need? I need now to save. I just say actually this one is not await here, so I just say now I just say await and then new client, and then now save the function here. So after this, now I'm going to also send. So I'll just say as.status, then .1, and then .json, and I'm going to send the new client here, something of the sort. And then here, if we have error, can say this.status, can say 200 or 500.json, something of the sort. So here is an error. So what else do I need? So after post, we can do also other thing like because we have a functionality to create, we can get all the clients. So here I can say get all clients. So here I'll just add router dot get, and here I'll just use the route, or I can just use here the route default one. So here I'll just say request and then response. Here I'll just add these curly braces. Here I'll just say try and then catch. So here I'll also do const and then clients, something of the sort, and then I'll just say client. Yeah, so let me add await, and here I can say async first of all, and then here I would add a client, and then here find, and then sort, and then here I would add an object, say created at, and then -1, just like that. And what else? So now I can be able also to send them the clients .status and then 200, then .json. And what can I do here now? I can be able to send them. So clients here, something of the sort. So that is it. Here I'm going to say res.status, and then I'm going to do 200 and then .json here, or 500, that is for error, internal server error. So here I'm going to do error, something of the sort. So also I'm going to be able to now go and look for other functionalities. So let me go and look for other functionalities here. So let's update client. So if we want to update a client, here update client, and then here I'll just say router dot put, and then here I can say ID, and then request, and then response. And this request and response here, now we can be able to do try catch, try and then catch here. What else do I need to do? I can be able to say const updated client, and here I can say await client dot find by ID. So find by ID and update. So now here I will add async, and here I will need to now update the body. So first of all, we need to get the ID, because we need that ID to know which client to update. So also I need also to use this function here, set, and here in set we need to set now the request.body, and then the other thing is we need to just say new, and then new to true. Yeah, so something of the sort. After that, now I can send the data. I can say res.status, and here I'll just add 201 and then .json here. So .json, and I'm going also to say .json, and the other thing is to send the updated client, something of the sort. Here I can handle the error, so I'm just going to copy this and actually add it here, so to avoid repetition, so and save some time. So here I'm going also to delete client, something of the sort. So client, I'll say router dot delete. Here I'm going to delete this route here, and I'll say request and then response, and here I'm going to add try catch here. So this one I'm going to say await, and I'll say client dot find by ID. So find by ID and delete. So find by ID and delete. So here we need to pass request dot body dot params, and then the ID dot ID here. So this one should get an ID. So we should send the ID from the from our admin side, and then here also we need to add async, and then I'll send a message here, say res.status and then 201, then .json, and this time now here I can say client deleted successfully, and here I can say, I can just paste that. So now after deleting, what else that we can do is to find, can say find a client, or let me add find client, find client using ID. So here I can say router dot put here, and then I can dot get, actually not put because this is not update. Let me see if I added here correctly. Put, yes. So yes, here I need route find, and then here ID, and then here I can say request, and then response, and here also I can add try catch, and also here I can start by saying cost and client, and then here I can add await and can say client here, and I can say find by ID, find by ID, and here I can also add requests dot params dot ID. So something of the sort. Here I can also add async. So, and then the other thing here is to make sure that I send. So rest of status, I can say 200, and then not 200, yeah, 200 JSON, and then I can say client, something of the sort, and then here I can just paste that code. So those are the functionality that I'll be needing for the client. So find the client here by ID, delete client, update client, get all clients, and then add client here. So let me format my code. Yeah, so hopefully that's okay now. So now we have remained with only one route, and this route is for shift. So I'll be handling that in the next day, so day 7, and also I'll be able to now handle on middlewares. From that, now we're going to start looking at our front end so that we create this project, we flow with this project. So now if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video. And the other thing is that if you don't, you're getting confused, there's a source code in my GitHub, and I have attached the link in this description of this video, so you can go and check somewhere the source code and then compare with yours, so that also you can be able to code faster and be able to not to get confused. So have a great day. See you in the day 7. So hello and welcome to day 7 of this full stack application. So today we are going to continue with our routes here, and also here I'm going to create a shift now route. So here I'll just say shift .js, and by now you already know how we are creating this route and functionality, but this shift now will be having a lot of functionality, and this one will be a very good functionality to also show you how you can use other advanced method in Mongo, or when you're using MongoDB in your database. So here first thing, as you know, is to get Express or to import Express. So let us import Express here, and by importing Express here, just like that, we can be able also now to create the route. So I'll just say const and then router, and then after that I can say Express, and then I'll call the function that is router here, the same way we did with the other routes. And here I can first of all make sure I'm able to export, or I have exported the router, just like that, as simple as that. So here now is where I need to start working on our functionality, and the very first functionality that I need is this for add shift. So I'll just say add shift here. So that is the functionality that I want to code here. And before that, I can go to my entry file here, which is index.js, and create the route here before I forget. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. here I'm going to call this shift route. So shift route here, and here I'm going to import the file for shift in our route, that is. So here is a shift, and then here I'm going to save again, and now I can go back into, let me go back into my router here, and in my shift here I'm going to add router dot post, and here is just a default route. Here we need request and then response, and here also I need to add now the functionality inside here. So the very first thing that I need to do is to say try catch here. So this is try catch. Here I need to say const, and then here we say new shift, so something of the sort. Here I'll just say await, or I can say shift, and then this shift we are going to import it from our model. So let me check here in our model here, this shift, we don't have shift right now, so now it means that we need to create shift here inside our model, and this is something that I forgot to do. So here I'm going to create shift.js, and then here I'm going also now to be able to create this shift, because this is a schema that we forgot to create. And so here first of all, let us import mongoose. So I'm going to import mongoose here, and this one will be from mongoose package. So this is from mongoose here, something of the sort. And then the other thing that I need to do is const shift schema. So let us create this schema here. So this one is a shift schema, some like that, and then I'll say mongoose dot schema, and then here I'm going to add this inside here, and I'm going also here to just import to export, that is. So I just say model.exports, and then here I'm going to now say mongoose and dot model. So I'm going back here, dot model, and here I'm going to add shift. So add shift here, and here I'm going to add shift schema, something of the sort. Now that's okay. So now inside here I'm going to now be able to add now our data. So I'll start by location here, and inside here location I'm going to add this as a type of string. So this has a type of string, and also it will be required. So I just say required or require, and then this is true because we need it. So here I'm going to copy this, and then I'll be pasting down here. How many times? Let's say like 7 times here. So these are 6, 7. So here I'm going to change now from location. We need also the date. We need time. So here we need time. And we need also the duration or the type. So here is the type. And here also I need to add duration. So this is duration, have client here. So this is client, and also we need to have like a staff email. So this is staff email here. So what else? So here we need also, let us paste again, like maybe let's say maybe here we need also amount. So this is amount that this shift is going to pay. So amount, and here this is a number. So change this to be a number, and here after amount we need also to say paid or to as paid here, and here this should be also be a number. So this one should be a number here, and let's say here default. So rather than require, I'm going to say default. So default should be now 0. And then again we need also the distance. So here also amount here should be 0. Default to be 0. So default to be 0 here. So the other thing is that here in after paid, we need also to have distance. So this is distance, and distance also is a number, and distance will have a default of 0 also. So this has a default of 0. Default should be 0. And also I need to add here, after distance we can have status. So status here, I'm going to add it. This also should be like a string also, but it will have a default of pending. So here I'm going to say here default. So when it is, we add default here, it will be added if there is no value that has been sent by the user from our frontend or our admin. It will just add that default in our database. So it is not a must that you send the one that you are seeing we add here default here. Okay, so here I just say default, something of the sort. What else? So here in the location, and also here after status we need also to be having notes here, and here we need to have notes, and in here in our notes this one should not be required because admin can add a shift that doesn't have any notes. So if the admin doesn't want to just add any notes, he can or she can be able to just leave it like that. So we need also the information for crocking, and crocking here it should be array. So this one we should add as array here, and here inside the array we need an object, and now this object is the one that will be holding our information. So in our crocking we need to have time, so we'll have time here as this string here. Also we need to add another information, accuracy, and accuracy we are going to get it from our Google map. So this is accuracy here, and here I'll add as a type of, let's say this is a number, and here also we need to have another coordinates here, or another data which is coordinates, and inside these coordinates here we need to have an object that we have a latitude. So this is a latitude, and latitude here should have a type of string, and here also we need to have a longitude. So here we need to have a longitude, and in this part here we'll add this one as a string, as a number. Okay, this should be a number, and this also should be a number. So these two are number, and then what else do we need? Also I'm going to copy this croc in, and now I can be able to paste it down here. So first of all a comma, then paste it here. So this one here we need to add is just change here, because the same information for crocking will be used for croc out. So I'm going to change that to croc out, and then here also I need now to have information for case notes. So when we add case notes, so here is case notes. So let me say case notes here, and also down here we need to add now the information that we need for case note, and case note here is also an array. So I'm going to add an array here, and inside this array we need to have this object. So this one we have time, and in our time here we need to have a type, and this one is a string. Here we need also to have event. So let's add event here, and in this event here we need to have a type, and also this is a string. And here also we need to have a string, a event, a time event, and also here we need to have notes. So as simple as that. So these are the information that will be required to add this case notes. So this also is a string, something of the sort now. So I think that's, and we need here to also have is active here, and in this is active here we need to have a type here to be string, and also here, okay, this one we can add as a boolean, and also we need to say default to be true. So here default will be true. So is active or is active, it will be true by default. So let me save this, and in here I think I have finished now creating the model for our shift. So we are going now to go into our routes here, and let me first of all save also or format this document. So I have saved that document like that. And one thing that I forgot to tell you is that if you want to format your document the way I'm doing, you just right click and then format here. You also need to add another, or to install another extension that is called prettier. So you just come here and type prettier, and I think prettier should come here. So you can see this prettier here. So you need to install this extension so that it will be able to help you to be formatting your code. So let me save here, save this info here, and I can go back to my shift in our routes. So let me save this, let me come here and also be able to now add this shift, or to create this functionality for adding this shift. And right now here I can also be able now to, so now here I can be able now to just import shift model. So you can see shift model here, and now here I'll be able to add request.body. And then here also I'm going to start creating now the data that I want to save also. First of all, I'll be saving this shift, and also here I'll just say now const, and now I'll add shift like that, and here I'll say await, yeah, and I'll say new shift like that, and then dot save. Here you need to add async here, so async here like that, yes. And here what I'll do is that also, because I have added this shift, I need to first of all also check if this shift that have been added, it has a staff email, because if it has staff email, then that means that we need to send an email to notify the staff that there is a new shift that has been assigned to them, so that they can check it in our system, or they should be notified that we have added another shift for them. So I'll say if now. So you can pause this video here and maybe try to just look at if you can be able to create the functionality. But if you can follow me, if you don't want to do that, so here I'll just take request.body and then staff email like that. And here now I can be able to say await. If we have a staff email here, then I will be able to send now assign assign or shift here, because you can see now we cannot be able to autocomplete that. I'm going to check here, so shift assignment. So here we are calling this function shift assignment, send shift assignment, and here you can see also the information that we need to send to this function so that it can send the email. So here I'm going to say send shift assignment like that, and inside here now you can see the information that we need. First of all, we need to send the location, so I'll just say request.body.location. Also we need to add request.body. After location we have the date, so date we need to also add request.body and then .time. We need also to add request.body.type, and here I need also to add request.body.duration, and also we need to add request.body.client, and also here I need to add request.body.staff email like that. And here we need to add request.body and then .notes like that. So after this, now here we be able to send that email, and if there's an error, now I'm going to add res.status or here is just a code, so 500.json and then error like that. So that is it. What else do I need to add as a functionality? So that is adding the shift. So here I'm going also to be able to add or this to get all shift. So get all shifts here. So after that, here I'm going to say router.get. Here I'm going to say the route, and here is a request response as usual. So here, this one here, this information, I'm just going to say try and then catch. So in here I need to get all the shift, and this also is the good time to just pause and see if you can create the functionality here. So and then you continue with me. So here I just say shifts, so I'm going to say shifts here, and then in this time now I can say await, and then I'll say shift dot find, and then here dot sort, and in here sorting I need to say created at, and here I will say -1. So here I need to add a sync like that. So that way. So after shift now I can send this 200 and then .json, and then I can say shifts, and if we have an error here I can say res.status 500.json. Okay, here .json, and then here I'm going to send the error like that. So that is it. What else do I need? So here I need now to be able to update the shift. So I'll say update shift. I'm going to say router.put, and in here I need to just give an ID. So here I'll say ID like that. So request response, and then the functionality here. So here I'm going to try catch. So I'm going to say try catch here. The other thing that I need to do is to say const shift and then this time I'll say await, then I'll say shift, and then find by ID and update, like that. So here that is the function. So here first of all also I need to say async, and in here I need to add several things. First thing is request.params.id, so that is the ID that we'll be sending, and here I'm going to use this function here, set, and inside this set I'm going to add request.body. So another thing is that we need to set new to true here. So that is it. And what else? So here I'm going also to give after now this I'm going to send, so I'll just say res.status, and I'll just say 201, and then .json, and here I'm going to send now this shift just like that. And then here I can say res.status 500.json, and then here I'll just send the error. So, and that is it. So here I can save. So here another, I want to create another function, and then here I'll just say this function should be get users shift. So we need to get users shift or shifts or whatever, something of the sort. So maybe add as a capital. So I'll just say router dot post. So this is post because we'll be sending some email. So this one will be route of me, and then in here I'll add request and then response, and inside here we can do the logic now. So here also is a good point to go ahead and look if you know you can get the functionality for getting the users shifts. So let me just create that functionality. So here the first thing that we need to do, let me drag this down here because this somewhere that you can maybe not you can get confused. So here I'm going to add and say const and then shifts, and here I'm going to say await, and then I'll say shift dot find here, and inside here we need to send a condition. So our condition will be, first of all let me add here async. So our condition here will be checking for a field that is called staff ID or staff email, sorry, and I'm going to check request.body.email because we are going to send an email, so that it can check if there is in our staff email field here we have, or in our database here in our staff email we have the email that we'll be sending from our client, so that we can take all the shift and send it to our staff. So here also I need to do the sort, and then here I'm going to say created at here to sort it, created at, and then I say -1, just like that, and then I can say res.status like that, and then 201, and then 200, that is 200.json, and then here I'm going to send those shifts. Now after that here I'm going to say res.status, and then I'm going to say 500.json, and then here error, like that. And then what else do we need here? So this is it, and again here we need to do one thing. So here we need to also create a functionality for unassigning or so we are going to say unassign. So unassign shifts. So when we want to unassign shift, so here I'm going to say router. So router here, and then dot post. Here I'm going to add this arrow here and say unassign. And then here I'm going to add requests and then response. And here I'm going now to start to try catch. And here I'm going to add const, or I'll just say const shifts, unassigned shift, unassigned shift. And here I'm going to add await, and then here also we need to add async up here. And then after await here we need to say shift dot find again, but this time now we are going to look for staff email. And then here I'm going to now say to just give it like this empty field here, so that is an assigning. And also here I'm going to say sort, and we just say created at, so here, and -1, just like that. So right now I'm feeling like this is let's say, I don't know if this is okay. I know what I'm going to do. So I don't think this functionality is right, so I'm going to check, and then I'll come here and finish this functionality, because I feel this functionality is not right, because here we cannot identify which shift we want to unassign, or which stuff we want to unassign this shift, that is. So I'll just be checking that. So let me first of all just send this unassign shift. So I'll just say 200 and then JSON, and here I'll add that unassigned shift, or send that unassigned shift. Here I'm going to say rest.status, and then 500, then error. Here we need to send that error. And then after unassigning the shift, so the other thing that we can do is to get shift, so one shift. So like that, we need here to comment this, so get shift or a shift here. So we can say router dot and get. So here I'll just say find, and then I'll add this ID. I'll send the ID. Here I'm going to say request and then response, and here we can now give the functionality. So the functionality here, and now this try catch. So the first thing that we need to do is to get the ID. So ID here, or even I can just go direct and say await. So this one should be await, and then okay, const, let me add say shift, and then here I'll just say await, and then here I'll say shift dot find by ID. So find by ID, just like that. So find by ID, and then here I'll just say request dot params dot ID, like that. So here I'm going to add async, and then here also I'm going to say shift, and then here I'm going to add res.status, and here I'm going to say 200, and then JSON. Here is a shift, so we are going to send that shift that we have found using this ID. And then here I say rest.status, so rest.status 500, and then error. So this one is error, like that. So that is get shift. So I'm going now to delete also. So here I'm going to say delete, and here I'm going to say router dot delete here, and I'm going to say as ID. So I'm going to say /ID here, and then this one will be request, and then response. And here I'm going to add now the functionality. So try catch here. I'm going to add here await. Now I'll say await, and then here I'm going to add rest dot shift, that is shift dot find by ID and delete, something of the sort. Here I'm going to pass request.params .id, like that, and then here I'm going to add async, and here I'm going to send now the message. So I'm going to say rest.status. So here is 500, 201, and then I'll just say JSON, and here I'm going to send the message our shift has been deleted successfully, like that. And what else do we need? So we need also to add or to send the error here if there's an error. So 500, then .json, and then error here, like that. And that is it. Here we have delete. Now we need to look functionality for unassigning. So here we need to look for unassign. So here I'm going to assign the shift. So assign shift functionality. So here is router, and then here is post. So this is put, sorry, because we are going to update. So here I'm going to add this route assign, and then here I'm going to add ID, and then here is a request, and then response. Here I'm going also to add this square brackets, and in here I'm going to say try, and then catch. Here I'm going to say const updated shift, and here I'm going to also add async, and here I'm going to say is equals await, and then here I can say shift, and then find by ID and update. So this one here. So in here we need to say request dot params dot ID, and the other thing that we need, so here I don't know why we are getting a lot of text. So here we need also to add this set. So this set function here, and this one is request.body, and here also I'm going to add new to be true, and then after this now I'm going to add here to be, because now I have updated. What else that we need to do is to make sure that also we have checked if this to update this there was an email, because if there was an email then it means that we need to just to send the email also to assign the shift. So here I'll just say if request request.body. Actually, I'm going to just copy and paste this functionality here because it's the same. So I'm going to copy all of this, and then I'm going to paste it down here. So let us scroll down here and then paste it here. And now the other thing that we need to do is to send the updated shift. So here I'm going to say 200, and then let's send the updated shift. So updated shift like that, and then after that now I can say res.status. So dot status here, and then I'm going to say 500.json, and then here this is an error like that. So this one, okay, it's good. So now the other thing that we can add, or the other functionality, is to be adding now the case notes. So I want us to add the case note, and in this here you can you see the difference now when we are adding the case note. So when we add case notes for our shift, so add case notes, and in here I'm going to now say router. Okay, this is should not be capital. So router dot put, and here I'm going to say case notes, and then here this is an ID, and then here I'm going to say request, and then response, and here also I'm going to add the functionality now. So how does the functionality look like for our case notes? So here I'm just first of all going to say request and add try catch, and then I'll say const. Here there's the details that we need from our client or from frontend. I'll say event, we need to get event time, and then notes, and this one here I'm going to get them from request.body like that. So after this now I'm going to say if there's a event and time and also notes here. Now what am I going to do? So I'm going to add a case note. So I'll just say case note that I can add it case note, and then I'll say await, and here I can add this async, because when we do await we need also to do await, and here I can say shift, and then here I will say find by ID and update, so like that. So this is case note, and here I'll just add now request dot params dot id like that. So what else do I need? Now here this will be a little bit different, and in this case I'm going to do push. So first of all I'm going to add this push function here. Remember we were using set, now we are going to use push, and in this push now I'm going to push in this field that is case notes. Remember case note is an array, so here we need to look for case notes, and then in this case notes I'm going to push event time and notes. So and they should be respective here, so you can see they should follow event time and then notes like that. So after this, if else, and I can just revert, I can just send now. Actually I will not send, so I'll just say dot status, and then here I can say 200 or 201, that is dot JSON, and then I can send the case note like that. I think that's okay. Or maybe I can just come here and just send the message. Let me just send the message. So case note added, or added successfully, like that. So what else do I need? So here I'm going to say res.status and then 500.json, and here this should be an error, like that. So that is it. What else do I need? So here I'm going to actually remove all of this. So this one will be similar for clocking in and clock out. So here I'm going to start by clocking in. So here I'm say clock in functionality. So I'll just say router. Also it will be put, and here I'm going to add clock in as our route, clock in and then ID. So clock in and then I'll just say ID, like that. So here I'm going also to add request and then response, and this time here I can start the functionality. Here I'll add async, like that. So let me check here also the other thing that I need. So here I'm going to say try catch as a try catch here. So try catch, and in here I'm going to get data from our front end. So what data do I need? I need to get like time, and then coordinates or codes, and then here accuracy, like that. This one will be from request.body, like that. So now the other thing that I need to do is I'll say if we have time, and also if we have, let's look for, and then codes, like that. And then I think these are okay, or maybe I can just say accuracy also, like that. I can now be able to now update or push our information. So I'll just say const, I'll just say await, I'll just say shift dot find by ID and update. So this one here, and the first thing that I need is request.params.id, and then so I'm going here also to use the function for pushing, because remember also is an array. And then push here, you need to say clock in. So I'm going to push in this field that we called clock in, and here I'm going to push from time, codes, and then I'm going to push also the accuracy, so this data here. So what else do I need? So after this, now I'm going to send. So here I can say here, actually let me check here, I can just leave at that, and then let's say res.status here, and then 201 here, and then dot JSON, and then I'll say clocking has been successful, like that. So that is it, and here I can just copy this error and then paste it. So this error will come here, like that. So now, because clocking in and clock out is the same thing, so it's almost the same thing. So I'm going to copy this, all of this from here, and then let me copy this, and then here I'm going to say crock out. So crock out, and then I'll push this, or I'll just paste this, and then here I'll just say crock out, and here also we are going to look for crock out, not crocking, like that. What else do I need? I think there's nothing that I need to do, nothing else that I need to do. So this is crock out, yeah, and then just like that. So these are the functionality for Shift. So you can see in Shift we need to have a lot of functionality. So I'm just going to format this, and then let me save it, so you can see how easy it is. And now we have all the functions that we need for Shift. So right now I'll end this video here, because also I don't want it to be very long. And in our next video we are going to look at middlewares, because remember we need to also make sure that a user who is the user who is able to access some informations, like maybe adding a shift, or maybe getting all the shift, they need to be able to have login. And in this case here, anybody either logged in or not will be able to access our information. So we need to make sure that a person who is accessing our information in our database has logged in first of all, so that we can maintain security. So that is it. Let me see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to day 8 of this full stack shift taking application. So today we are going to look at middlewares, and middlewares will help us to know if the user has authenticated or not, because we don't want any user to be able to access any data from our database without authentication, because if we do this, then it means authentication will be of no use. And if you come here, when we are logging in here, in our, let me go into our routes, and then out here you can see we are generating this access token. So by generating this token, we are doing JSON Web Token and then sign, and then we are using here ID, and we are storing ID here from our user. Also we are going to also store the role here as from our user. And also here you can see we are signing using this JWT, and you can see here also this JWT, or this access token, will expire in 10 days. So this is when the user is logging in, that's when we are creating this access token. And then this access token is also sent to the front end, and also the information with other information into our front end, so that now this access token we can use it to know if the user has login or not, and if this token is valid or not. So what we'll do is, first of all, let's look at what is middlewares. So I'm going to go into Google and say middlewares in Node.js here. So let's look at what is middlewares in Express. Let's look at Express, and in here we are going to look at this documentation here. So here you can see they are telling us like middleware function are functions that have access to the request object, the response object, and the next function in the application request response cycle. The next function is a function in the Express router, which when invoked execute the middleware succeeding the current middleware. So middleware function can perform the following tasks: execute any code, make changes to the request and respond object, end the request response cycle, call the next middleware in the stack. If the current middleware function does not end and request response cycle, it must call next to pass the control to the next middleware function. Otherwise, the request will be left hanging. The following figure shows the element of the middleware function call. So like this here, they are giving you like an example. So here you can see they are giving us this express application here. You can see here they are giving us HTTP method for which the middleware function applies. So you can see here, and also you can see here paths that they are specifying here, and then the middleware function inside here. And you can see now middleware function has a next here, and this next is a callback, and this next function will be called to execute the next middleware. So I know this can be confusing at first, and I want us to do it in application in a practical way so that you may be able to understand what we mean. So now what we can do is that we am going to come here into my application, and inside this backend here I'm going to add middlewares. So I just say middlewares, yeah, and here you can use middlewares to do different things. In this case I'm going to use middleware to verify token. So I'll say verify token.js, and in here the first thing that we need to do is to first of all import JWT, and here I'm going to get it from now JSON Web Token. So this is JSON Web Token, like that. And again, here we need now to create the function. So const verify token. So verify token here, and then here we need to create our middleware. So here I'll just say request response and next. So here middleware should have these three, or it should have this next function, so that it will be executed if what we are trying to do exceeds or succeeds. So here I'll just also export. So I'll just say module export, and then verify. Just import this or export this verify token, just like that. So that is it. So now what we need to do is to create this function here. So first thing first, because we are verifying the token, we need to if we have the token, and most of the time we send the token through our headers. So I'll just say const, and then I'll say token, like this, and then I will say if maybe I can add, or I can say auth token, and then here I can say request dot headers, and then dot token, and in here I can be able to I'll say if in the headers we have a token. So let's say auth header or auth token, like that. So here I'm going to now get the header. So I just say, or I'm going to get the token. So I'm going to say auth token, or I would say token, and then here I will say auth token dot split here, and then I'm going to split using the space, and then I access now the first element, the second element. And if this, now I need to verify this token, so I just say jwt dot verify. So we need to verify if this token is correct, and to verify we need to give the token. So I'll just give the token, and also I'm going to also give the secret key that we were using to sign our token. So I'm just first of all going to import .env, and here I'm going to say require .env, like that. And in here now I can be able to say process.env, and then JWT sec, something of the sort, because this is the one that we were using here in our auth. This is what we were using to sign our token, this secret key from our .env file. You can see in .env we have this JWT sec. This is one which this is the one that we are verifying, we are using to sign, and now to verify also we need to use it. So when we do this, when we give the token, when we are verifying and then we give the token and then the secret key, now we have this callback function, and this callback function should give us two things. Either they give us the data or they give us the user, so or the data or the error, that is. So in this case, because our data is our user, then we will get it when we verify. So here now if we have the error, let's check if we have the error. So if we have the error here, now what we'll do, we'll just send that error. So I'd say yes.status and then 403 for forbidden. So 403 is for forbidden, and then I'll say JSON here, because that means that our token is not correct. And here I'm going to send this message, token is not valid, like that. And what else? So now also I'm going to, if now we have like the user or our token is right, then we need to say just assign request.user. So our request will have a user, and then we assign it to the user, and the information that the user here will give us. So the information that will be here in our user is the same here that we are storing in the token when we are signing our token, when we are logging in. Remember, when we are logging in here, there is information that we are saving in our token. So here if you sign, you can see we are storing the ID in our token and also the role for the user. So that is what we get when we verify. So that is it. So the other thing that we need to do is let's look here. So when we do this, now we need to call here, we go and call next, because we need to go to the next function and proceed, because if you don't call this next, it will block your application. So here also I need to, let me see if we don't have the auth header also. So if we don't have the auth header, so or the auth token, here you can see this auth token, we just send the error. So rest.status and then 41 here, and then .json, and then here I'm going to do you or send you have not been you are not let me say here, you are not authenticated here, like that. So that is it. And let me format this information here, or this code, and then here I'm going to now save this file. So this is the one that will be helping this function here. We are calling it a middleware, and also here before I forgot, we need to do .env and then config. So this function here, verify token, this is our middleware for checking if our token is correct and if we have a token. So here you can see I'm checking in my request, in my headers here, if I have a token, and if I have that token, I need to, because this one in our headers here will come as a data with a token. So that's what we are calling auth token. and then inside this auth token data we need to extract the token. So this one we split, and then we get the first element, second element here, that is the token. And then after that, now we try to verify. To verify our token, we need to give this JWT verify function a token, and also our secret that we used to sign our token. And then after that, we will get either the error or the user. If we get the error, then we need to send this error token is not valid. And then if it is, we have a valid token, then we give this request.user, we assign it the user, and then we call this next. We go to the next task here, or the next thing that we wanted. And if we don't have the auth token here, meaning we don't have any information here in our header, then you see here we'll send this error, you are not authenticated. So you might be wondering how are we going to use this verify token? And this is simple, because let's see if we are maybe say in here in our auth token, or in our client. Let me just go in our shift. So what we'll do to make sure that this information, so let's say for example this add shift here, what we'll do, or what will happen is that here when you try to add this shift, you need to make sure that this user who want to add or the admin who want to add the shift, he must, or she must be able, or she must have authenticated. And to do that, we need to check the token, because remember, when the user has logging in, we send the token to our front end or to the user. Now that token, when he or she trying to access our backend or any other data in our database, we need to check. So to use that function as a middleware, then we'll come here and call it. So just say verify token. You can see this function is ready here, and then here I'm going to first of all add this token here. So I'm going to add it here, verify token, and here you can see we have imported it. So here, first of all, when we access this route, it will be going first of all to check the verify token, and then it will check for the token. If we don't have the token, then it means that it won't be able to go through this other part of this functionality. So because this now means that this user is not authenticated. So we can do that for all information that we want the user to authenticate first to be able to access, like also here. So everywhere we can use it. So I'm not going to do this right now, because I want to use this when we are testing our backend, because we are going to test our backend before now we start building our front end. So I'm hoping that you are getting this, what we are explaining here. And to just do a little bit of let's say testing, we can go back here, and we have this route for testing. So you can see here a test route here. So if right now you come here into localhost and then 800, you can see we have this 800. Let's look for 800. So let me first of all run this 8800, and then test route here. When you do this, you can see it is telling us test is okay. So right now, if we apply this function for verifying our token, so I'll just say verify token like this one here. And if we check up here, you can see we have imported it. So here I first of all remove this here, and now actually here you can see where I used the shift route. I think I never used this here. So let me copy this and then paste it here. So this is shifts before I forget. So and this one is shift route here. So I forgot to do that, sorry. So like that, yeah. So now here you can see now we are verifying now. So the token before we test this route. So when we come here back and try to access now this test route, be keen and see what will happen here. So when we try to do that, you can see you are being told you are not authenticated. This is because we are checking for a token, and in here I have not sent the token that is from our front end here. So we need to provide the token so that it can be verified, and when we verify that token, then it means that we are authenticated, and that's how we'll be able to access our routes. So here I'll remove this, I'll be able to remove this function here. So I'm going to remove it like that, and then I'm going to save it. So I want to show you something. So why, let's go back into our middleware. So you can see we are using this function here before we start looking at request and response, and that's why we are also going to, we are using this next. So if we have a token and we have verified that that token is correct, then it means that we call this next so that we can be able now to move to the other part. So that we can be able to move now to other part of request and response. If the token is not correct or it is not, we have no token, then it means that we will not call this next and we will be stuck here in token is not valid. We are not going to proceed to the other part here, which is this one, the part where we are sending this test is okay. So I'm hoping you're understanding. So I don't want this video to be long, because we are going to now, from the next part, we are going to test and to test our application and then proceed to our front end. So have a great day. Remember to subscribe, like, and turn on the notification bell. Hello and welcome to day 9 of this full stack shift taking application. So in day 8 we finished on working on our backend, and now we are going to start working on our front end. So in here, if we look at the diagram here, you can see we are having 3 parts here. We have the front end, we have our backend here, and also we have our admin side here. And now we have finished working with our backend, and we'll come back to our backend when we'll be testing our backend using Postman later on in our video. So here I want us to go right away to front end and start looking at the UI part where the staff will be interacting with the application. And later on, when we will be done with the front end, we'll come up with the admin dashboard also to be able to interact with the admin to do things like assigning the shift, adding the user, and also adding client and many other stuff. So right now we can go and we can go ahead and start working on our front end. So if we come here in our code, you can see we have this folder that is called front end. And what I will do is that I will start by deleting this front end here. I will just come here and I will delete it, because I want us to create the front end here using React and something that we call Vite. So I want us to go and start looking at Vite, because Vite is very good tool to be able to create a React app. So remember, nowadays we are moving from create React app and we are using this tool that is called Vite. So let me come here and let me Google Vite, and you can see this Vite here. I don't know, many other people can call it Vite. So I'm going to come here and visit this website for Vite here and look at documentation also. So here I'm going to click on this link. So let's see how you can start your application, React application, using Vite. Remember, here I'm using version 18 of React. So let me come here to the guide, I know like React 19 is around the corner, but from the documentation I have learned that it is not actually going to change anything at all, because the thing that they are doing right now is that it's just that it will just what it will do is that it is going to change mostly on optimization and things that are behind the scene. And so the things that we're doing will also be relevant, because had this thought that I should also, if maybe I can wait and then the release of the version 19 and then I go ahead coding so that we use the latest version. But I came to know that many things that are going to change is under the hood, not actually the things that will change, not the things that we are going to be doing on our side as developers. So here I'm going to copy this. So you can see here how you can create your your Vite, or how you can create your application using Vite. So the first command here is npm create Vite at latest, and also you can see here we have other commands here. So whenever you want to use something like Tailwind CSS, also you can look at that, and also you can see many other things. You can read about this documentation for Vite so that you can be able also to understand so many things. So here I'm going to copy this, and of course you need to have also installed Node, because remember also backend we are using Node. So let me come here into my application, and now I'll go and open another terminal here. So here I'm going to copy this and paste. So here I'm going to run this command npm create Vite at latest, and then you can see here it is asking me if I want to proceed. Then I'll say yes. So I will say yes. So here it will be asking me the project name. So here project name, I'll just add Frontend. I'll call it Frontend, just like that. So you can see this is the Frontend. Like I have added the name for Frontend. So I just say okay, and then package name I will just say yes. Okay, let me call it just a Frontend, and then here you can see I need to select which framework, or which framework do I want to work with the Vite. So here I'm going to use React. So here let me look at what the problem is. So it is scrolling down, so I don't know what the okay, now I have selected the React. So now you can see here it is asking me if I want to use React with TypeScript, but I'm going to use JavaScript here. So I'm not going to use TypeScript. So and then here you can see now it has created this folder here for frontend, and you can see it has added some things here. But here you can see also there is this some guidance that it has given us. So it has said we should navigate to a folder called frontend that we have created. So navigate to our frontend, and then when we navigate to frontend, we should do npm install. So npm install. So let us install that. So after we run now npm install here, also you should run npm run dev here. So this is how you initialize your React using Vite, and Vite is very helpful, especially when you are building your application and when also you want to build your application for deployment. So and also you can come here and learn more about Vite, because it's something that it is very good, and it is replacing create React app, because create React app was very slow when it came to creating React apps and also to build your React app. So let's see if it has finished installing. So I will just pause for here, and then I will continue when it will finish installing the packages. So now you can see here we have finished installing those packages, and you can see here added to 79 packages. So the other thing that we should do now is to run npm So I'll just first of all clear. So I'll just say cls, and then I'll just say npm run dev. So this is inside this folder that is called frontend. So let us run this command npm run dev, and you'll see how it is easier for using Vite here to be able to initialize the application. So you can see my application is running on port 5153. So I'm going to copy this localhost and then the port, so that I can be able to run this application in our browser. So let me actually, because I had already run another application on that port, I'll just look for that port here, and then if I run here, you'll be able to see this, like our application here. So you can see this is just a boilerplate code, and you can see here is a Vite plus React, and this is a very good tool that is called Vite here, that will enable us to faster our development, and also when you are building application for deployment, it will be easier and faster. So here I want to click this button, and you can see it is just React under the hood. Is that we are using Vite here to be able to be efficient and faster. So now I want to remove this boilerplate code here. So I'll go to my code. So I will drag this down here to create some space, and let us see. So here I'm going also to close all this from a backend code. So I'm going to also make sure that I close that folder, because we won't be working on this folder for a while now, because we are going to concentrate on our front end here fully. So now let us open our front end, and in our front end here you can see this source folder, and inside this source folder here you can see we have this app.jsx. So here this is JavaScript extension, so JSX, and this is very important. So first of all, first thing that I need to do is that I will just remove let me just remove this code here, because this is the boilerplate code, and let me remove it until here. So I think, yeah, let me remove all of it first of all from here to actually here, end of this fragment. So here I also need to, you can see here it is as if it is giving us error, and when we just save here, you see that it will also be running, so there is no problem. And this is because here the bit here is using something that is called a ESLint, and this ESLint will point out the errors, or maybe the potential things that or the other things that we don't require. For example, right now, because we have removed the code that is using this use state here, that's why you can see we have, it is pointing here that we don't require this. And if we hover over it, you can see set count is declared, but its value is never read. Or here you can see set count is assigned a value but never used. And also here you can see the same, because we are not using React logo and Vite logo here in our application right now. So I'm going to remove this, and also I'm going to remove all of these here, up here, like that. And now you can see we have been this function here, like empty function. So here to test, I want to create a header here, and I'm going to create I'm going to say shift taking. So shift taking application. So let me type it here, shift taking application, and let's see how, let's save, and then it will reload, and then let's see how. So you can see here we have shift taking application, but of course you can see here we have like this import, we are importing this app.css. So because here these are CSS style. So if I just remove that and then try to save and then see, so you can see we have this also we have this background here that is black. So I want to remove all CSS that is applied in our application. So I can just say Ctrl Z, I just restore this app.css. So I'm going to remove everything here, like all this CSS, because we not going to require it. We are going to use other CSS. So also I'm going to go into my index.css here, and because here if you check, you can see we are importing from app.css, but also we are being affected by this index.css. Everything that is in here, it is affecting our application, and this is because here in our main.jsx, you can see this is the root of this application. So that's why you can see we are importing our app here, and also you can see here we are getting the this root here. We are going to get this document, get element by d and then root. That's why we are able to render this app here. So I'm going to also to remove everything here. So let me remove this, and let us see what will change. So you can see now here we have removed every styling that we had, because we removed that CSS. So the other thing is that now, because we don't have any styling, so what also we can do is that I can select everything, and then I'll say margin to remove, because if you check here, you can see we have this margin, and also we have default margin here. So I'm going to remove that, and also I'm going to remove like the padding. So the margin and padding, I want to remove it, so like that. So let me save, and then let's see. So you can see now we have removed like a default margin and also default padding. So that is it. So now we have that. Let me check here. Now we have this H1 shift taking application. So, and we have a certain that is we are working on this shift taking application, and it is working correctly. So now we can proceed. So the other thing that I want us to do is to create the pages that we'll have, because our application will have multiple pages. So I'm going to create all those pages right now, so that now from there we start working on the other things like navbar and then footer, and also those pages that we'll be having, because we're having pages like my shift, and then other like my account, and also other pages like reset password and forgot password, things like that. So here I'm going to come here in my source folder, and here I'm going to create a folder called components, and this is where we are going to put our components, because remember React works by components, small chunks of code. And here also I'm going to create pages like that. So now, right now, I want us to create pages, because right now you can see our application has only one page, this page that you can see here, but I want multiple pages. So the first thing that I want to do to be able to create this multiple page application, we are going to just install a third library or third party library that is called React Router DOM. So here I'm going also to just open another terminal, because I don't want us to close this terminal to stop our server that is running our React application. So here I'm going to also navigate to our front end, here, just like that, front end. And in here also we can go and check for React Router DOM. So just like that, and then npm, so that we can be able to install it. So here we can see, we'll be able to see the command for installing this third party, because remember React uses this React Router DOM library to be able to create a multiple page application. It's not like another framework on top of it that is called Next.js. Next.js come with the built-in library for routing. So here I'm going to copy this, and here in my application I'm going to paste it, and then let us run so that it installs this library here. So after this, now I'm going to use it in this app page here, or this default app here. So first thing here I need to do is that I'm going to import it here. So let me import it. So first of all, let me actually remove this app.css. So let me come here and then delete. So let me delete this, move to recycle bin. Yes, so something of the sort. So here I'm going to say import, and then here I'm going to import several stuff, and I'm going to import them from React router DOM. So you can see here we have React router DOM like that, and here we need to import something called create browser router like that. Also I'm going to have this or import this React router provider, because these are some of the things that we require like that. So here, if we do this, now we can be able to use this here in our application. So first thing first, I need to first of all come here, and then I'm going to use here this one that we are calling router. So here, let me first of all go back here, Control Z, and then first of all inside here I'm going to create our pages, and here I'm going to say first of all our routes. So I'm going to say const, and then here I'm going to say router, and then here router I'm going to say create a browser router like this one here. And now from here I can be able to just add this here. So I'm going to call this function create a browser router, and again here this should take this array here. So this array, inside this array I can create object, and this object will look like this. So we'll have a path. So this, you can see we have a path here, and this path, for example, we'll have like a default route here, and then we'll have like another thing here, let's say element, and this element here will be something like a component, or not a component, like a page, or maybe something like a tag. So we can just add here like something like h3 like that, and here I can say home, something of the sort. And now inside here, down here, now I can use now this one that we are calling router provider. So I'm going to take this router provider here, and we are going to use this closing tag, self closing tag, and here I can say router, and then I can take this router that we have created up there like that. So if I do this, and then when I save and go back into application, so this is our application here, you can see home. So this is the default page that we'll see when you come into this application, and this is our home page. So another thing is that I want to create now these pages, now this home page and also other pages. So I'm going to create a folder here, and this folder I'm going to create for home. So this, we have a home here, and also I'm going to have my shift. So these are the pages that we are going to have in our application. Also I'm going to have, let's say, another one, or maybe let me create them and then create the pages right away. So here I'm going to say home.jsx, something of the sort, and then here I can use this extension that is called RAFCE. So if you don't have this extension here, what you can do is that you can come here in extensions and then look for this extension, so that you can be able to install it and you'll be able to use it. So this one here that we are calling ES7 plus, or this one ES7 plus here, React Redux and React Native here. So this one is the one that I'm using. If you install this, you can be able to use this shortcut that is called RAFCE, and then you can be able to create these ones that you can see here, like as these are component or maybe these pages right away. So I'm going to remove that, and also I'm going to go back into my code here. So the other thing is that here I'm going to also create for my shift. So my shifts something of the sort dot JSX, like that, and then I'm going to use RFCE. So this one here, so this is another one. So let me remove that, and here also that is another page now. So also I'm going to create another one here, and this one I'm going to create for staff. So I'm going to have a staff page, and this is the one that the staff will see when they are logged in for, or the where they will be able to see their shift and everything. So this is this folder that is called staff here, and I'm going also to create the component that is called staff here, or the page that is JSX here, like that. What else do I need? So we have another page. So the other page that we are going to have is login. So here we have login here. So I'm going to use caps. So login here, and also let me create the page. So login.jsx, something of the sort. Here use RFCE right away, like that. So here I'm able to remove this because we don't require it right now. So what else do I need? So I need another page, and this page is here is called reset password. So I'm going to call this reset password, like that. So here I'm going to create reset password page, like that. Let me call this RFCE, and then let me remove this, and then let me save that. So another page. So we are having a lot of pages. So we're having this page now that we are going to call it, we are going to have the shift, my shift, that is one shift. So here, because we are going to see a shift and the details, so I'm going to create this page that is called shift, and this one here I'm going to create this page that we are calling shift. So shift dot JSX. So here I'm going to use RFCE, and then remove this. So what else? So here also in my pages, I'm going to create my account or account page. So here I'm going to add account, something of the sort, and here now I'm going to add my account, or let me call it account. So account dot JSX, and here also we are going to use RFCE. So here I'm going to remove that, so because we are not using it right now. So let me come here and also save on this, and also I can close these ones here. So let me close these ones here. So another page, let me check if I have another page here. So let me close this, and this one here. So if we have another page, so I don't think we have any other page right now, or let me have another page here called report. So report, like that. This is where the staff will be able to report like an incident. So here we have a page here called report for incidents. So report.jsx, and then here also we have RFCE, like that, and then remove this like that. So that is it. So I think these are the all pages that I'm going to have in my application. So I don't think I have any other page that I'm going to use or to need in this application. So right now, if you want to extend on this application also, you can go ahead and add other pages, or they will come as we go. So now inside here, now you can see how it will be easy to create this now this multiple page application, because right now here I'm going to just replace with my page. So here, for example, here in our root here, I'm going to use home page, my home here. So I'm going to import it. So here, because I cannot be able to import it right away, like because I cannot see like auto completion, what I'll do is that I'm going to come here and I'm going to import. So let me import home. So home here, and you can see, let me, I think this is it, or it is not the one that I want. So home, and then here is from. So here is from. Let me go inside my pages, and then here I'm going to look at inside my pages, and not in my asset, actually it is inside my pages. So here, inside here, and then you can see this here in my home, and then this home here, like that. So this is how you can import like home. So here, this is home. Actually, let me use like a closing tag like that. So you can be able to see now, you can be able to import that home now. If you look at our application here, you can see we have home here. So I'm going to create other pages. So to create other pages, I'm going to copy this, and then here I'm going to add several like pages here. So this page, so these pages here. So after this one, I'm going to also to have another page, and this one is login. So login, and here let me see if I can be able to autocomplete login, or can be able to just be able to import login right away. So because I cannot be able to import login, what I'll do is that I can come here and then copy this, and then I'll paste this here. I'm going to add here login, but now here I'm going to get it from login. So from login here, and from now this login. So that is it. And if I close this now and go into my application, let me try to go to this route for login. So let me check for login here. So I can be able to now remove this, and then let me go to my login. Yeah, and you can see now I can go and see other routes like login, and now we are able to create this multiple page application. So I'm going to create those pages, and right away we are going also to create now the styling and the UI part. So let me also have other ones here. So here, this is the login. I need to go to like forgot password. So this one, we have this path forgot password, and here I'm going to have the reset password page. So I'm going to copy, or to import that reset password. So reset password like that, and in here, actually I want to see here, okay. So and then here in my reset password, I can import it, reset password like that, and here let me see, reset password. So the other thing is that, let me try and see, because this will be a lot of work to just import it like direct. and let me try and see if we have auto completion. So here I'll try and import my shifts and see if I can be able to get it. So my shift, so I cannot be able to import it like that. Don't know why, but so we are going to go one on one. So here I'm going to say my shifts like that, and then here I'm going to just paste this location here. I'm going to change this to my shifts here, and here I'm going to import it from now my shifts here. You can see my shifts, and then here also I'm going to go to my shifts, and now I can be able to use my shifts here like that. My shifts, yeah, so like that. So I'm going to copy this also and paste it several times like that. So here now I have now these pages. So this is my shift. So I'm going to also have like this one that we are calling shift. So this shift here, this one will have an ID like that. Actually this one should be have an ID like that. So, and here I need that shift here, and actually let me just add it here or import it. So here I'm going to import this. So let me import it like that. So here I'm going to import shift, a single shift. So let me come here and import shift from shift, and then shift here. So here I need to, let me change here to shift. So this is should be shift like that. So another one here is report. So when you want to report here, and in here now I can be able now to import also report page. So here I'm going to say report from now report in our pages. So report, then report, and then report. So here I'm going to use report. So this is a report like that. So what else? Also I need to, which other page do I need? So I'm having staff page, so staff, and here I'm going to import it also like staff. So here is a staff, and in here I'm going to import it from staffs or staff, and then import it this stuff here like that. So I think this is this one here is the stuff, and also here this one is the stuff, like we have this stuff like that. So yeah, so this is it. Which another page do I need? So I think I have exhausted my pages, but I think my account, I need to have my account here page. So let me copy, and then let me paste it here. Actually this is not the one I want, so copy this and then I'll paste it here. Oh, actually because it has two commas here. So this one is my account. So I have this my account here, and in here now I can have account page. So account page like that. Don't know why my auto completion is not working, but it's just going to use this wrong way of importing them. So import, and then in here this is account, so like that. And also here I'm going to import from my account, so my shift like that, no, like my account, sorry. So this is my from my account like that, and then here from account. So yeah, so I think these are all pages that I require, because I don't think I have any other pages that I will work with. So we have home, we have home, we have login, we have forgot, reset password, we have update. Okay, this is the only one that we have left with. We have stuff, we have my shifts, and we have shift, and then we have my account, and then we have report now. So there's another one that I have forgot, and this one will be going to discuss it on later on. So here, let me come and paste it here. So maybe let me come here, and then here I want to here to have this I'm going to call it update password. So I've not created this page also, so I'm going to create that page. By the root here, I'm going to use this one here that has all this gibberish here. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. Actually not here, like here in my path, so like that. Yes, and then now here I need to now create the page that is called update. It is called update password because I'm going to update password also. So like that. So here I'm going to create from this page here, I'm going to have update password like that. And also in this update password here, I can be able now to create update password page. So update password dot .jxx, that, then I can say RFCE, and then something of the sort. So now from here I can be able now to import here. So let me import this update password. So I'm going to copy this, and in here I can be able to now import update. So update password like that. So I'm going to get it from update password folder. So update password. So update password here, and then from update password like that. So now you can see we have created all the pages. So also I'm going to save on this. So in here I want also to be able to save on, I'm going to save this format, yeah, or I'm going to also format my code like that, and here I can now close this. So if I go back into my application here, so let me move to my application. So you can see we have login here. So we can start by looking at our home page. So our home page should be our root. So here I cannot be able to see it. So let me also check for login. Let's see if I can be able to see it. So I cannot be able to see my pages. I don't know why. So I'm going to look at them. So let me come here. So if you look at here, I cannot be able to see my pages, because if I go to my login, as you saw earlier, I was able to see like a login part, and also if I go to my default, or like something like maybe stuff, I should also be able to see those pages like stuff. But right now I cannot be able to see those pages. I don't know what is happening with this application, but this is the right way that you should do in order to create multiple pages in your application. So before the next video, I'm going to look at where the problem is coming from, and also I'll be able to fix it, because I don't know where the problem is coming from. So after this now, what we'll do is that we are going to start to create our home and see how it will look like. Then we'll go to our login, our forget password, my shifts here, and then shift, and then report stuff, and all those stuff. Like we'll create these all pages right here. and then we'll start connecting with our backend. So right now, let me end my video here because I don't want it to be very long. And also, if you haven't subscribed, kindly to subscribe, and don't forget to like this video and turn on the notification bell. So have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back into day 10 of this full stack shift taking application. If you have come from the day 1 up to this level, then it means you need also to give your pat at the back because you have really come a long way. So in today's video, we are starting now to work on our front end, and we are going to create on other things like our pages here. You can see we have a home page here, and also we have login. In our last video, I have created almost all pages that we require in this tab, in this application. So right here you can see I also deleted some of my pages, and I was left with all these 4 pages. And this is because in our last video we had an error, and our application was not working. I tried to look into the error, and I didn't find exactly what was happening. So I decided to go and maybe start it from scratch again. And now I'm concentrating on from these 2, and we'll be adding other pages as we go. So right now we are going to start working on our home page here, and also we are going to start with our login. So that's what we'll do in this video. So if you come here in our application, if you look at the application that we are going to create, you can see already this is our home page. And if we click here in our login, then you can see we have this login page here. And also you can see here, if you click here, you can go to forget password. So right now, let's start by working on this page here, the home page. So what we'll do is that I'm going to first of all change the name. If you look here into our title, you can see this one is M shifter, but this one is Wait and plus Wait plus React. So what I'll do is I'll go into my index. Yeah, let me look at my index in here, and you can see this is the title here. So I'm going to change this into a M shifter. So like that, let me just use it as caps, or let me look how it will look. So let me see, and then I think now it will look, yeah, it will be looking at this. So right now, one thing that you should know is that when you're working with the React, you use components. And if you look at this home page here, you can see we have navbar here, we have this page here, and also we have this footer down here. So what I'll do is that I need to create some components. So the first component that we'll have is navbar here, and also we have another component that is called footer here, and this one in between here is what we are calling home page. So what I'll do is that I'll come here in my components here. What I do is that I create another folder, and this folder here I will call it navbar. So I'm not using caps, so, or maybe let me use capital N and then navbar, just like that. And also I'm going also to create another folder that I'm calling footer here. So all components that we are having will be here in our component. So let me create them like that. And this is how what the thing with React is, just like a component. We have other frameworks like Svelte, and also we have other like Vue that uses the concept of components. And this is a very good concept because you can just organize your code the way you want. So right here, I'm going to create a navbar page or component here. So it's just a JSX, and here I'm going to create another like a navbar.css because we are going to use CSS in our coming video. Also, we are going to use other frameworks for CSS like Tailwind, and also other videos that are coming, we are going to use Bootstrap. So here I'm going to do RFCE. So RFCE, this is the extension that I'm using to create React components and pages. So I'm going to also come here and import now my CSS like that. And inside here now, what I can do is that I can start creating my navbar here. But before that, I want also to create my footer so that I can show you how I'm going to use them. So here is the footer.jxx, and then also I'm going to have here the CSS for footer component. So this is footer.css, like that. And in here now you can see we have this one here. So I'm going to say RFC again. So here also I'm going to remove this, and also I'm going to import the CSS, my CSS that is. So I'm going to import like that. And what else do I need? So I'm going to save on that, and also I'm going to save this. So here I'm going also to, let me see here, I'm going to just close the one that I'm not using right now. So let me remove this so that I make my work clean, as my space clean. So here I'm going also to start with navbar. So let me first of all go here into my home. So if you check here in the application that you are working, you can see this is the home. And now because we have this home, you can see we have this component and this footer here, also a component. So what I do is that I'll come and use them in my home page here. So here, so I'm going to come here, and what I'll do is that I'll first of all have the navbar here. So let me import it. So navbar, you can see it here. It is we have auto completion for us here. So like that, and also I'm going to have a footer in here. So this is a footer. So you can see the footer here. So I don't know why I'm not seeing, like, I want to import it. So what I'll do is that I'll just import it. Let me first of all check if how I called it. So this is a footer. Yes. So what I'll do is that I'm going to try again and to import it, because that will be easier. So I'm going to call footer, and you can see right here we have the footer. So let me import it. It is this one up here. So like that. And now if I save on this, let's check. So if we check here, you can see we have the navbar here, and also we have the footer. So what we need to do is that everything that also now we are going to create, like a home page here, will be here, like let's say home here. This one will call home. So this is where we are going to include now the image and some text. So if I check back, you can see we have navbar, we have home here, and also we have footer. And this is how mostly the way that you will be building React application. If it is your first time, you need to use components to organize your code. If it was CSS, here in our home, we could have included the section for navbar. Also, we could have included the section for this image and some text that you can see here, this one. And also we could have included the footer down here. So but right now what we do is that we need to start creating this one here. We need to create this as components so that we can also code them separately. So here I'm going to start now working on my footer, my navbar, sorry. So this is the way we are going to do it. I'm going to be creating my HTML here, and then I go to CSS for styling. So let's start here. So the first thing that I'll do is I need to have here a class of here in my class here we need to have a class of navbar. So this is navbar right there. And also here also I need another, like a div, and this div here I'm going to call it container. So you can see how I'm creating classes. You can just do div and then dot the class name, like that. So here we have these two, and inside here now, this is where we are going to have like also two div. The first div will be having a class of logo, and this is where we are going to have a logo. And then in here, I'm going to have a span, and this span here I'm going, actually I could have done it much easier. I could have done span, and then span here I call this span like a text, like that. You can call it the way you want. And here I'm going to add the logo now that we are calling AM shifter, like that. So now if we have this logo here, Now the other thing that we need to have is another div. So here you can see we have the div for the container here, and inside this we'll have two divs. We have this for logo, and also we are going to have the one for signing in. So inside here also I'm going to have a div, and in here I'm going to have a div of sign in, like that. So sign in, and then inside here, this is where I'm going to have a button. So here I'm going to have a button like that, and this button will have a class name of login, and then the text here is login, just like that. So what else do I need? So I'm going to save this, and let's see what we'll see here. So you can see here actually we are able to see like a AM shifter and then login. So you can see this is the AM shifter here, and also we are having the login here. So another thing that I need to look at is when you hover over here, you can see here at the bottom left, you can see this is the root page, and if I come here, you can see the root changes to /login. So what I'll do because this one will be when we click on this logo here, we need to go to our home page. What we'll do is that I'm going to open this, or just remove this text, cut this text, and then here I'm going to include a link, and this link here will come from React Router DOM. So let me import, so this one, let me import it from React Router DOM. So import here from React Router DOM, like that. So let me come and import this, and in here this is where I need to import now the link. You can see that link. So here I'm going now to paste this text like that, and also what I do is that I push this, and in here I need to add to. So what do if I click this text, where do I need to navigate to? So I'm going to here I need to navigate to our home page, so that's / like that. And in here also in our login, if we click on this button, we need to go to our login page. So here I'm going to say to add this link. So link like that, and then in here now I need to now paste that button, and then here I need to say to. So to, and then I want to go to /login. So our page login, that is. So that is it. I need to save like that, and then let's see how it looks like. So here, if I go back into my application and then I try to click on this login, you can see I'm going to login page here. So that is it. So let me first of all go and now be able to do all the styling here in my navbar. So now in here in our navbar.css, we need to start styling. So the first thing, if you check here you can see we have this this line here, and highlighting for this text here, or this AM shifter here, you can see we have underline, and also you can see it is like a hyperlink, and this is what we need also to remove because we want it to be a regular text. So what we do here is that I'll say text decoration, and in here I'm going to say it is text decoration to none. Also I'm going to say color here should be to be inherited, so inherit like that. And then here I'm going now to start styling now our navbar. So a navbar here, I'm going to give it a height of, let's say 70 pixels. So 70 pixel. And also I'm going to give it a background color. So a background color of RGBA, like that. And in here you can see we have this, or let me just use RGB like that. And then so we need also to remove this alpha here. So this is the red. So red, I'm going to give it like 24. So I'm going also to give it, or I can just give it like values. Yeah, so this will be 24. I'm going to add 92 here, like that, and then 175, like that. So you can see the color here. So if you check now into application, you see now we have this color here, and it is the same one that we are seeing it here. Or also you can just add here to be, let's add it to be 100. I think 100 won't be too much, so let me see. Yeah, I think 100 is okay. So now I'm going to style other parts. So the other part I'm going to style here is .container, or our container class. So this container class here, I'm going to give it a display of flex. So let me give it a display of flex, and also I'm going to say align items to be center. So align items to be center, and I'm going also to say justify content to be space between. So this is space between, and also I'm going to say margin here should be auto, and then 10%, like that. And then the last thing is padding here, and our padding here, now we are going to have a padding of 10 pixels, just like that. So let's see. So when we save on this, you can see we have already did the display flex, which you can see it here, have em shift and login here. And also I'm going to give this to be 70 as what we had did previously. So now if I look at here, you can see it look almost we are getting to the what we want. So here in our container also we are going to style the text. So here in our text we are going to style, first of all I'm going to give it a font size, and the font size here we are going to give it a font size of 20 pixels, and then here a font weight here will be font weight of 900, and here also I'm going to give it color, and the color here we are going to give it a color of Alice blue, like that. So that is it. And what else do I need? So here, let me first of all save this and then see it. So you can see here we have em shifter here. So you can see here this is also we are not like we are not using like the same font family, and I'll show you how to add font family here. And we are going to use Google font family. So fonts, or Google fonts, that is. So here I'm going also to style other like login. So let me style login here. So this is login button. So first of all, I'm going to give it padding of 5 pixels, and width here. Width should be of 100 pixels. And here I'm going to give a font size here, font size of 15 pixels, and also I'm going to give it outline of none, like that. And then again I'm going to give a border here will be a border of none, and also I'm going to give a font weight. So a font weight should be of font weight of, let's add a font weight of, or I just remove font weight. Don't think I need font weight. And then a cursor will be a cursor pointer, like that. So this is the styling that I want right now. So yeah, you can see now we have everything that we want here, but the other thing that I want is that I need to include another font family, and you can see here because they are different. You can see this font here is not the same with this, and I'm going to use Google font. So I'm going to use Google font. So Google fonts here, and I'm going to use a font that is called Poppins. So let me browse the fonts here. So and then I'll look for the Poppins. So here I'm going to search for Poppins. So let me see. So let me scroll down also. If you can see we have so many fonts here that you can use. So right now I want to use Poppins. So pop-ins like that. So yeah, you can see now we have these pop-ins here. So to use pop-ins, you can do in various ways. So first of all, what you can do is that you can select the here. You can like come here and select the one that you want to use. So I'm going to say got it, and then here let me try and see how I can use them. So yeah, so let me get the font, try that. So yeah, so you can see this one, you can embed this your code, and you can see the various ways that you can embed your code. So I'm going to use this import here. So if I import this, I'm going to copy this, all of this here. So let me copy all of it, but I won't be copying this style tag here. So in here, I'm going to look for global CSS or index CSS here. Let me look if this index here, and in here, what I'll do is that I'm going to come here and I'm going to paste this import here up there. And I don't know why I'm having this like a trouble here. So let me see if need to do semicolon here. Yeah, you can see that is only what we needed to do there. And also if we come back here, we need also to add this. So you can see we are having all these things that we need also to add. So here I'm going to copy this like that, and only this like font family, and then for pop-ins and serifs, and you can see all these other ones that you can use here. So let me paste it here. Yeah, in everything that you are going to use, like in every text you are going to use font family pop-ins. And then if we save here, let's go back into application, and you can see here our text have changed, and in here you can see this one is bold. And what we can do, let's check into our nav CSS, then look at our text here. So I'm going to remove this font weight, and then let's see how it will look like. So yeah, and now you can see we have the same font family with this one here. So we can use another font family, but right now I'll just leave it like that. Or font weight, we can just use another font weight, but right now I'm going to leave it like that. So now I need to create here in our home, like this home here, an image. We need to have an image here, and also we need to have this text here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to now create our home. So let's navigate into our home. So where is our home? Here in our home page here, I'm going to add another CSS. So I'm going to add home.css, and in here I'm going to just here I'm going to import my CSS. So I'm going to import, and I'm going to import this CSS like that. So now in here in our home, we can choose to create another component that is called home, or we can proceed here and create the text here. By this time, what I'll do, because I won't do much of other things here, what I do is that I'll just remove this, and then I'll just create the text here because it's not a lot of text. So here I'm going to say class name, and here I'm going to give this a class name of home. And also here I'm going to now create the div here and the text. So I'm going to give this a text of wrapper, the very first div, and you can call the way you want it. So here, the first one here, I'm going to give a class name. So this is a class name here, and so this one will be like a GIF. I'm going to give it a class name of GIF, and here I'm going to add this image here. So the image that we are talking about is this image here. So if you come back here, I can see I don't have like that image, and in here, because I have a URL here for that image, I can just copy this URL, and then I can paste it here. So, and again, what I'll do is that I'm going to another thing is I'm going to do now another div, and in here I'm going to call this div disk or description, like that. So I'm going to say I'm going to add here a span, and this span here I'm going to give it a class of race, and inside this I'm going to say empowering caregivers, just like that. And here I'm going to give it semicolon, and I'm going to add a span also. So this span is also a tag inside here, and in this span here I'm going to give it, so let me give it a span here. So I'm going to add this span, but inside this span here I'm going to give it a class name here, a class name of blue text, like that. And also I'm going to continue here inside this blue text span, and I'm going to add compassion in every click, in every click, like that. So here now you can see compassion in every click, and I think that's it. We need also to have a button here. So this here we need to have a button, and this button here I'm going to give it a class name of get started, so like that. So you can see here my class name are communicating so that I don't get confused. So this is get started, like that. So let me save this and then check here. And you can see here we have this now our image, and also we have this empowering caregivers. And maybe if you're struggling to look at an image that you can use, so what I'll do is that what you can do is that you can come into my GitHub, and my GitHub, it is called James Guru. Here I'm going to add the link to my GitHub in my description of this video. And when you come here you can see the repositories here. So you can come to the repository, and in the repository here you are going to see like there's a source code already in the description. So you can just come here, look for the repository, and the repository that we are calling the repository that we are going to look at is this shift taking application. So you can come here and look at this documentation here, this source code, sorry, and in here you can come into the front end here, and you can check for this part here for the home, so that you can be able also to just maybe get the image link. So you come here into your image, into the pages, right, that is. And then here you can see we have home. You can have this home here, and inside here home you can be able now to check, you can check now this the whole image and everything that you need here. So also need to add another thing here. So when you are creating an image here, you need also, if you are really concerned about things like SEO, you need to add something here. You can add a text here, so that most of the time you find that it adds it is really good practice when it comes to SEO. So you can add the description of the image. I won't do it right now because I don't have anything that I have on top of mind that I can write here, but you can write a description of the image, so that those people who also are blind use screen readers, they are screen readers, they can be, or they are being helped by this alt option here, or this alt text here that the screen readers will be looking at, and then it will read for them. So that is it. And another thing that I need to do is that now I can go and style. So in styling, when I created here CSS for our home. So in here now I can be able to start now styling. So first thing first, I need to style on this wrapper. So let me style the wrapper. So in our wrapper I'm going to say display flex like that, and then if you do like that, you can see now this text is up here. So you can see now I've made them horizontal. So the other thing that I need is to say flex direction. Flex direction will be column first of all, and here you'll be able to see how they look like. So, and another thing is that also I need to say align items. So align items will be center. So I think here I have made a mistake. So here I'm going to remove this because I don't think it should be like a flex direction column. This one is the one that should be a flex direction column. So the other thing here I need to add is align item center, and I'm going to add another styling, and this styling is margin. Margin here will be 3%, and then auto, and also I'm going to add height here to be auto like that. So the other thing is that I need to go to phrase. So to style the phrase here, and in phrase here I'm going to say flex will be a flex of 1. I'm going to say text align to be center, and here I'm going to add like a color, and my color here will be this dark color here, and then I'm going to add a margin, and the margin here will be a 0%, like top and bottom, and left and right will be 10%. And also I'm going to say display flex like that, display flex, and then flex direction will be column. So flex direction should be column, just like that. So I'm going to save that, and now you can be able to see how it looks like. So we have this here, the place. So after that, let me also proceed, and then I can be able to style the description. So the description here should have also, actually here you should not give a flex of 1. So let me see, because I've done a mistake there. So this one should be a phrase, we should be having, actually this one I have given it a wrong styling, so I just remove it. So this one should be have a font size of 30 pixels, 30 pixels like that. You need to have a font weight here of 900, and the width, a width of, let's say, 70%. And also here I'm going to have a text align of start like that. So let's see, and that's why it is, it should be like this one here. So now another thing that I need to do is that I'm going now to, let's style now the description. So I'm going to say flex to be 1, and also I'm going to add here like a text align to be center like that. I'm going to add color to be color of dark, and then I'm going to add margin of 0% and 10%. I'm going to add a display of flex, and then I'm going to say flex direction will be column, just like that. So let us save and see how the application will look like. So you can see how it looks like. So the other thing now is to style on my get started button. So get started button here. So I'm going to start by background color. So background color here will be GBA. So this is GBA here, and this one will be 24, and here it will be 92, and then here will be again will be 175, just like that. So here also I'm going to add outline to be none. So outline none. I'm going to add border. Border here would be none. And also I'm going to add padding to be 15 pixels. I'm going to add also color. My color here should be this one, white here, and I'm going to have a cursor to be pointer, and here I'm going to have a width of, let's say, 70%, and here I'm going also to add another font weight here of let's say 900, and also I'm going to have a font size of, let's say, 15 pixels, and here I'm going to have a margin of 20 pixels and 0 pixels, like that. So that is let me see how it looks like. So yeah, you can see now we have this empowering caregivers compassion in every click. Now here you can be able to click on this, and here actually I've seen I don't want to make this bold, so I'm going to just remove this fold, that one, and here I can also give it to be a font size of 20 pixels. So now after that we can see now get started here, and have removed this boldness that we had. So here also I can see something that I wanted to also to make sure that it is blue, this sum of the color here. So you can see we have this color here, the blue one here. So what I'll do is that first of all, this is bold, and I don't want it to be bold. So I'm going to come here and remove this phrase here. I don't want it to be, I want it to be just a regular font weight. So I'm going now to come here and now take text blue, because this is our blue text. We call it blue text because this is what we need now to color our text. So I'm going to give it a color, and I'm going to give it a color of RGB, and here I'm going to give it a color of, or this one, RGB here, just like that. So that is it. If we check here now, you can see we have empowering caregivers, and also here you can see compassion in every click and get started. So what else do we need? Now we need to look at our footer here. So let's come here into our footer. So we open our footer, and in our footer here we need first of all to give this a class name of footer, like that. We need also to, inside here we need to also do several stuff. So we need to give also another div, and this div here I'm going to give it a footer container class name, like that. And then inside here we need to have another div, and then this div here I'm going to call it address, like that. And inside address here I'm going to have a span, and this span here I'm going to give it to be a mission class name, and inside here this is where we are going to have this text. So I'm going to copy out of this text here, so, and then paste it here. And again, now after this, now we need to have another div, so, or we need to have another text. So here I need to have like another text, and this text here will be the one that will hold our addresses. So I'm going to add here, let me see where we can add it. So this is the div here, so I need to add it here. So this one I'm just going to give it right, so class name. So here I'm going to have a span, first span here. This span here I'm going to use this rights view or the address. Also I'm going to have another span here, and this span here I'm going also to add the number. So this is the number here, and now we have another span, and this span here will hold this email, that is, so this is like contact information. So after that we can add them like that. I can save on that, and let's see how it looks like in the application. So you can already see how it looks. So we need to style them to look like this footer here. So we are going to style them one by one. So the first thing, let me see if I have made it. So now we can start styling by footer here. So the footer will be, give it a height of, let's say, 300 pixels, like that. You can give it the height that you want. Also we have a bottom, we'll have a bottom here, and this bottom here will be a bottom of 0 pixels. And also I'm going to add a background color here, and this background color here will be this grayish color. So if I save this and I check into my application, you can see we have like this gray color here as our background. Also I need to also style the footer container. So footer container here, so this one will be having a display of flex. So this one is display of flex, and also I'm going to say flex wrap to be wrap, and here I'm going to also add align items to be center. I'm going to add also justify content. Justify content here will be space evenly, and also I'm going to add a margin, and the margin here will be having a 0% and 5%, like that. And also I'm going to have a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels, like that. So if I save on this and check here, you can see it's already taking shape. So I'm going also to start like come here, and also I'm going to say address. So I'm going to take address. Also I'm going to take logo, and I'm going also to take type, like that. And then in here I can be able to say flex to be 1, and then I can say just display flex, and then here I can also add flex direction to be column, like that. So I think let's see how it will look like. So yeah, you can see now the way it looks. So I don't think it is similar to this one here, and I don't know why, but we can just leave it like that. Or what we can also do to make it to give it a space between is that we can say like something like space between. Let's try space between here, and it is not like that bad, so we just leave it like that. And what else do I need? And also I can just come here, maybe I can just place this here. Let me try and place it outside here. So let's save. No, it cannot work, so I'm just going to leave it like that. I won't be spending a lot of time here because this video is getting to be very long. So in the next video we are going to work on our login page here. You can see our login, and also we are going to work on forget password and also update password. So those are the pages that also we are going to work on our next video. So have a great day. I'll see you in the next video where we start now working on the other pages. Remember to subscribe, like, and hit the notification bell. So hello and welcome to this shift taking application. So in last video we created this home page here, and you can see here we have these components like navbar and the footer, of which also we made it or we built it in our last video. So today we are going to focus on other pages. For example, today we are going to focus first of all on our login. So if you click here, you can see we have this page that is called login. Also, we'll also look for other pages like the one for reset password. If you come here in your login and then click on this forget password, you can see we have this page that we are calling forget password. And after here now also I will show you another page so that we can be able also to be able to reset our password. So let me go back, and this is the page now that we are going to build. So first of all, I'm going to click this login and we can navigate now to our login here. So now if I come here in my code, so I can go back into my login here, and in here I will create my CSS also. So I'm going to say CSS. I'll just add login.css just like that. And in here what I can do is that I can import. Now I'll be importing this one or this file for CSS. So /login CSS. And now here this is where you should see the importance of working with component. So right now, because we have also our navbar here and also we have our footer, what we can do, we can call them. So what we'll do here, I'm going to start by adding the navbar. So let me add the navbar here by importing it, because we have it already. So let me check for navbar. So navbar, it should be imported. So I don't know why I'm not able to import it. So I'm going to import it here, navbar, like that. And this one will be from, now let's check, from this components folder, and then navbar, like this here, and then here navbar, just like that. And also I'm going to also import our footer. So let's see here, you can see already our footer is auto completing for us. So I'm going to import it and add it like that. So here I'm going also to format my code so that it looks nice. So if I do this, and then here I can just add a text so that you can be able to see how we are using our components. So if I do that and then save and go back into my code, you can see already we have our navbar here and our footer. So if I go back also, you can see we have our navbar and a footer. So we don't need to recreate that. If we are using just HTML and CSS, this wouldn't be possible. So that's why we are using components. So now let me now start creating now the login so that it looks like this one here. So what I'll do is that I'll start by coming in here, and the first thing that I'll do, I'll create this div, and this div I'm going to give it a class of login container, just like that. And inside here now, this is where I'm going to create a form so that we can submit it when we are filling in the input. So inside here also I'm going to do h1, and then here I'm going to add login, just like that. So this text here, let me show you. So this text here, this is what we are adding as h2 header. And then the other thing is that I need also, let me just come here, and after that, now after this header, what we can do is that we can create a label here, and this label here should be holding now the staff ID. So here is staff ID because we require staff ID when we are logging in. And here, let me just add staff ID like that. the other thing that we need now is our div, and this div I'm going to give it a class of password like that. So inside here now, this is where we can add an input. So an input here, so an input, and here I'm going to also give it like a placeholder also, or let me just give it an ID, and this ID here will be an ID of staff ID like that. Let me add that quotation mark, and also I'm going to add a name also as a staff ID. So staff ID, just like that. And also the other thing that we do now, we'll have a on change function here, but this we'll do when we start collecting information from this input. So if after this now we can have another label down here. So let me first of all see how it will look like. So you can see we have staff ID here, you can see our input here. So let's look for, or let me add another, have a label down here. So this is a label, and in this label, this is where we are going to add this password, have this password. So here I can add this HTML4 as add it as password. Also the other thing that I can do is that here I'm going to say password like that, and then in here I want to be able to toggle in between seeing the password and not seeing the, or and hiding the password, so that a person who is adding the password can be able to see and confirm the password that they are adding. So inside here now, this is where I'm going to create now. First of all, let me style this. So I'm going to use inline style here. So here I'm going to say display here, and this display here will be inline first of all, like that. And also here I'm going to have a cursor, and a cursor here will be a cursor pointer like that. And also I'm going to add a font size. So font size here, and this font size here will be 20 pixels. And now after this, now what we can do is that we want to toggle in between, inside here, want to toggle in between seeing the password and not seeing the password. For example, here you can see here you can toggle in between seeing the password and not seeing the password. So first thing first that I'll do is that I'll come here and I'll create another use state here, and I call this show password. So show password like that, and then set show password like that, and then here is use state here, and then I'm going to add this as false, just like that. So here what I'll do also is that I'll create another function that we call handle toggle password. So handle toggle password like that, and in here what I'll do is that I'll create a function, an arrow function here, and this function what we'll do is that we'll call set show password. And what also I'm going to do is that I'm going to show the opposite of this value show password. So I'm going to say this one, the opposite of show password, and I'll show you why we are doing that. So now inside here in our span here, I want to show you something. Here I already had an icon, so this is the icons that I'm going to use. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste them here, and you can use any icon that you think of. You can tell ChatGPT to create for you these icons, and you can see how they look like. So like that. Where is the problem? I'm saying there's a problem here. So this is just ESLint showing us that we are not using this function, and it is assigned. So I'm just going to leave it like that. We are going to use that function. So if I save on this and then see our page here, you can already see we have this one, but you can see even if we click on it, we cannot be able to toggle between seeing the password and not seeing the password. So let me leave it like that for now. So the other thing that I need is now inside this span here, this is where I'm going to call now, or to have this on click function here. So on click here, and this where we are going to have this handle toggle password like that, so that if I save on this and go into my application, if I click, you can see I can toggle in between, so seeing the password and not seeing the password. Like here you can be able to see, you can see the password, but when I toggle this, I cannot see the password. So now let me go back. So in my code here, so let me first of all format again. So if I format also, I can be able now to create in down here, I can be able now to add other things. So I'm going to add a div, and this div here also we are going to give it a class of password like that. So a password, and inside here now, this is where we are going to create this input here for adding the password or adding the password. So this one will have a type of text, but now we need to do like we need to do something here to check. So first thing first, I'm going to add this condition. So I'll add, if show password is true, then it will change. So it will just change to text, but if it is not, then it will be just password like that. So, and this, when you save on this and then go back here, you can be able to, when you add, I cannot be able to see it, but when I click on this, I can be able to see the password that I'm entering in this input. So that is it. And now the other thing that I need also to do is to make sure that I've added an ID. So here I need an ID, and this ID, so let me add ID here. So this ID will be password, and also the name here will be password like that. So, and then now what else do I need to do? So here I'm going now to be able to add also the button for submitting. So down here I'm going now to add the button. So I'm not going to add like a button, I'm going to add as like a span. And so let me add a span here, and in here, because it is just a span, we are going to give it a class name. Here we'll have a class name of login and then btn, just like that. And now here, this is what we are going to call it login, or add it as login, just like that. So after this, now also we need to have another span down here. So this span here, we'll have a span here, and this span here, we are going to give it a class name of forgot password, forgot, and then dash password, like that. So after this, now this will be forget password or forgot password, like that. And now let's see how our application will look like. So format this code, and then let me save it. And if I go back here, you can already see now how they look like. So you can see we have a login here, and also we have forgot password, and we have input here. So now let's go on styling, so that we can be able to style our element here and other stuff. So I'm going to come here. Let me see if I imported my CSS. Yes. So here I'm going to start with my login container. So my login container here, I'm going to add a background color. So a background color of this whitish color, and also I'm going to add a padding. So a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels, and I'm going to have a border radius of 8 pixels. And now also I'm going to have a height, and this height will be for 75 VH. And here I can also add a box shadow. I need to have a box shadow here, and this box shadow will be 0 and then 0, 10 pixels, and then here I'm going to have RGBA like this one here, and here I'm going to add 0 and then 0. Okay, let me add here 0, also 0, and then this one will be 0 0.1, 0 0.1. And now we have to have text align to be center like that. So here also, let me see how it will look like. So yeah, you can see already how it looks. It has started taking shape. So now we need to push this login here at the center. So I'm going to also style form. So our form here, we need to say display flex here. You can say display flex. We can say flex direction to be column. Also, we need to do align items. So align items to be center. And also I'm going to add a margin of 8%. So this is 8%, and also auto like that. So after this, now also I'm going to style label. So in our label here, I'm going to add a margin bottom. So margin bottom here of, let's say, 8 pixels. So 8 pixels. And now let's first of all see how it looks like. So yeah, you can see it is styled. And the other thing is that I'm going to style input. So input here, I'm going to give it a padding. So a padding of, let's say, 8 pixels. And now if you see here, we are just getting input. So this will be affecting any inputs. So here also I'm going to add a margin. So this is a margin bottom like that, and margin bottom here I'm going to give it 16 pixels. I'm going to add a border. So a border here. So you can see we have this border. So 1 pixel, going to give solid, and then I'm going to give this color here. So the other thing that I need also is to give it a width, and a width here will be a width of 250 pixels. So the last one is outline. Outline will be none. So now the other thing that I need to do is to style login. So login here, and login will be login btn. So this is the like us button, so or a span that we added for clicking when you are logging in. So I'm going to add RGB. So RGB here, I'm going to add here like 24, and then 92. This is 92, and then 175. So like that. So that one. So also I'm going to do color. Here the color of the text should be white. I'm going to add a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels. I'm going to add a border to be none, and then here I'm going to have a border radius of, let's say, 4 pixels. And here I'm going to add a cursor pointer. And another thing is that I'm going to also do like width, so I'm going to give it also a width of 250 pixels, like that. So like that. Also here I'm going to give it or to style a forgot password. So forget password here. So here I'm going to add a text decoration of underline. So because we are going to underline it, and here I'm going to give a cursor to be pointer, like that. So let's see. So if we look here now, you can see you already have like a login page that you can see here, almost the same, because here now you can see this one also is a bit bold. So we can just see what the problem is, but we can just leave it like that. It's not a must that we just change it, because it is almost the same. You know how to change from bold to regular text. So you can see how our login page has come along. So now let's see the other pages that we can do. So we need this page here. When you click forgot password here, we need this page now. So if you look here in this like this URL here, you can see we are calling it forgot password. So what we'll do is that in our code here, I'm going to just come here in my app.jsx, and then in here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste it. So here also I'm going to say forgot password. So forgot like a password here, like that. And now because we don't have like a page for forgot password, I'm going to create one. So here I'm going to say to add a reset. So it is reset password. So reset password, or I can just let me add it as reset password, and in here I can add reset password, like that, .jxx, and also I can add something like, now I can add something like reset password .css, and here also I can be able to add RFCE, like that, and then I can be able to import. So import this one here, so this one, and then here I'm going to click on it just like that, and then now I can come here into my app.jx and then import that page, that is. So reset password, let me see if I have that page. So yeah, you can see this page here, reset password, like that. So what else we are going to do is that we are going back into my login here, and here what I'll do is that I'm going to add a link. So here I'm going first of all to remove this, add a link from React Router DOM. So from React Router DOM here, I can add this, and then here I'm going to say like add that, and here we are going to add 2. So like so let me add forgot password, like that. So let me see if I have imported it from React Router DOM. Yes, so that is it. I don't think I have made any mistake here. So to check that, what I'll do is that I'll come here and see forgot password. So if I come here and try now to go into forgot password, so you can see here we don't have this page. So let me see where I maybe have done some error. So forgot password here, and here is forgot password. So I'll just take this, and here in my path, so I'm going to add it like that. But this one will be forgot password, and then let's see. So reset password from from now, the reset password here, that is right. So let me see. So after this now, so let me, oh, actually you can see here we are having like login and then forgot password. It should be just forgot password, like that. So let me see. You can see we have reset password here. So now what I'm going to do is that if you check here, you can see already we have a navbar here, and also we have like this footer. So what we'll do is that I'm going now into my reset password here, and the power of components now. So I'm going to import like navbar. So navbar, you can see it here. So navbar, and I'm going also to import, let me see, footer. So this is footer here, and then if I do this, let me see how it looks like. So if I come here, you can see we have our navbar and our footer here. So here I'm going to have another div now. Inside here I'm going to have a div, and this div I'm going to give it login container, and you see why I'm going to give it this one here. So login container here, and inside here I'm going to start having a form here. So I'm styling or giving the same classes as the one that I was giving in a login page, so that they will also be applying the same styling, so I won't be styling this one again. So inside here in my form, I'm going to have a h2, and here I'm going to add forgot password, like that. And here I'm going to have a label, and this label here will be for email. And since I don't have any other input that I need here, is just an email, so I'm going to have a div, and this div here will be password. I'm just calling it password, and inside here I'm going to add input, like that. And also I'm going to have what else, I'm going to give it an ID of, let's say, email. So email here, email, and also I'm going to have a name, email here, like that. So what else do I need? So first of all, let's see how it is coming along. So you can see already it is just styling itself, and this is because we are using the styling from our login. And also, what else do I need? I need also to have a password, and then another thing that I need here is just that we need to have a span. So this span, we are going to, let me just give it like a class here. So a span, and this span here, I'm going to give it a class name of login btn, like that. So, and then here I'm going to add submit, like that. So after this now, I can save. And you can see already it has come along. So I can add here my email and then click submit. It should submit now. So we need to have another URL also. So now we have to create another page here, and the other page now will be update password, and this is the functionality also that I didn't show you in the previous video. So I'm going to add here. So let me save on this, save this, and here I'm going to add update password. So update password. So update password, and here I'm going to add now update password .jsx, and here I'm going also to add update password password.css. Here I'm going to add RFCE. So let me do RFCE. I don't know. Oh, actually I'm doing it in a wrong file. That's why it's not working. So let me remove this, and then I'll just say RFCE like this one here, and I'm going to add here import, and then import here I'm going to import this CSS file, so like that. So now here I can build now my update password, but I want also to first of all show you something. So when we want to reset our password, we must send a link to the page of resetting the password or updating the password. It is not like any other page that you should be here in that we should have like visibly to any user. So what we'll do is that when you just enter your password here, then this system will just check in the database if you exist, and if you exist, then it will send a reset password and email in your email, so that you can be able to get the link to go to update password page. So if you check here, let me show you in our backend here, and if you look at templates here, we have this reset password here, and if you check here, so let me scroll down. So if I scroll down here, you can be able to see this is the let me just give it like a localhost here, and then this one will be 71 or 5173, and then it will have this URL here. So actually this one here, so this will be sent into your email, and if your email exists in database, and then you can see this URL here. This is the one that you will be redirecting you to be able to update the password. So for the first time now, this is the time we are going to be creating our update password page. So I have taken now this page here, or this URL, or this path here, and then let me show you what I'll do. I'm just closing everything here, and in here in my app.js, I need let me look here. So I need to have, let me first of all copy this and paste it here. So here I need to give this URL or this reset password here path. So I'm going to add it here like that. So you can give it any path, so long as it's complex and it is the path that people cannot guess. So you can use it, but here you need to import our update password page. So update, you can see it here from pages. You can see I have imported it there. So now what I'll do is that I can just copy all of it like that, and here I'm going to add it here, or to go on that part. So let me see. So if I try to go into this here, you can see update password here. So then another thing is that here I'm going to also import navbar. So I'm going to add here navbar. You can see navbar here, and also I'm going to have a footer here like that. So if I save and look at it, you can see we have now navbar and the footer. So now the other thing that I need is to format this, and now inside here I'm going to use similar classes with the login. So here I'm going to have a div, and I'm giving it login container like that, and inside here I'm going also to have a h2, and then this one will give it reset password like that. I'm going to have a label, and here a label will be enter your staff ID, enter your staff ID like that, then semicolon. And now the other thing is that here I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to give it a class of password, and here also I'm going to do several stuff. So I'm going to give it an input here, and this input is for the email. So here or for the staff ID, that is. So here I'm going to give it an ID. So an ID here, and this one is staff ID. The name also here is for staff ID like that. What else do I need? No, I can just leave it like that, and then I will have another like a label, and then here that I'm going to say enter your new password, and also I'm going to have like this div here, and then our password like that, and then in here I'm going to have an input, and input here I'm going to give this an input like a type of password here. So let me add it here. So password, and also I'm going to give it like an ID of password and a name of password. So name of password like that. So that is it. And also I can have configure password, but I won't do confirm password, that is, I won't do that. I will just go and have now like submit, or the text for submitting now. So I'm going to have a span here, and here I'm going to give it a login, and then btn. Here I'm going to add submit like that. So let's see how it will look like. So if I check here, you can see we are having this reset password, enter your staff ID, enter your new password, but now it is not like styled the way I wanted. So let's see how we can, or why it is not styled the way I want. So let me see here in my container. So this is login container, and then the other thing is that it is inside. Okay, so we have a reset password here, we have enter your staff ID, and then we have another div here that we are calling password, or we are giving it a class of password. We are having a label here, a label for enter your new password like that, and then inside here we have this input for password, and now down here we can have another span here for submit. So this is login btn like that. So I'm going to style this. So the way I'm going to style, I don't know why it is not working the way I expected. So let me see from my login. So this is reset password, and let me try and style this. So this is login btn. So the thing that I didn't do here is to add all of it in a form. So I'm going to just get all of this until here, and then I'll just remove it, add a form here, and here I'm going to add it inside there, and then I'm going to format this like that, and then let's see. So yeah, you can see here enter your password, enter your staff ID, and enter your new password. So I'm going to get this and enter or add it in our form. So here I'm going to copy this or cut that and paste it inside there. So here you can see now we have reset password. So this is where now the user will be adding the staff ID and also the new password, and now they will be able now to submit the new password, and the password will be now be reset from the database. So, and that will work like updating the password. So let me walk through, or let me show you how it will work. So first thing first, if the user forget the password, then he will come here in the login, and then after login now they will go to forget password. So I don't know why I'm not seeing this forget password. So I see what the problem is. So forgot password. So when you click here forget password, now then they will enter the email. Then this system will check in the database if we have that email, and if that email exists, then they will send a reset, like the path to reset the password. So, and then after that, when the user now have that link to reset the password, now they will be directed to this path here. So this path, they will come and enter their staff ID and the new password. If the staff ID also doesn't exist in the database, then it means now it will show that they have not been registered and they need to contact admin for the registration. So after that, now if they have a correct staff ID, here they can be able also to update the password now to the new password that they will enter, and they will be redirected back to login so that they can be able to log in. So it's kind of a process, but this is to make sure that our system is safe and secure. So yeah, so there's something that I noticed here and I want to see what the problem is. So if I click that login, you can see it is just appending this forget password here in our login. So I don't know what the problem is. So let me try here in this application. So if I click here, you can see I'm going to forgot password direct. So let me see what the problem is. Here I can see where the problem is. If you come here in our login.jsx, so you can see here I didn't add like this path here like that, or this / in here before forget password, and this is the one that is causing the error. So if I go back now, I have saved now. Let me go back and let me try again. So here now this is our application that we are building. So if I come here and then try to go to forget password, now you can see it is not appending another / here, because if I remove this and then save, then come back. So what I'll do is that when I come here and then try to go to forget password, you can see it is just appending a /. So that is the error. So I'm going to add that / there, and then let me go back. Yeah, and now if I click here forgot password, I can be able to go to forget password. So yeah, this is how now we have created the 3 pages. So in the next one, I'm going to start working on my staff page, where we are going to see how the shift will look like, and also we are going to be able to see now other pages like my account and also report, and so that we can be able also to start integrating with our backend and finish and try to finish this application as fast as we can. So have a great day. If you haven't subscribed, kindly remember to subscribe, like this video, and also remember to hit that notification button so that when I upload new video, also you can be able to get a notification. And also you can comment the way you see this application, the way you are seeing, or the way you are experiencing, what you are experiencing when you are coding this application. And remember, you have a source code in the description of every video, so you can look at my GitHub, and my GitHub is just here. So this is my GitHub, and you can be able to visit it. So is this James Guru here, and then here you can come to my repository here. So this is my repository, like so you can click on repositories, and also and then look for the repository that is called shift taking application. That is the application that it is complete, so that also you can confirm on other things. This one here, so you can see this shift taking application. You can be able to see like the whole code here. So the other thing is that here you can see we have a rough. This is the repository that I put in my rough work. So if you want to see the rough work that I do sometimes to test on some functionality, then you can be able to see here the rough code, the rough work code. So have a great day. See you in the next video. So hello and welcome to day 12 of this full stack shift taking application. So in our last video on day 11, we looked at several pages that we have in our application. So the first page that we created is this login page here. And also we looked at this forget password here. Also there is a page that I showed you, of which we'll be going to use to reset or to update our password. So this page here, let's look at it. You can see this page now. So there is another page that we need to create, and this page is called staff, and this is where we'll be able to see the staff will be able to see their shift, if they have a shift assigned to them, or they have a shift that they can build. So if you come here, you can see this is the page. So this page here, you can see it is called staff, and this is where you'll be able to see now all shift here, and shift including my shift and bid shifts. And also here you will see like you have your profile here. So if you click on this profile, you can be able to see all this. You can be able to see this, my account, my statement, my shifts, report incidents, and things like logout. So now what we'll do is that, let me go back into my application here. Let me go to my code. So in this here, I will drag this down here to create some space, and then I'll go back into my, first of all, let me create a page here. So the first thing here I need to create is staff folder here. So we have this staff folder here, and in this staff here, I'm going to create a staff component or a page. That is, this is a page. So here also I'm going to add a staff.css like that. So inside this stuff here, I'm going to add rcfe so that I can create a component. And now I would just remove this because I'm not going to need it. So now here, after that, now we need also to go and configure here in app.jsx to be able to create another page. So here I'm going to copy, let me copy this up here, and I'm going to paste it down here. So paste this one here, and here I'm going to add this staff page. So this is a staff page, and here I'm going to import now the staff page. So this is staff here. So I'm going to import it like that. So if you come here in the at the top here, you can see stuff imported from pages stuff, and then in this folder stuff. So now then if I save this, I can first of all, let me close this. So these are so many pages here opened, so I can close all of them, or at least most of them. So I need this, so I want to close that. So yeah, So I can close all those, and then here I'll be left with only the staff CSS here, and staff component. So if I come now into my application, if I try and go now to the staff here, staff page, so let me navigate to staff page. Here you'll be able to see we have staff page here. You can see staff page, and also you can see this text is has a font family of Poppins, and that is because we added the Poppins font family from Google. So that's why you can see it is affecting everything that is in our application. So now we need to create our staff page. So I will come here in my on this part here, on this page. So here, first thing that I'll do is I'll give this a class name of staff, like that. And now here I want to show you something. So let's go back into the application that already showed you in my demonstration. So you can see this part here, and this part I'm going to call it the top. And also we have the other part now, or this part here, I'm going to call it staff main. So here I'm going to, let me go back here. So here I'm going to first of all have what I'm calling staff top. So I'm going to do df, and then here I'm going to call this staff top, or give the class name of staff top. And now in this staff top here I have a span. I'll have a span, and this span here will have this staff. I'm going to add staff shifts, like that. And here this is where I'm going to have all shifts, this text, all shifts, like that. So also I'm going to have a staff profile. So here I'm going to, let me come here, and in here I have another div. I'll have another div here, and this one I'm going to call it staff profile. So this is staff underscore profile, like that. So this profile here includes, let me come here, this include this icon here, and also it include everything, including this part here that is showing us my account, my statement, my shifts, and everything here. So what I'll do is that first of all I need something, and the first thing that I need here, I need an icon here, and because we don't have any other library for icon, I'm going to add a library for icons, and this library here is called React Icons. So React Icons is very popular when it comes to adding the icons. So let me add the install it. So I'm going to install here. So let me open my terminal here. Then I'll navigate to my front end, like that, and then inside here I'm going to do npm and then install and then React Icons, just like that. So here I'm going to be able to add now the icon. So let it open, let it install. So now you can see here, now we have already installed now that library, and then now the first thing that I need here is the icon. So you can see here we have this icon and then the name. So here, let me try. So here I'm going to have this icon, and this icon here will be this icon called file user. So this is file user here. So it should be like this one here. Or let me, first of all, what I'll do is that I can be able to just leave it like that, and then I can come here at the top and then try to import it. So I'm going to import now. I'm going to import here from React Icons. So React Icons and then /i, like that. Now I'm going to import file user, like that. So let me first of all see if we have imported it correctly. So let's go back into our application, and here I can't see anything first of all, so I don't know why, but let us continue. I'll be able to see eventually. Or let me first of all add a text here, and actually here let me first of all give it a class name. So this will have a class name of, let's say, let me add a class name here, and this class name we can call this a class name of profile icon. So this here will have a profile underscore icon like that. And also here I'm going to have another span here. So let me first of all come here, and here I'm going to have a span. So this is a span, and this span here will have another class name of staff name, like this one here. So here I'm going to add just like a name here. I'm going to give a full name, Lok Mondala, like that. And then if I save this, and then let's see if we have anything that we can see here in our application. So now I can't see anything. So what I do is that, let me first of all remove this, and like that, and not really. So let me come here, and I'll just remove this. So like that, then me save, and then to see if I have any changes. So I can't see anything in this page. I don't know why. So let me first of all just return this, and here, because I have here I can add just a h1. I know where the problem is. If we have any problem, so hello, and then here I'm going to see if I can see the text. So if I reload, I can't see anything. I don't know where the problem is. So I'm going to continue with other parts so that we'll be able to see where the error is coming from, or where we have the problem. So now let me go back here, and then after this, now I need to have inside here in our profile, you can see we have now the stuff, or this icon here, and in here we have the icon, and also we have this span here, and after this, now we will have another, or inside also here in the top here, we need also to have another div here, and or else in here also in my staff profile, I'm going to have a span, and then inside this span here I'm going to have this, let me call it another div, and this div here, this div, it will hold other links to go to other pages. So here I'm going to add this div, and I'm going to give it staff underscore account, like that. And here now I can have now the span. So we'll have another span here. This span will have my account, like that. We'll have another span here, and this span here will have my statements. Also here I'm going to have another span that will have my shifts, and also I'm going to have another span here, and this span here will have another. So let me come here and add this my shift, and also I'm going to have this one that is report incidents or incident. So this is incidents, reports incidents, and the last one here will be logout. So span, and then here logout, like that. So let me save this also, and now let me see where if I can get the text now. So I cannot be able to see the text. I don't know why. I'm not able to see the text. What I'll do is that, let me first of all remove everything here, like that, and then in here I can just add this h1, and then say hello, like that. Let me save, and then we can reload here and see if we can get now the text. So now I cannot be able to see the text, let me first of all also remove this here. So if I remove this, I cannot be able to see this one here also. So what I'll do is that I'm going to have everything back to normal like that, and then don't know where the problem is coming from. So let me first of all go to my home page. So I cannot be able also to see my home page. So let me try and see here where the error is coming from. So inspect console log here, and then let me see the console log here. So here they are telling me it's because of this here. This is model here. They are saying the requested model name, this one here, does not provide an export name, this one. So yeah, so this is where the problem is coming from. So they are telling us they don't have this icon here, or this icon called file user. So let me first of all do this. So let me confirm. So here what I'll do is that I know where the error is coming from. So there's somewhere that I did the error. So here instead of AI, I need to have this FA like that. So if I save this, I think now it should work. So let us see if it reloads now. Yeah, you can see now we have that error done, solved, that is. So let's go into my stuff, and right now you can be able to see now we have all my shift here. We have this name here plus this icon, and also you can see this these links here. So we need to style them. So if you come here also in this part here, you can be able to see like we have these links here, and here you can see it is not styled. So let us style everything. So to style, we'll start by going into this CSS here. So in my CSS, remember we had CSS here, and I have not imported CSS. So let me import CSS first of all. So I'm going to import CSS, my CSS here, which is that. And now I can go back into my CSS. So first thing, I need to give a margin. So let me give it a margin here. So actually, let me first of all take stuff. So I'm going to give it a margin of, let's say, 5% and 15%. For the 5% is for the top and bottom, 15% is right and left. So let me save this, and here I'm going to, first of all, here you can be able to see we have all shifts here, and also we have this name here. So you can see now this or this space that we have left here. So the same here, you can see we have all this space. So what I'll do is that let's go back here, and now the other thing that we can style now, we can be able to style the staff top. So let me do staff top here. So here I'm going to say display flex. So display flex, and here also I'm going to add align items to be center. And here also I'm going to add justify content to be space between. So this is space between here like that. So if I go back like that, and let's see, so you can see how it looks like. So I don't want this to be here. So let me go to my code here, and in here you can see all of this. I don't want it to be there. I want it to be here inside this part here like that, so that I know how we'll style it. So like that. So let's see. Yeah, you can see now this is under this one here. So when we click on this part here, we should see now the links here. It should open that pop up here for the links. So let me go back. So the other thing that we need to style is let me see if we have our stuff here. What else do I need? We need to style. We need to style now the, let me check, staff shifts or the staff name. Let me first of all take staff name. So staff name here, dot staff name, like that. So for the staff name, I'm going to give it a font weight. A font weight here, we'll have a font weight of 900, and then here I'm going to have a cursor of pointer. So cursor pointer like that, and then also I'm going to go and I'm going to also style other things like staff account, but also we need to also, first of all, let me just style the icon. So we have staff icon, so staff underscore icon here, and here I'm going to say display flex, no, margin right to be, let's say 10 pixels, like that. So let's see this. So if we do that, you can see now we have this font weight, and we have this part here that we can see the part. So you can see here, we have this cursor pointer, actually this one here. So let me see also if I have selected the correct, so staff icon. Okay, here I added as profile icon, so that's the problem. So here I'm going to add profile icon. So I think that's correct. So if I do that, yeah, so you can see, and then here also I'm going to give this 700, and also I can add maybe font size to be like 20 pixels, like that. Let me see. Yeah, so I think this is okay, or even here I can be able also to do the font size to be 18 pixels, and here also we need to have let's say, okay, this is 10 pixels. Here I can give it a 500, and here also I can add it to be 18 pixels. So let's see how it will look like. So if I do this, yeah, you can see at least this look really nice. So now the other thing that now we need to start looking at is, now if you check here, you can see we are hiding this, and when you click back it is open, and then you can open and then close when you are clicking this name. So what we'll do is that, first of all, let me do something else here. So the first thing is we are going to style like this part here. So I'm going to style this staff profile here. So I'm going to take staff underscore profile, like that, and then in the staff profile we need to do, like, we are going to give it a relative here. Let's give it a display of relative, and I'll show you what I'm going to do here. So here also I'm going to give it a width of 200 pixels. So if I save this, and then you can see here how it looks like. So already you can see this here, you can see I've given a definite length. So also, and here it is not like this one is not it is aligned to the center. So I'm going to remove this. Let me remove this align center, because that's where the problem is coming from. So yeah, so you can see it has been aligned the way we wanted. So here also we need to style this part here. So we have now styled the staff profile here. What else do we need to style? Now I'm going to style the staff account. So staff underscore account. So inside here I'm going to add display flex. So this is display flex. Also, I'm going to say flex direction to be column. So this is display flex direction is column. You have to have index z index here, and the z index here should be 999. That makes sure that this is index, make sure that it will be on top of everything. That's why you can see this one here is as if is on top somehow. It is on top of the other things in this page. So yeah, that is it. So let's come here. So you have given that. Also, we need to give it like position to be absolute. So if I give up position to be absolute here, like that, and then leave it like that, you see it won't work well. So so let me try and so you can see how it looks like first of all. So here I need to also, if I do this, I need to position it to the where it should be. So I can give it a top of, let's say here, 3 pass. Okay, let me first of all show you something. So if you come here and in this part here, in my profile, let me see where it is my so this one, or this one actually is a position relative, like that. So let me remove this, and then let's see what it will change. So apparently there's nothing that changes, but I thought it will just be out of this part here, but I'll see why. So actually this should be position relative, like that. And then let's come here, and this is, oh, actually I know where the problem has, oh, it's okay. So here also I'm going to give it a top of 3, -3, that is. And this I'm going to give it a background color of RGB, and then for consistency I'm going to give it a blue. So 97, we have 128, 128, and here I'm going to give it here to be 167, like that. So that color. So if I come here, you can see how it looks like. So also we are going to give a color of the text, so here to be white, and also I'm going to give a padding here of 10 pixels. And what else do we need? We need to have a margin here, and this margin will be right like that. So margin right to be 20 pixels, like that. So let's see how it looks like. So yeah, you can see now how it looks like. So what we can do, because we want this to appear only when we have clicked this name, what we'll do is that let's go to come here, and I will use a useState in React. This is a hook in React. So I'm going to say here from useState. So useState here from, you can see it is from React. It is imported from React, and here I'm going to, first of all, to give it a false. Here I'm going to give it a profile, and here also I'm going to give it a set profile. So like that. Okay. So this one, I don't know where it is telling me there's a problem. Oh, actually I know where the problem is coming from. It should be up here, like that. So again, I'll format this code. So let me first of all remove that. So here, because I need to use this variable here, profile, and this function here, set profile, to be able to toggle in between seeing and not seeing the profile or this staff account here. What I do is that I'll just take all of it and up to here, and then I'll just say profile, and then I'll do this upper sign, and then I'll do that. If I now do that and then try to see this, you can see it is not there. But here you can see we have this name here. So when we need to see the staff account or those links, we need to click on this name. So here I'm going to add this event on click, and then here I'll say handle profile. So handle profile, and here now this is where I'm going to create another. So I'm going to create another function here called handle profile, and here is an arrow function here like that. And now I can do set profile here, and here because it is just toggling, I'm just negating now the profile like that. So let us first of all format this code, and if now I come back here, I can, and then you click, you can be able to now see that we are having this toggling. When you click, you can see, and also when you click back, you can hide that part. And also here, something else that you can do is to make sure that when you hover over this, you can hover over these links, it should be a cursor pointer, and also they should change color. So let's go back and do that. So in our CSS here, we need to come here and style some stuff. So here I'm going to say in staff account, select the span or the links, and in here, first thing that I do is that I give a font weight. So font weight, I'm going to give a font weight of 300 pixels, or 300 actually, not pixels. Then I'll say cursor pointer, and now after that I can also come here and say staff account and then span, but this time I'm going to take this hover, and when you hover over it, you should give it a color of this gray color here like that. So if I save on this and then come here, you can see now you're having this effect for hovering, and then you can see it is changing like the color. So yeah, so that is it. You can tweak it the way you want. So now we have the other part. So you can see we have this part here, and this part here is the one that you are calling now the staff main. So for the staff main, it contains now these headers for my shift here and also bit shift here. So what we'll do is that I'm going to go back into now my code here, and I'm going to see in staff here, I'm going to have another. So you can see after now staff here, we are having staff top, and then here we need to have another thing that, or the staff main. So in staff main, we are going to look at now how the shift will be handled and how they will be displayed. So I'm going to add here another div, and here I'm going to call this staff main like that. So here in the staff main, I'm going to have a h3, and here I'm going to give it a shift of header like that, and here this one is my shifts like that. So let me save on this. So let me look, and then here you can see here, this is my shift here, and here I need will have a space. So yeah, so this is my shift. So let's start by looking at my shift, and in here I'm going to now have a shift. So to have a shift, I'm going to have another div. In this div here, you're going to give it a class name. So this one will have a class name, and here I'm going to have a class name of a staff main. So this is staff main CRUD like that. So actually this should be Yeah, should be like that. And then inside here we need to have several stuff. So the first thing that we need to have is this. You can see we have this date, and then we have this address and time here, and also duration down here, and also we have this status, and then this icon. So here, let's do that. So let's start by having this div that I'm going to have to display the date. So here I'm going to call this stuff, and then here I'm going to add main, and then here CRUD date. So I'm doing this to be able to be descriptive, and also not to forget what these names or the CSS class means. So here I'm going to have a span, and in here the span I'm going to have, like, I'll say 17 Friday. So like that. I think this is how I'm displaying them. So this is Friday. Actually, this is like Friday. So Friday 15th, like that. But this one here, actually, we're going to use another package that is called Moment. So we are doing that when we start integrating with our backend. So this is the part now. Also, we can look at now this div, and this div here, I'm going to have this div that you're going to call it stuff, and then main here, and then card, and then info, like that. So you can see we are very descriptive in our class names. So here also I'm going to add like another span, and this span I'm going to give it a class of, let me call it shift, and then location, like that. And then here also I'm going to give it like time, just like that. So if I do this now, here inside I can be able to give the like a location and then the time. So now I can come here, and I'll just take all of this like that, and then I'll be able now to display it here. So like this. Yeah, so after this now we have to have the status. So let's have a status here. So I'm going to have a div, and here I'm going to call this, or to give this div here, a class name of shift underscore status, like that. And then here I'm going to give it a span. Here I'm going to say pending, like that. And then the last one now is the icon for the eye to view. So I'm going to give it this div, and here this div should have we are calling stuff, and then main, and then card here, and then the other thing should be options. So like that, or view, whatever you want to call it. So inside here we'll have another icon. This icon should be this icon here that we are calling eye outline. So I cannot see the auto completion for us to be able to use it here. So I'm just going to type it. So it is this icon here. So this is AI outline eye, like that. So this is AI outline eye. Then here I'm going to give this a size of, let's say, 25, like that, and then close this tag now. So now to import this, I'm going to copy all of it, like that, and then let me scroll up here. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say import, and here I'm going to import this now from, so React icons here, but this time I'm going to use to import it from this AI here. And let me save, and then let's go back here. So let's see let me first of all now format this code. So here I can be able to see now I have this part here, we have my shift, and also we have this card here, this staff main card here. So if I check on this, so let me save. If I check on this here, you can see how it looks. So we can be able now to go and first of all be able to style it. So in here we need to start now styling from, let's say, let me check here. So we need to start styling from shift header here. So let me check for shift header. So shift header, let me come here and let me do shift header. So is it shift header or underscore header? So like that. And in here I can say something like this font weight. Let me add font weight here to be like 200, like that. So let's see, that's too thin. So I'm going to give it like 700. Let's see, 700. 700 is too bold, so let's give it 500, like that. I think that's okay. And also I'm going to give it a margin of bottom, like, let me do this, top and bottom, and then 0 pixels left and right. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's okay. Also I can I think now I can go and start styling at let's see, we are going now to style this staff main card. So for the staff main card here, so I'm going to add to start styling staff main card, like that. So here I'm going to add something. So here I'm going to add height. Height should be height of auto, and then also I'm going to have a padding. So a padding of, let's say, 5 pixels. And also I'm going to have a background color. So background color here will have this color here. It will be just a lighter blue. So BF73. So and then 0F, like that. I think is this one here. So let me check first of all how it looks like. Yeah, you can see how it looks like. So now the other thing that I need also is to have after background color, we need to have a margin. So a margin of 10 pixels, 0 pixels. And also I'm going to have border radius of 5 pixels. I'm going to have like a border left here, and this border left here should be 7 pixels, and then it'll have to be solid. And then here I'm going to have RGBA or RGB, and then you can kind of just say 24 here. I'm going to have 92, and then here 175. So, and this, yeah, this here border left is the one that you can see here. You can see this one here. So actually I can make it a bit bolder. So let me give it to be 10. So yeah, so to be 10, like that. And then what else do we need? So after border left, you can say display flex. It should be display flex, and then align items. Align items should be center, like that. And then also I'm going to say justify content should be now space between, like that. So let me save. And here you can see now we have this. So you can see this staff card is adjusting. the way we want. If it is adjusting so that this will not have that issue of maybe having text outside it, or outside this part that we have this color light blue. So now let's go on other places to style other places now. So I'm going to first of all go to this one here, the staff date. So I'm going to say staff main, and then CRUD date, like that. And in here I'm going to give it a font weight, first of all, of 900. I'm going to give it a margin. So here is a margin of 2 pixels. I'm going to have a font size, yeah. So a font size of let me first of all do what. So here is the staff main card date. So I'm going to first of all to say display flex. So this is display flex here, and then we have a flex direction to be column, here, and also we are going to have a margin of, let's say, 20 pixels, like that. I'm going to have another, we're going to add justify content, and this justify content here will be for center, like that. And yeah, so that is it. So here I can style now staff main date here, and then text span, and then inside this span now, this is where I'm going to say font weight should be 900, and also here I'm going to have a margin of 2 pixels. We are going to have font size of, let's say, 22 pixels, and I'm going to have like a color. The color here will be RGB, and I'm going to maintain with blue color, so 118, 142, and then 172, like that. So I think this color here. So the other thing that we need also, I'm going to have a font family. So this one I'm going to specify font family because I don't want it to use the Poppins. So, and then other thing is we need to have a width. A width will be of 10%, like that. So let's see how it will look like. Yeah, so we can see here, and actually I won't be using this font family here. So let me come here, and also I'll add this to be like 30 pixels font size. And I think that's too bold also. You can say 500. Yeah, so don't know. I think we'll just leave it like that, or maybe we can just say 25 here, font size. So yeah, so okay, that's, I think it's okay. And let me make this bold again, maybe 600. Yeah, I think that's okay. So now you can see this is adjusting automatically. That's how, because we added height to be auto. So now the other thing that we need is to check for, now the other thing that we need also to check is our info now. So I'm going to say stuff, and then main card here, and then I just add info, like that. And here I'm going to have going to say display flex, and then flex direction should be column, like that. So if you check here, it will be, because we have not added like actually the duration here. So I'm going to also to So I'm going to add stuff. So this will be stuff. I'm going to have a stuff, and then here the info, I'm going to take the span, and then nth child 1, yeah, and then I'm going to style it. So now what I need to do, I'm coming here, and then in here I have another span, and then this span here, we are going to give it this duration here, am, actually not, duration 10, this is wrong, it should not be am. So this one, duration here, we need to give it like that, yes, and then now what we can do is that now then let us style this child here. So here I'm going to give it a font size. So this is a font size of, let's say, 18 pixels. And also I'm going to have a font weight here to be 900. I think 900 is okay. So yeah, so let's see. So here, so you can see how it looks like. But now I need to make sure that this is not like this bold, and also I'm going to give here to be 25, I think. So if I do this, actually that is too large. So also I can be able to limit the width. So I'm going to add the width here to be at least 300 pixels. And actually I can use percentage. So let me use 20 pixels. I think this will be okay. Let's use like 35, like that. This is very large here. You can see this is just tweaking, is just to tweak. So let me do 18. Yeah, I think that even looks better. So now the other thing that we need to do, I don't think there's any other thing that we should do right now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to replicate this. So here I'm going to come here, and first of all, I'm going to copy this. Let me first of all copy this CRUD from here, and then let me see where we need to copy it until I think there. Actually that won't make, I think it's okay. So I'm going to paste it there, and also I'm going to paste it another one here and another one. So let me save. So yeah, you can see how it looks like. So now I'm going to remove one, and in here I'm going to add another h3 here, so like that. And then here I'm going to look for this header here, h3, and then shift header. So here I'm going to say h3.shift underscore header, and in here I can say now bid, or what are we calling them? So here you can see we are calling them bid shifts. So we are calling them bid shifts. And now if I come here, and then I should now come here and paste like 2, like or let me do 1. So if I save this, and then let's go back into application, you can see how it looks like. But if you check here, you can see this have a different color, much faded blue color. So also what we'll do is that I'm going to change this, and here to change it, I'm going to have a class name, a different class name here, rather than this. Let me look at this. Rather than this staff main card here, I'm going to have another class name. So this class name here will be unassigned. We are going to add staff main CRUD, and then also underscore and unassigned, like that. So I'm going to take this, copy, and then I'm going to paste it. Let me check for this card here. So you can see this card on. After that, I can paste this, and then because it's just the same like here, I'm going to copy out of this, but I'm going to change now the color for the border left. So let's see how first of all it looks like. So it won't change, but when now I come here, I can change now the color for our left border now. So here I'm going to, first of all, it will be for the same pixels width. So the other thing is that I'm going to just remove this color, and then I'm going to give it another color. So this color here, we are going to give it a color of #1, and then DF. So this is DBF, like that. And then I'm going to give it 73 there, and then 0F, like that. So let's see how it looks like. So that's it is very faded, so I don't think it should be like this one here. So let me see, actually my this is the problem that I have done. So let me copy, let me see. Actually this should be border left, and then let me remove this first of all. It should be like HAF A5 A5, and then C6, like that. That one. So let me see. Yeah, this one is okay. So you can see how beautiful this page here look like. So now you can see we have this here, we can navigate here. So in the other videos, you are going to look how you can now be able to see this page here, or this part here, to see the details for a shift, so that you can clock in, clock out, all those stuff. So yeah, so that's all in this video. Remember, if you haven't subscribed, kindly consider subscribing and also like this video. Another thing is that you can consider looking at my GitHub if you are confused about something, and also you can comment on this video. So this repository called shift taking application, you can check on the code so that you will be able to understand, and also you can leave a star in this repo, or you can just follow me for other projects. So that is it. Have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello guys, and welcome to day 13 of this full stack shift taking application. So in our last video, we look at this staff page here, whereby we can see all the shifts, including shift that you have been assigned by admin, and also shift that you can bid here. So in today's video, I want us to look at the pages, and one of the pages that I want to look at is this page that is called account, and this is where you can see your information, like your username, full name, email, phone number, address, gender, staff ID, and also here you can be able to change your password. And here you can see we have this logout button. So if we have time also, we'll be going to look at this my shift page here. So we should look at this one here, like this grid here. We are going to use data grid here, and this is nice because in here you can be able to see all shifts that you have undertaken as a staff, and also you can be able to do things like sorting. You can sort by ascending in any column, and also you can search using filter. So you can come here and say maybe filter, and then you can choose now like an ID, and then here you can start searching here or filtering according to certain ID, and also it is in any column. So here you can also just close that, and if you come here in let's say something like maybe the date. You want to know the shift that you taken in a certain day, so you can be able also to do that. You can just come here and do this, and if you click on this, you can see, because I've filtered in on date 7 here, you can see we have this shift that we have taken on date 7 on this March 2024. So that is what we are going also to look at. So let's start by creating our page here, and our page will be for now what we are calling account. So also here, this is my admin. I want to pull it, and then I just want it to be in between these two pages, or these tabs, in between these tabs. So now let's come here, and in our code now, if we come here in our code, the first thing that we should do, let me first of all drag this down. And now the other thing that I need to do is that I can close these tabs first of all, and let me leave this because we are going to use it to add a link to that page. So let me close this page, and in here I want to add, or let me first of all create this page that you are calling account. So here I'm just going to call it account like that, and now you can create now the page. So account like that, account.jsx like that, and in here I can do RFCE to create my component, and here I can also just remove this because we don't want it right now. So another thing is that I can just add account.css like that, and now here I can be able to import. So import now my CSS like that, and now from here now we can be able to add this page or route to this page in my here in app.jsx. So I'm going to copy this like that, and you can see we are adding pages as we go. So here I'm going to call this my account, this route to be my account like that. And if I close this and here and try to come back here, let me try and now access this page through this route, my account like that, and then let's see if we can access it. So I can't see if we are able to access it, and this is because I know we haven't imported the page here. We have used the same stuff page here, and here we need to add now account page. So if you look up here, you can see we can autocomplete. The React is auto-completing for us. So I'm going to click yes, and if you come up here now, you can be able to see that we have imported that page. So let's go back here, and when you reload now, you can see we have this my account. So this is where we are going to work on our page. So now the first thing that I want to is to just give this let me scroll down, and I will close this. And then the other thing, let me come here first of all, and in here let me see, there's something that I want. So here, if you remember in this my stuff here, you can click here, and then what you can do is that when you click on my account here, you are being taken to my account here. So now let's see. So if I go back into stuff page here, I want, when I click this, I go to my account or account page. So what we'll do is that I'll come here, and let's look at this span here, or this link here. I'm going to add a link. So let me add this link here, and this link should be from now the link from the React router DOM. So let me check. So like that, and then I will add it like there. So I'm going to add that link, but I first of all need to import that link. But before that, I want also to add this too, and here I can add my account like that, and then let me save this. Of course, this will give me an error because I haven't imported the link from React router DOM. So I'll say import, and then here I can say from, and here also is from React router DOM, like this one here. And then after that, now I can come here and import link. So that is it. I think now we shouldn't have an error. So let me go back here and let's see. So if I come here and click this one, you can see we are having this unexpected application error. So this page is not found. I don't know why. So let us first of all reload and see. Yeah, you can see that was the error. So now let me click here. You can see if I click here, if I come here into my account, click that, you can see now my account. So now let's close this, because now we have added whatever we wanted here. So if I come back here in my account, so I'm going now to start creating first of all the things that we require. So first thing first, I will have a class, and this class here I'm going to call this my account like that. Also I'm going to remove this like that, and in here I want to have like a span, or let me call it span, and or let me call it a span. And this span I'm going to give it a class of my shifts. Let me add my shifts like that, and then I will say back like that. And in here I'm going to have an arrow. So let me add this arrow here. So I'm going to have this arrow like that. I think I cannot be able to import it. So what I'll do is that I'm going to first of all come up here, and I want to import from React icons. So I'm going to import. So let us import now the icon. So we are going to import it from React icons, that is. So maybe let me come here and say import from now React. Let me see. So React icons. So you can see this one here, and then /fa, and here I can now be able to add my React icon. So now what is the name of the icon? The name of the icon is FA, like that, and then arrow left, and then left like that. So that one. So here I'm going also to copy it because I want to use it here. So here I'm going to just come and paste it here like that. So now you can see we have this icon here, and it is coming from React icons because we used React icons earlier on. So here I'm going to add this back like that. So like that. So this is, let me show you. So this is let me see, this icon here, and then this name back here. So that is it. You can see how it looks here. We are going to style it. So the other thing is that also here I'm going to first of all format. I don't want those spaces now. So the other thing is that inside here also I'm going to have another thing, and this one is H2 heading, and H2 here I'm going to add it as my account. So because this is your account information, and down here because we have a horizontal line, I'm going to add it like that. So this HR is this horizontal line here. You can see this horizontal line here. So now let's get into now the inputs. So after this HR here, we are going to have another div here, and this div we are going to call this div my account container, my account, and then account, account container like that. So you can call it the way you want, so long as you remember how when you're styling it. So here I'm going also to have another div. In this div I'm going to call this div my account and then left, for the lack of a better word. And here now we are starting now to look at this part here. Let me show you. So this part of the information here. So let me go back into my code now. So the first thing that we need is we'll be having a label here, and this label will be for username, and also we are going to have an input here like that. So this is an input, also it is a text, and then the other thing is that we need a placeholder. So a placeholder here, so a placeholder we can call just a log like that. Also we are going to have another label, and this label is for the full name, so like that, full name. And then here I'm going to have another input, and this input here I'm going to give it a placeholder. A placeholder here will be a placeholder, and I will add this name alok mondala like that. And we are having another label, and this label here we are going to add a label with email, and also I'm going to give an input here. So an input, and also here is a placeholder, and a placeholder here I'm going to add, like, let's say alok mondala 199 at gmail.com like that. And here another label, so this one will be for the phone, like that. And here another input. So you can see we are doing the repetitive thing, so I'm going to copy and paste, and you can see here we have placeholder, and this placeholder here we are going to add like a dummy phone number like that. And then now I can copy this, because you can see we are just creating label and input. So let me paste down here. After phone, now we can have like an address. So this is address, and here because we have this placeholder, I can just come here in my here, and I will just copy all of this. So I cannot be able to copy. So what I will do is that let me just add anything. So I'll just say something like 123 123 Smith Street here like that, and then I'll add Sydney like that. So what else do I need? I need to also copy and paste. Now this is address, phone, and then we can have the gender. So here I can add gender, and here I can actually make this male, or I can add as a male. And also here we have now the last one, which is staff ID, and staff ID here I'm going to add staff ID like that. And also here I'm going to now add AP, and then 50 I can add to be 71, and then something like, okay, 7199, something of the sort. So now that is it. So what else do I need? So here I need to have a button, because if you check here you can see we have this button here down here. So here after this, all these labels, I'm going to add a button here, and this button I'm going to give it a class name of logout, and then my account like that. And then here I'm going to add logout like that. So let me first of all format this, and now we need to have another div down here, and this div now we are going to call it my account. So this is my account like that, and then I'm going to call this right, since the other one we called it left. So now here we are going to have these two also label, and this time here this one will be for the password, because I'm going to enable the user to change their password. So change password, here you can see we are having this change password, and here the label, here I'm going to add this label, you can see, or this placeholder, that is. So I'm going to give these stars like that. So, and then you can see here we need to have another thing. So here we have this functionality for seeing the password or hiding the password, and also you can click toggle on to see your password. So first of all, before that, I'll be adding a button here for submitting or for changing the password. So I'm going to give here a button, so this button here, and I'm going to give it a class name of update account. So update my account, so like that. And also I'm going to give to call it submit, or to just add submit. So if I close this or I save this, then go back here, you can see how it looks. So we need several stuff. So the first thing that we need is to go back into, in order to have the functionality for clicking, or for having the functionality for seeing the password and also seeing hiding the password. Remember in login we implemented that. So I'm going to come here, and what I can do is that, let me look for this here. So I'm going to copy all of this like here, and until there, and copy this, and let me see if I can format this code first of all like that. And I can just come here and paste this one here. So there are several things that you can see here. We don't have show password here, and so we don't have this function that is called toggle password, handle toggle password. So I'm going to copy this, and I will come up here. First thing I need to first of all create, let me create this use state. So use state here, and first it should be false like that. And then okay, this one I need to import it from React. So use state, and then it should be from React like that. And then the other thing here, we need to have show password, and then here set show password like that. Yeah, and then now I'm going to now create the function handle toggle password const, this one here. So, and then here what I'll do is that I'll do set and then show password here, but what I'll do is that I'll be now negating this show password, so that if show password is false, then it will, when we click this icon here, or this here, this icon here, it will just change to seeing, or it will just change to opposite, because you are turning it to true and false. So let me save, and then let us look again. So yeah, you can see how it is. You can toggle in between. Yeah, so let's now be able to go into styling. So let's start styling now. So the first thing we need is to style this my account. So if we style my account here, I'm going to give it a margin of 3%, this one, and also I'm going to give 15% like that. I'm going also to give a display of flex. Display flex, I'm going to say flex direction to be column, and then let us save. Let's see how it looks. So yeah, you can see now we have given the spaces in like this big margin. So now the other thing that we need style is my account. So we have my account here and also the line now. So my line, I'm going to give it a width of 50%. So let me see how it will look. So if you check here, you can see this line is now 50%. So let me check now, or let me style another class. So now after this, I can add my account, or I can say my account and then dot container. And here I can be able to add, I'll say display flex. So now if I do this and go back here, you can be able to see now we have our password this side and we have the other our information on this side. So that's okay. So what else do we need to do or to style which class? So we are going to have another class, and this class here is for my account and then left. So account left, the one for the information. So we are going to say display flex and display flex here, and then flex direction should be column. So if we do this, we just see here, you can see now it's almost, it has now this look after we have done flex, display flex, because display flex put the products or the elements in a horizontal position, but when you do flex column, you see that they will be in vertical. They position them into vertical. So let me continue styling. So here they also, I'm going to style my account, but this time right now. And also here I'm going to do the same thing, display flex and then flex direction to be column like that. And what else? So here I'm also going to have a margin of 30 pixels. And what else do I need? I think now I can style now the update password or my update account. So update my account like that. Update my account here. I think this is update, and this here is capital. So here I'm going to say border none. Border should be none. Also I'm going to add width should be 250 pixels. I'm going to have also like a margin and a margin of 10 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. Also I'm going to give a padding of 10 pixels, and also I'm going to have a background color here of RGB, and then here I'm going to add 148 and 64, and then here also I'm going to give it 64 like that. So you can see here this is like almost maroon. So here I'm going to also add the color to be white, this one, and also I'm going to have font weight to be bold. So this is the button here. So let me check the button. You can see this button here, it should be the button. So I don't know why it is not like a styling. So here is the, actually this should be logout. That's why it's not changing. So logout like that. So if I do this, you can see this one, and also we can add cursor pointer. So the cursor should be pointer like that. So now the other thing is that also we can just style now the other button for update, or for my update my account. So update my account. So this is update my account like that. And in here now we can be able to take everything from up here, but we're going to change now the background color. So the background color here, I'm going to give a background color of teal. So here it should be teal, and then let's see. So if I check here, you can see we have all this, but now because I don't think here we have not added border to be none. Border should be none. So let me check here. Yeah, now you can see it looks really nice. So the same, this is the same. So now I can, what can I do? So let me check now. Yeah, this looks nice. So now we can go to the other part, and the other part is just looking at this my shift here. So if I come here into this application, and if I click here, can be able to see we have this data grid here, and I want to show you how to include this data grid. It's very simple. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to create that page. So to create that page, just close the other pages here like that, and then inside these pages here I can be able to say now shift, or my shifts, or let me just call it shifts, and here I can say shifts dot JSX, and also I'm going to add here shift dot CSS, and here I can add a RFCE, and here also I'm going to add import my CSS like that. That is it. And also the other thing that I need is that here I can be able to also now be able to style first of all. So, and then maybe let me just come here and add that page. So let me add this page, copy this, and then down here can add it. So this one will be calling it my account, not my account but my shifts. And also here I'm going to add the page now. So the page should be my shifts. Let me see, actually shifts, I can just say shifts. You can see here we import it. Yeah, we have imported it. So this you can confirm by checking up here. And then now I'm also going to go back into my stuff here and look for the other link here, for the links here, and in here I can also add, let me first of all remove this. Here I'm going to have a link, so this is the link, and here I can paste, actually not that, actually I will do two, and then here will be my shifts like that. So here I'm going to also, let me copy this, and here I'm going to paste my statements, but now I'm going to call this my shifts because it is as if I never copied the link. So that is it. So if I paste that and come back here into my code and try to go in here, you can see we are having this problem of, you can see here we have stuff and then shifts here, and this is because I never added like another / before here. So let me first of all come here and add this /. So let me check. So if I go back now, come here in my shift, can see we have this shift. So let's now first of all start styling here. So let me close everything here except our shifts page. So I'm going to close all of this. So up here I'm going to give this a class, or a class name of, let's say, my shifts. And up here also I'm going to have another div. So this div, we are going to call this div, actually let me first of all have a span here. So span, and then here also I'm going to have another the arrow. So this one will be far, and then arrow left, like that. So this one I'm going to import it from React icons. So I'm going to add report, and then import that is from, now here is React icons, and then FA, like that. So here I'm going to import far arrow, and then left, just like that. So I'm going to give here, I'm going to add back, and this one also I'm going to say class name, and this class name here will be my shifts, like that, and then underscore back. Yes, so now that is it. The other thing that we need is to have another div inside here. So this div, we are going to call it my shifts, and then top, and here I can have a span that we are going to give it a class name of my shifts, and then underscore header, like that. And then also I'm going to have this here, I'll just say name here is John Doe, and also I'm going to have a span here, another span, this span here, actually let me just add with the class name. So this one will be having a span, and this span here I'm going to call it my shift, and then underscore header. Here I'm going to add all slash past shifts, 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 like that. Yeah, so that is it. So let me first of all style this. So by styling this is very simple. So first thing that we need is to, I'm going to, let me see if I've imported, yes, the CSS. So here I'm going to add my shifts. So my shifts here, and here I'm going to add a margin of, let's say, 5% or 3% top and bottom, and also we are going to have 10% left and right. So let me also check another thing. So here I'm going to say my shifts, and then underscore top, and here I can just say display flex, and then I can add align items to be center, and justify content should be space between, like that. Yeah, so that is it. So let me see how it looks. Yeah, so you can see how great it looks. So now we need to have a data grid here. So by adding data grid, what you do is that you just come here, search for data grid React, and here we'll be able to see the data grid. So this is a React data grid. So let me come here from let me come into this mui.com, and here this is where you'll be able to see how you can use data grid. So you can see how data grid looks like, and they are very, very important because they give you also the functionality to filter and also to sort. So the first thing you need to do is first thing is to import. So I'll install. Let us first of all install. So to get started here, you can come here, get started, and here you'll be able to see, let me check. So here you can be able to see how you can import it. So import this, and then here in your React here, I can be able to add another. Let me first of all scroll this up and then add or have this part here. So I'm going to navigate to Frontend, and now I'm going to paste this. You can see this in npm install tmui x data grid. So let us install it. Before it install, and while it is installing, we can be able to see the documentation. You can see how it looks like. We have everything here. So this data grid is for various things. You can create charts using it in React, which are very good React charts. So you can see here you need to just install it like that, and also here you can see also you are able to install everything. So you can see here the data grid package has appear dependencies on MUI material. If you are not already using it in your project, you can install it here. So you need to install this actually, so that you need to have like this MUI also React and styled, so that because they work together. So you can see these ones also, you can be able to install them. You can see here material UI is using emotion as a styling engine by default. If you want to use styled component instead, run this. So I'm going to come here and see if it has finished installing. So I'm assuming that it won't take long time. So it is installing here. So let us wait. So now we have seen that this one we have installed now the data grid, but we need to install like this MUI material and this emotion React, and then this emotion styled. So let us install everything, because if we don't do this, I'm sure that we are going to have an error. So let us wait again until all these packages have been installed. I hope that it will not be very fast, or before it installs, or while it is installing, we can be able also to look at how we can use now the data grid. So let us go back. So if I come here, you can see there's a guide overview of how they work. So we have the premium one here, and you can see we have data grid premium, but we have the other ones. So to get started here, actually not there. Let me see how we can be able to use it. So up here you can see how you import it, how you can be able to import it. So just import it like that, and then I'll come here on the top. You can see it has finished installing. So like that. And also, what else do I need? I'm going to now save. Let me also look for how we can be able to use them. So this is yeah. So let me see, get started, and see if how we can use them. So yeah, you can see here we can import, you can install, and then we can be able now to create now the data grid. So you can see how it looks. You need to have like this you have to have these rows. Or let me first of all just import, but right now because we are not using TypeScript, that's why you can see this one here is for TypeScript. So that's why you can see they are adding the types here, like this grid row props and this grid row def. So you need to have rows here. and rows are just like column names, and here you need now the data. The data is what they are calling rows. So I'm going to copy all of this like that, and now in my code here, down here, I'll paste these ones, and also I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove these ones and also this, because we are not using TypeScript. If you are using TypeScript, we would be using them. So the other thing is, now we can come here and we can copy this data grid, and then we can pass rows and columns as props. So copy it, and now down here we can be able now to use it. So like that. So let us save and then see if it is working. So let's see if we can be able to use it, if it will work. Yeah, you can see already we have now this column, and column 2 we have hello world. Data grid pro is awesome, MUI, but now we don't need this. We need to have a data for our shift. So we can just, what I'll do is that I'll just come here into, let me first of all come here, and I'll create from now ChatGPT. I'm going to tell ChatGPT to create for me the data. So let me see how we can use ChatGPT to create a dummy data for us. So okay, so I'll come here, and because here you can see already also I have used it to create me the data. So this is how also sometimes I use this ChatGPT. So I'm going to tell ChatGPT, I want you to create a data grid. Not actually, it will not be, yeah, a data grid just like above, but this time we will have a shift like a data things like, we need to have things like, let me see what is in the shift. So we have the ID, we need to have ID, let me check ID. So let's come here, and then here I'm going to add as ID, need to have ID here, ID, and then what else? So let me come here, ID, we have data or date, we have time, and then what else? We need to have actually this one, let's do like date with small letter here, and then time also like that. Let me see, the other thing that we need is time, location type, and duration. Location, type, and duration. And also we need to have what else? Actually, why am I forgetting? Notes, and then we should have an action. So we need to have now the let me, what have I here, what is this? Notes, and also we should have action. So just like that. So I want to create a data grid just like above, don't know if that English is correct, but this time we will have a shift data, things like ID, date, time, location, type, duration, notes, action, and then I'll tell it, and action should be a button for view, just like that. So let's see. So I'm hoping that it will be generating something that will make sense. So yeah, it is yeah, actually it's pretty good. So what I'll do is that now I can copy this information. So first thing, I'm going to copy all of this in this column. So if I copy all of this, you can see how this copy that, and in my data here, in my column, I can be able to remove this, and now I can paste here. I don't know why we are having the problem. Oh, this is button, not this is button, and down here this is also a button. So a button, so it is using another like bootstrap, or I don't know. So I'm going to remove this, so like that. And actually here I'm not going to, okay, this we can have params here, but also I can just ignore them for now. So I'm going also to have now the rows. So let me copy all the rows here like that, copy. Then let's see if we come here, and in my rows here I'm going to add this data here. Now let me first of all format this code because it has a lot of spaces. Yeah, so now this is okay. Let me push this down. Actually, this is what I would have done so that to create this space. So you can see we have rows here. The rows are the data, and also here you can see columns are just like a name for columns. So let's see if it will work. So using ChatGPT, yeah, you can see how it looks. It looks really nice. So now you can be able to see here view, and here you can see view here. It has a color of let's say this steel here. So now what I can do to make it like this steel, so I would come here, and let me see where we have this button. It is here. So I just say class name, and then I'll say view underscore button or view dash button, and then I'll come here and say view dash button, and then I'll say background color should be teal, color should be white, like that. Also we need to have a cursor to be pointer, and then also I'm going to have border to be none. So border none. So let's see if it will work now. So that is it. Let me come here. Yeah, you can see already it's having like this shape. So I'm going to have also a padding of 10 pixels, and also I'm going to have a border radius of 10 pixels like that. So let's see. Yeah, but this padding is very big, so we can reduce it, and we can give it 5%, 5 pixels. Sorry. Yeah, and you can see now this is it. So can click. So the other thing is that in this data grid, it comes now with the functionality of, you can see, you can filter, can add here whatever you want, and it will fit automatically for you. Also, you can add other things here. Also, like let's say you need to add a location, or to filter through a location, or maybe you can do things like ascending and descending, sort by ascending, sort by descending, hide column. Actually, you can hide this column. You can see you can hide that column, and many other things. So yeah, of course, if you have so many pages, so you can come here and maybe say after 25 pages it should hide, so that you use these arrows here to go to the other page. So it's as if also you're adding like a pagination or something. So yeah, so now I know you have learned something from this. So in the next video you are going to look at now shift detail page. So now the other thing is that if you haven't liked this video, kindly like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel so that you'll have an update of other videos that I'll be uploading. So see you in the next video. Have a great